Hello and welcome to True Crime Metrix. Or if this is your first time here, welcome. Oh, I got it wrong, didn't I? I'm trying to do that dreading intro, when he goes, hello and welcome back to another episode of Dreading. Or if this is your first time here, welcome. We need a catchy intro like that. It's coming, baby. It's coming. Back to the drawing board. How's everybody doing? Happy Easter. I was looking for an Easter-themed crime today. I was thinking maybe murder on an egg hunt, bunny gone mad, evil bunny gone mad, but there wasn't one. There isn't one. But then I realized that the actual, what do you call it? The origin of Easter is Tara, isn't it? And we've got Tara Kawass today, just by fortuitous opportunity. No planning, no planning. It just happened. What is the deal with that anyway? Why does the Bible keep stealing all their stuff from the pagans? Yes. Christ was on the cross and then he rose. They put him in the cave and he rose into a resurrection of new life. Well, you're telling me that just happens to be at the same time of the year of the pagan festival of celebrating fertility and coming into the new life of spring? Eggs, bunnies. I mean, all of it's pagan. The whole thing about having a tree in your house at Christmas, pagan. You still call it a Yule log, pagan holiday. April Fools. What is April Fools? Well, it's the pagan New Year. And when the Christians changed it to January, they ridiculed the pagans and called them fools. April Fools. Those crazy pagans. Anyway, this isn't pagan TV. We're on Tara Kawass wrapping up the case of, what is it? Katherine Magbanua retrial 2022. And it's a shocking example of bullshit amateur dramatics. Yesterday we covered George's closing. She's still got 10 minutes left coming for the rebuttal. And I tell you what, after Tara gets done with this, I mean, it's just, of course, you can't see the jury, right? But you just know that they're sat there, slowly blinking, waiting for this show to be over, because that's all it is, a shit show of, it's just unbelievable. Anyway, we're all going to witness that now. Hopefully, I don't know, maybe can we wrap the whole thing up? I'm itching to get onto other stuff. I don't know about you, but it's like, if you say you're going to do the whole trial bit by bit by bit, you gotta see it through. Otherwise, you're a liar and a cheat. So we gotta see it through. It's either going to finish today or tomorrow, but I think we're getting real close. Oh. Anyway, welcome everybody in chat. Acapella, Offering, good to see you guys. Nice wrenches, Jane, Golfer Girl, talk jury to me. Margaret, how you doing? Good to see you. And of course, Piebird, first place in the chat today. Well done, Piebird. Okay, Tara, let's go.
We're ready to continue now to the defense closing argument.
Audio, too loud, too quiet? I think it might be too loud. I don't think it's too quiet. Let us know.
And Ms. Kawass, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Court, counsel, members of the jury, good morning. Good morning. Now, before I get started with my closing argument, I wanted, on behalf of myself, my co-counsel, the court, everyone in this courtroom, and especially my client, Katherine Magbanua, to say thank you. If it were not for jurors just like you, the justice system would come to a grinding halt. Each of you dedicated the time out of your own lives to sit here and to listen.
Jury's like, why are you thanking us? We haven't deliberated yet, but we're pretty certain independently guilty.
To the evidence in this case. And I can guarantee you that there is not one person in this room who is more grateful than Katherine Magbanua. This is not an easy case. You have been here each and every day for 2 weeks, always here on time, very, very long days.
It's not 2 weeks. Well, okay, with the weekend, yeah. Okay, so it's I think this is the 8th day, so that'll be 1 week and a half.
Tons of witnesses and evidence.
Okay, they've got jury selection as well, so all right, 2 weeks.
And each of you came in every day and sat down and pay attention and listen.
Pay attention. Each of you came in and sat down and pay attention.
Beginning of this case, I told you that there would be only one question that you would have to answer at the close of all the evidence. Did the state prove to you beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt?
Judges, like, if you point your fucking pen at me one more time, I'm gonna ram it down your nostril. Up your nostril.
That Katherine Magbanua knew about and helped commit the murder of Dan Markel. I also made it very clear at the beginning of this case that the only evidence that the state would present to you that Katherine Magbanua was allegedly part of this are the words of the convicted murderer and gang member, Luis Rivera. And I was right. So let's start at the beginning, because you have to start at the beginning to understand what happened here and how an innocent woman ended up having to fight for her life for something that she did not do. This, members of the jury, is an anatomy of a wrongful prosecution. Now,
oh, who was that? It was Jimmy Stewart, wasn't it? Anatomy of a Murder. This, ladies and gentlemen, is an anatomy of a wrongful prosecution. I think that's the sequel that never got produced. Is that Jimmy Stewart? Let's look it up. That was a good film. Anatomy of a Murder. Yeah, Jimmy Stewart. Oh, where's the mouse?
do not get me wrong, the investigation that was initially done by the Tallahassee Police Department led them directly to Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. They also already had their main suspects, the Adelson family, more specifically, Donna and Charlie. But how were they going to connect these two groups of people who seemed to have nothing connecting them? And the easiest answer that they could find and that they went with was Katherine Magbanua. Now, we went over in jury selection and we talked about this at great length, how important it is for the police and the prosecution to be objective when they are investigating any case. The police and the prosecutors, they are the ones that hold this awesome power to take away the liberty and freedom of the citizens of this state. And with that great power comes great responsibility. The responsibility to make sure that they remain objective and investigate everything. Because it is more important. One of their jobs is to protect Ms. Magbanua, to ensure that innocent people are not convicted for crimes that they did not commit. And they failed Katherine at every single stage of this proceeding. Now, the state wants you to believe that there was no direct link between Sigfredo Garcia and the Adelsons. They say that they have no evidence of this. But as you saw here in this courtroom, throughout the course of this trial, that is completely false. It was the call from Sigfredo Garcia directly to the Adelson family that cracked the case open for them. Literally, the reason they were able to find Garcia is because of the call he made to the Adelsons. They may get up here and try to diminish its importance because it goes directly against their theory. Oh, it's just one call. It's a call. It's there. That's the link. Once they had Garcia and Rivera, and then saw that Katherine had a relationship with Charlie Adelson, they started to build their case around their theory. that this must have gone through her. Now, let's be
Pinto, how you doing? Happy Easter, Pinto. Soap is feeling a lot better today, by the way, and I've slept 12 hours also, so I think she's rested through me. But no, she's no complaints and happy-go-lucky. So we're out of the woods.
real about what the state is trying to sell you guys. This is where I need you to just apply your common sense. They actually want you to believe that Charles Adelson, a brilliant master manipulator, that
Is her audio too loud? Because it's going red on my monitor.
that's how their witnesses described him, decided to ask the girl he was dating for a few months if she could get someone, her ex-boyfriend, to kill a man she never met. That is their theory. Do you really think that Charles Adelson then decided, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use my phone to communicate about this murder. That way no one will ever find out.
I love it when the only thing the defense is when a criminal's done something stupid, like use their phone, and all the defense can say is, "Oh, you really think that they're that dumb that he used his phone, knowing that the FBI were probably listening? You think he's that dumb, really?" Yes, yes, we do.
Members of the jury, it's not the 1990s when cell phones just came out and everybody didn't know what their capabilities of recording your phone calls and your records. It's all there. You remember what Ryan Fitzpatrick told you? He's brilliant. He would never use his phone, as would anybody else with any common sense, to orchestrate a murder. This is someone who Charlie knew for years.
That's because most people wouldn't commit a murder, Tara. The jury's like thinking, well, if I were committing a murder, I'd probably not use my phone, so not guilty.
There's a one witness that could come in here besides Wendy Adelson, because you can just discredit every single thing that came out of Wendy Adelson's mouth. But Ryan Fitzpatrick came here and told you who the real Charles Adelson is. A manipulator, brilliant, someone that can see something and just work on it quickly. The state keeps harping on this flurry of communications between the parties, even though each one of their witnesses got up there on that witness stand and told you there is nothing unusual about a woman having communications with the guy she was dating and then also talking to the father of her children. Every single one of their witnesses said that, including Agent Sanford, who you could tell for yourself was just not open to anything other than his theory of the case. Let's talk about the call detail records. Sergeant Corbett. I know everybody remembers Sergeant Corbett. You have to love Sergeant Corbett because he is the epitome of an unbiased witness. His job is to interpret records. And even he told you, even though it's not good for their theory, he cannot tell you. He even told you that the communications that they presented to you, they're not complete. We don't have everything. We can only go off of what is in the call detail records, right? What makes it even worse, they then present these summaries to you, only from the call detail records. And what do? They literally get up here and ask you, after they've taken out every other phone number that is on the call detail records and just left the numbers of the people who they think are involved, to rely on that. And that is somehow complete, reliable evidence that this is a flurry of communication of people that are committing a murder. Why is it that the state, who has the job of proving the case beyond all reasonable doubt, the job to show you all of the evidence, is taking out all the other calls from the records and only creating charts that have the names of the people that they believed were involved? That would make anybody look guilty. There are these numbers on Katherine's phone records when they present it to you. You notice when they start putting up, oh, look, these are the calls from the June 2nd date. There are all these numbers there that are unaccounted for. They are the Tallahassee Police Department and the FBI. They told you that all they have to do is send a subpoena and poof, they get the information. They didn't do that. They have Katherine's contact list because they have her phone. But the only names that they take out of her contact list, Louis, Zigfredo.
This is a really, really poor presentation, despite how confidently she's trying to come across, right? I mean, I'm lost. If I was the jury, I'm completely lost. I'm just like being, what do you call it? Bombarded with accusations about the failed work of the state, right? There's been no like introduction, like beginning, middle, and end. That's all gone out the window, right? She should have started saying, listen, this is what however it's done. I mean, George is great at it, right? And goes through the chain of events, through the story. There's none of that here. It's really hard to follow. And why? Because there's nothing to say, Kawass. Okay? They got you. They got your client. What do you think? Oh, they only showed her name and the people that are. What do you want to see the name of everybody that Charlie Adelson called? You know, of course, they've identified who's involved, and now they're showing the relevant information pertinent to the prosecution at hand. I mean, that's how it works, and we've still been here for fucking 2 weeks.
And Jessica, the people that help their case. What is her mother's phone number? What's her brother's phone number? What are her best friend's phone numbers? They didn't even look or try to figure out who are the other people that she was communicating with. Why are they leaving all of those numbers out, members of the jury? We know they can do it. They did it for Wendy's call detail records. Look at the day of the murder. Her list comes up and every single number has a name associated. So you know they can do it. We specifically talked in jury selection.
Well, thank you, Tay. I always try and clean up the audio and the video a little bit as best I can. We're getting better. I know that my microphone here in this room where we are at the moment is very echoey. You know, back when we were in the other studio, all the walls were made of wood. I listened to an old stream the other day, and I was just like, "Oh man, that is the audio. That is the audio." It was so good. It was so good, and it will be again after. We're here until the end of May, so after then, we're going to be back to fantastic microphone audio as well. Thank you, Tay.
About how important it is to investigate each and every lead objectively. And what excuse did you get from the detectives in this case? Both Detective Isom and Agent Sanford with the FBI? Well, I didn't think it was relevant, so I didn't follow up. Everything in this case is filtered down for you, members of the jury. This is what the state is trying to do. Filter out all the facts that do not fit their theory and then only present you with what they believe is important.
Okay.
Sergeant,
Tell me your top 3 facts that show your client's innocence that the state has decided to leave out. What are your top 3? Your top 1. Give me one, any one. Not even a good one, Tara. Any fact right now. Go. She's not going to do it. You know why? Because there isn't one.
Corbett looked at you and told you, I cannot tell you that these cell phone tower pings prove that Katherine Magbanua was at a certain location. All he could testify to, well, it's consistent with her being in the area where the tower is located.
Tara, it's not like the tower knows your exact GPS coordinates. The tower has a range, and if your cell phone is within that range, that means that that's where you are. But anywhere within the range. You could be right next to the tower or right on the edge of the radius. That's basic. That's basic. Sergeant Corbett told you that. She's trying to act like Sergeant Corbett was on the side of Katherine Magbanua. He's just a cell phone guy. He doesn't have a legal opinion.
Now, as much as Miss Dugan or Miss Kappelman came up here and said in their questions that Katherine Magbanua, when Katherine Magbanua took Sigfredo Garcia to rent their car, their own expert told you no one can testify to that. There is zero evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Katherine Magbanua took Sigfredo Garcia to rent the car. They literally just want to say, well, it can't be a coincidence that she's pinging here in an area where one of her friends lives. And, oh, we also presented the rental agreement. Now, even though there's nothing there that says the time the car was picked up, we want you to rely on, usually.
Usually. Yeah, I just turned it down a little bit. Acapella should be better now.
It corresponds with the due date. Literally in the rental agreement, there's a slot that says time in. But no. Assume, make the assumption, even though that's blank, that, this guy who came in here, who says he doesn't independently remember anything, I'm sure you know that I would have done it 24 hours before. Everything is inference upon inference, assumption upon assumption, for them to prove even one simple fact. One thing I can tell you, and I'm sure Ms. Kappelman will get up here and tell you, consistent with is not beyond a reasonable doubt. Not even close. Maybe this is what happened. How many times did Ms. Kappelman get up here and say that in her explanation of the case? Well, maybe this is what was said, and probably, and I believe, all of those words are not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Every piece of circumstantial evidence in this case is consistent with Ms. Magbanua having zero idea or any involvement in Dan Markel's murder. Let's start with the Lexus. A 160,000 mile 2001 Lexus that he sold to her. Now the state wants you to ignore all the evidence that says she bought for it and that she paid it. They have zero evidence that says it was a gift. Think about it. Think about Agent Sanford's reasoning that he gave you for that. Well, there's no corresponding withdrawal from that amount, so that means she never paid for it. There are text messages from the iCloud members of the jury. Mr. DeCoste had to bring them out through their witness, Mary Hall. Less than 2 weeks before the title transfer, they have text messages.
Hey, thanks so much for the super something. Ah, yes, Jane, thank you for the beast and soap. Thank you so much, Jane. You just reminded me I didn't create a goal tonight for the chat. Hey, Udi, how you doing? Good to see you. And who said that nice thing about me? Talk jury to me says, was Metrix an attorney or a paralegal at some point? I've heard some of his videos and he's bright. Well, thank you, Talk jury to me. I'll keep you guessing.
From Charlie Adelson's iCloud, telling her to transfer the title into her name and that she paid $2,400 for it.
2,000. It was a 2001 black Lexus with 100,000 miles on the clock.
Not only do they have that, they actually have the title transfer, where her signature is on it, Harvey Adelson's signature is on it. That is the definition of what? A paper trail. Why didn't they show that to you? That is what you should be asking members of the jury. This is the state's burden. Why are they not giving you everything? That is a legitimate question. Why is it that they only get to show you the things that they think support their case? The only logical explanation is that it could just be proof of Katie's innocence, just like with the texts about her paying for the car. They are the state of Florida. They're supposed to show you everything. If they were that confident in their case, members of the jury, then why just not let you have everything? It should be very concerning to you that the prosecutors in this case are hiding things from you. Their act of hiding it alone proves that she is innocent. Next, let us talk about the breast augmentation. Now that is just flat out offensive. That both of these female prosecutors would argue that her surgery was payment for a homicide. Zero evidence at all that he paid for anything. She actually even brought up the June Umchinda statement that I don't even know. Oh, I think he may have said he paid for one. That is all they had. That's the evidence that they presented to you. Except that every other person says either Sigfredo paid for it or she paid for it. But let's see what they did. You follow up, right, with records. So they go to her doctor and subpoena her records. And what does it show? That she paid for it. Just because it's cash, it doesn't mean that she didn't pay for it. You heard from Katherine, the girl who was working multiple jobs, a single mother of two, to take care of her kids And the state actually tried to make it seem like she's a bad person because she did one thing for herself. And we know it's true because Yendra, the state's own witness, told you from day one, she's always wanted them. This is not something that is just a surprise to everybody. Poof, I went and I got breast enhancement surgery. And with all this evidence, they're still asking you to ignore that and just assume that this must be payment for a homicide. Now let's talk about the cash deposits. Okay, first we have her bank records from before she even knew Charles Adelson. She met him in the middle of 2013. Now, mind you, they only went back 6 months. It's not like they got anything past that. But even then, before she met him, she's depositing cash the same way that she does in 2 separate bank accounts. There's nothing unusual about that. She's always been doing that. She worked several different jobs that pay cash, including the ultimate cash-making field, the service industry. Anyone, including myself, who has worked in the service industry as a waitress, bartender, anything, knows it's an all-cash business. The state's own witnesses...
What? Well, maybe in Jamaica. Fucking hell. When was the last time anyone paid for a meal or drinks with cash? It doesn't happen that often. Oh my God. It's a cash-only business. What are you talking about? Their witness, the guy who owned the club, came in and said it was, remember, he said, well, if it's a hip-hop night, it's like 80% cards. If it's a trance night, it's like 60%, whatever. I forget the genres and the percentages, but he gave us the facts about how much money they take on cards, and both genres of music nights were predominantly card payments. Of all the money that they take on a night, it's mostly cards. There was just the difference in percentages.
Told you that Katie was paid in cash. But no. They spent hours and hours and hours in this trial trying to make it seem that the cash that she got was payment for a murder. Then they have the audacity to come into this courtroom and say, well, you know, there isn't really a record of her getting paid in cash. Oh, there's maybe one check. Agent Sanford was told by Indra back in 2016 the name of the 2 clubs, the fact that Yindra actually worked there with her. And what does Agent Sanford do? He doesn't go to the clubs in 2016. That is what an objective agent would do. Let me go and see if this is true. This person that I went and is offering me information about Miss Magbanua tells me that she's working in an industry where she makes cash. And you just don't go and get the records? You literally wait until the worldwide pandemic hits in 2020, after she has already testified once before about everything. That is when Agent Sanford decides, you know what? Let's go and check out those clubs. They actually take pictures of the nightclubs during the day, during the pandemic, when everything is shut down. Then Ramsey Neighbor comes in here and says, well, you know, I had records, but there was a hurricane, and in the corner where all the records were, everything, you know, got flooded. And had he gone back in 2016, what would he have been able to get? The records. But no, they come in here 4 years later, because you know what Agent Sanford was trying to do? Because he's probably going to say, oh, you know, they're going to say I didn't look into this. Let me go and look into it now. It's too late. Everything is now gone. Because of you, the records are now lost. Katie never thought, oh my God, I have to gather evidence for myself from back in 2016 and keep records of this because the state is going to falsely accuse me of being involved in a murder. It's the agent's job, members of the jury, and the Tallahassee Police Department. They have the power and the resources to collect this evidence. Not to mention, Katie herself told you, Sigfredo would give her cash whenever he came into some. Why is it okay that Louis...
Acapella says, deep down inside, do you suppose she was well aware how the jury would likely decide? That's interesting. That's difficult to say, isn't it? I mean, I don't get the feeling that Kawass is just going through the motions to get paid like Daniel Rashbaum, right? I mean, he didn't give a fuck either way. She, I think she's confident in her ability. And perhaps if it were a trial that was being held in Miami, the audience would be more appropriate. I don't know for her style, but this is not how you speak in Tallahassee court. Uh, does she believe? I think she's going for it. I think she's pushing. I mean, she knows Katie's guilty, obviously.
Rivero gave his sister money after the murder. She didn't get arrested.
But you never know. I mean, no matter how good the case is, Georgia said, I think it was after Charlie's trial, which was obviously a slam dunk, and so a reporter asked Georgia, "Were you nervous when the jury went back there to deliberate, or did you think that it was a sure thing?" And Georgia said, "I'm always nervous when the jury go back to deliberate. You just don't know. You just don't know. You can feel as confident and that you've sewn the case up completely, but you just don't know what they're going to do in that room. And once they go through that door, you've got no more opportunity to make a point. It's done, right?" And I imagine that that is exactly how it feels, even if you've done a great job, like in Charlie's trial, they did a great. I mean, in all the trials they did a great job. But look at Katie one. I mean, she got a fucking hung jury, and it wasn't because it was a bad prosecution or they didn't have evidence. It was well, I've heard two things about that. One was the thing where it was like just an anti anti-government, anti-state kind of individual that was like just was going to do the opposite of whatever everyone else was doing as a protest or something. And the other was that there was a jury member that couldn't bring themselves to send both parents of two children away at the same time. And I just want to highlight because I read a comment the other day that says, "Oh, I think maybe Wendy hasn't been arrested because the state is waiting for the boys to be of age so that they don't have to live without parents." And it's like, what are you talking about? They put both parents of the Magbanua children on trial at the same time. That's not something that comes into a state's decision whether to prosecute or not. They don't go, "Well, what about the children? Let her free until the children are of age. When the children go to college, we'll make an arrest. But until then, she can walk free because of the children." That's not a thing, okay? No prosecutor is ever going to do that at all.
Why is it okay that he paid his mother's rent for a year with the money from the murder? She's not in jail. She didn't even come in here and testify. But no, when Katie does that, because the father of her kids gives her money.
What, Shivani? How can you think she sounds Arabian? She sounds absolutely Jamaican. It was a 2001 black Lexus with 100,000 miles on the clock. It's Jamaican. I mean, what are you talking about? Was it you that said the other day about Ramsey Neighbor sounding either Italian or Indian? No, he sounded Arabian. He was from that place. He was from Jordan, place where hummus is on everything and chickpeas are very important. Chickpeas are considered currency where he's from, you know. And you can tell. But no, she doesn't sound Arabian. I mean, I'll accept that Kawass is a strange name. I mean, to me, Kawass sounds like African, West African, you know, West African. I think that's the surname of Zazu the gorilla. You have heard of limousines. You have heard of jury trials. But how about justice by gorilla? My name is Zazu Kawass, and I live with my friends in the Florida Panhandle, Tallahassee Petting Zoo.
No, she's getting paid for a murder. That corresponds right around the time that Charles paid Sigfredo. And what does he do? I'm going to give money to the mother of my kids, who all she does is bombard me with the fact that I don't help her. And then the best part is, what does Katie do? What would someone do with cash that they received from a murder? Let me see what I'm going to do with that so that no one ever sees it. I'm going to walk into the bank and deposit it so that everybody can see it, so that they can pull up all of these records and go, look, here is all her cash. There is 0 records of Charles Adelson withdrawing cash, but they say he's guilty. There's 0 evidence of either Louis.
Charlie Adelson has a safe bigger than a refrigerator, okay? He keeps a refrigerator in the safe so that when he's stapling his money and needs a cold beverage, he doesn't have to go down to the kitchen. There's a refrigerator inside his safe, okay? There's no records of him going to make withdrawals from the bank because he has his own bank inside his bedroom, okay? It's...
Rivera or Sigfredo Garcia depositing their money in the bank. They're guilty. That just shows you that if you know that this money, it doesn't take a rocket scientist, members of the jury. You're not going to deposit it in the bank. She said that she's a well-educated college woman. There is no, you just put it under your mattress. Why are you going to walk into the bank and deposit money from a homicide so that everybody knows that it's there? Don't you see, members of the jury? Everything she did is actually...
It's ridiculous, because if she's not trying to hide the money, why is she going to several different banks in one day, depositing smaller little chunks? If you're not trying to hide the money, go to one bank and deposit everything, right? Here's 25 grand, cash, put it in my account. Of course, that would raise questions. Isn't it amazing that, like, there's all these questions around money these days? Or, you know, when was it? It was like maybe 2017. I went to buy a car for cash for, it wasn't even a lot of money. It was like £1,300. And I went to the bank and I think I said, give me £1,500, give me £1,500. And there was this fucking whole big thing. It was like, what? This is my fucking money. I want to withdraw the money, okay? Well, what's it for? Where is it going? Where did you get it? It's like, I think I had to fill out a special form and wait for a more senior teller to come to the window, whatever. It was like, it's this is not even a lot of money. I mean,
evidence that she did not know. Depositing the cash into her bank account, putting her name on the card transfer title with the name of Harvey Adelson as well. And then the one that the state actually thinks is evidence for payment of a murder, putting her on the payroll. Really? That's what you want the jury to believe? That Charles Adelson decided, you know what they're never going to find out? They'll never find out that I'm paying Katie for this murder by putting her on the payroll. Common sense alone tells you, members of the jury, that that was not payment for a murder. Yindra told you exactly why Katie asked to be put on the payroll. There is text messages from the iCloud account corresponding.
Hi, June. June's first time to the channel, invited by another member. Well, great stuff. Welcome to the channel, June.
Exactly to the day when it is that she asked to be put on the payroll. It is there, black and white. And who had to show you those text messages? The people who don't have a burden in this case. The defense. We have, by law, the right to do nothing. We had to get up there and show you this evidence that supports her innocence. Another thing that they are hiding from you. There's no excuse for them not presenting it to you. What is Ms. Kappelman going to come up here and tell you? Well, I didn't think it was relevant. Because that seems to be what the theme is in this investigation. Turning a blind eye because I don't think it's relevant. And then they want you to come in here and say, well, she didn't go into the office. So as far as we can tell, she wasn't working there, in our opinion. It's just ridiculous.
So in the etymology of the surname Kawass, Google tells us, or Wikipedia tells us, the Turkish word is derived from the Aboric Kawass, that's Qawwwas, meaning archer. Kawass is often spelled in English as Kawass, especially in geographical contexts where Arabic exerts an influence on the author. Cool. Kawass' last name is mostly found in Asia, where 53% of Kawass reside. West Asia, the Arabian Peninsula. Archer shooting the arrows of justice.
Katie herself got up on that witness stand and explained what it is. It's not a legitimate 9-to-5 job where she goes in. There are text messages that support that she is basically a personal assistant for him. He's doing a favor for her. And this is helping her get the insurance for her kids. Why would Katie get up on the stand and say those things if it wasn't true? 2 years ago, the only person that has been consistent throughout this entire investigation is Katie. They knew about that back in 2019 and still are not able to produce any evidence that says she was not working there. It's, we didn't see it, so it didn't happen. We didn't see the communication, so it didn't happen. That's not how this works, members of the jury. Now, Katie said it best. Just looking at it from one angle, it looks bad. It does. Because when you just kind of look at the surface, you're like, these guys have no connection to these guys, and then, oh, they have one common denominator. But this is because Charles and Sigfredo made sure to keep their communication a secret. So Katie is the one that ends up being the easy way for the police to explain what happened. From this point on, Katie had no chance because she was now considered a suspect. And they zoned in on her and tried to build the case around her. So what do? Let's do an undercover operation so we can stir up some chatter. For one, let's talk about the blinders that the FBI put on while they were conducting this investigation. The bump. They already know that Sigfredo Garcia is involved. There's no question. They have probable cause to believe that he is the murderer at this time. And what do? They don't tap his phone. You know he is the murderer, and you don't tap his phone? I've not heard from one witness on this stand to give any reasonable explanation as to why.
They didn't need to tap the phone. Think about it, okay? The communication train goes Donna, Charlie, Katie, Sigfredo. Judges don't like to issue wiretap, warrants, permission, whatever. They don't, you have to go to a judge, you have to say, Judge, we want you to give us the okay to put wiretaps on this. And the judge isn't the cops, okay? The judge is the judge. That's different. And they don't like doing it. They don't like invading people's privacy without good probable cause, right? So they limit it, okay? So if you've got a chain of 4 people, and you want to capture everything, and you put 2 wiretaps on the 2 people in the middle, that means that you get also the person at the end on one side and the end on the other. So we've got Donna, Charlie, Katie, Sigfredo. So the wiretap on Charlie's phone captures the communications between him and Donna, and the wiretap on Katie's phone captures the communication with Sigfredo and Katie, right? Think about it. If the combination is there another combination that works? If we put a wiretap on Donna's phone and Katie's phone, okay, that would also work. That would capture all four. But you see what I mean? It's a way to, yeah, you could put wiretaps on every phone, but they didn't need to because you've captured everything with two. And that makes the judge who has to give the permission happier, right? You go to the judge and you have to present, Judge, this is the minimum we need. We know you don't like doing it, so this is the minimum we need. And then he's going to grant it because you've given the thought to the privacy of the individual before they've been convicted. That's why. That's the answer.
You wouldn't be monitoring his phone. Willful blindness. Don't let Miss Kappelman get away with it. Have her get up here. She gets 10 minutes when she comes upon rebuttal and answer that question for you.
Like if you just put one wiretap on Charlie's phone, you'd get the communications with Donna. You'd get the communications with Katie, but you wouldn't get the communications between Katie and Sigfredo. You need a minimum of 2 phones to capture everybody. Okay?
A good reason. Don't let her give you an excuse. And if she can't give you one, that's reasonable doubt, members of the jury. All you are going to hear are excuses upon excuses upon excuses of why things are missing and you don't get to see them. Next was the gravest mistake that they made in this case. They planted Katie's name into the investigation. Instead of doing the bump and not mentioning any specific names and then seeing what happens, they say Katie and Tuto's name. He says it on the call. You can hear it, listen to it. You're going to go back into the jury room and you can play it for yourself. The call from Charles Adelson to Katherine Magbanua. My mom said it had to do with an ex-girlfriend. If it is not you, I'm going to feel stupid. He even says, as soon as I find out what this is, I'm going to tell you what it is. I'll show it to you. Then the very next day, Dolce Vito. Now, members of the jury, I'm not going to stand up here and tell you what I think Charles Adelson is saying in that audio recording. Listen to it for yourselves. When you go back into that jury room, and I am hoping you take this opportunity to remind you again of whose burden it is in this case. It is the state's burden. Because the fact that the state has to present a recording and constantly have to tell you what they think is happening is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You saw Miss Dugan. That was half of her opening statement and half of Miss Kappelman's closing. Her adding words and making up sentences of what is going on in this conversation, speculating about what is being said and what she thinks Charles Adelson is talking about. Members of the jury, it's not your job to go back into that jury room and try to figure out what is being said. They should give you enough reliable, concrete evidence that there's nothing for you to figure out. That's beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not your job to try and make sense of the nonsense case that they have brought to you. If Miss Dugan had any confidence in the strength of this piece of evidence, she would say, members of the jury, there'll be no question when you go back into that jury room. You listen to it for yourself. You're going to hear, and there'll be no doubt in your mind that this is what they were talking about and they're conspiring about a cover-up with a murder. No, it's the opposite. Let me tell you what we think is happening there. Why is it that they're desperately trying to shove their interpretation of what is going on in that audio down all of your throats? Number one, just go listen for yourselves, members of the jury. You'll be able to go back there and listen to it for yourself. Why is he telling her that he hopes it's the cops? The state has not, funny enough, out of all the things that they read, they leave that statement out. A statement they have really no logical explanation as to why he would be telling Katie, I hope it's the police. I want it to be the police because I didn't do anything wrong. Remember, members of the jury, in a criminal case, the benefit of the doubt goes to Katherine. When you are evaluating this evidence, the benefit of the doubt, you resolve it in favor of Katherine. She is presumed innocent. You heard it when the judge said it when he was reading the jury instructions. If there is any doubt about being said, you have to resolve it in favor of Katherine. Katherine gets the benefit of the doubt. They have the burden to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that they were in a conspiracy together. And not once do you hear Tallahassee, murder, Dan Markel, something definitive so that you know that that is what he is talking about. It speaks more that he doesn't mention it. Because if he did and she had no reaction, that would be strange. She told you, if he had said to me murder, then I would have remembered. But you want to know what is the most telling, members of the jury. Believe it or not, it's Miss Magbanua. Miss Magbanua. Before this enhancement even existed, Katie subjected herself to cross-examination by Miss Kaplan about that very meeting. If she wanted to lie, she would have right then and there. She had all the opportunity. She could have made up all types of things of what it was that he was saying to her. Because that's what guilty people do. Instead, she testified to the truth before even knowing what the enhancement was going to produce years later. And there is not one thing in her prior testimony that contradicts what is going on in that Dolce Vita video. Think about that, members of the jury. She testifies before the enhancement even existed. And they can't point to you one piece of evidence in her 4-hour questioning that says, that contradicts what she said. She told you. She told him back in 2019. He was talking in circles, scenario after scenario. I'm trying to follow him. You can see for yourself in the Dolce video. It's just him. Yap, 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 yap. As much as they want you to try and guess what Miss Magbanua was saying, that's not right. You know she's talking. They're asking you, they're the ones that said don't speculate, but they want you to speculate as to what Miss Magbanua is doing and saying in response. How do you know she didn't say, dude, what are you talking about? Like, what's going on? You don't know.
Well, we can see her and she's not talking. She's like, there's body language and we can see that her mouth isn't even moving. I mean, that's why. And the fact that she's not saying anything, that says a lot, given the content of what's being said to her. So, yeah.
But she didn't say that because they weren't able to record her voice. Always the focus of this investigation is getting to Charles, getting to Charles, getting to Charles. But no, don't focus the microphone on Katherine Magbanua. You don't even see her in the picture. And then all we have left after this investigation is a chopped up audio of just him talking at Miss Magbanua. The state is so desperately trying to force their interpretation and view of this case onto you. But that is why you don't rely on them, members of the jury. Half of the things Ms. Dugan said in her cross-examination to Katherine about what Charlie said was flat out incorrect and misleading. Listen for yourselves, members of the jury. It is so obvious that he is doing exactly what Katie said he did years ago. Talking in scenarios, trying to convince her to call this number and see if the guys will take the money. He keeps saying it's because they said your name. He's instructing her on what she should say, all the while reassuring her that he has done nothing wrong. Simply put, this is not the conversation that would be had between co-conspirators to a homicide. All it proves is that she had no idea what was going on. And then to add insult to injury, they don't record all of the phone taps after the bump. They don't. Oh, we had officers, they were monitoring and taking notes. Once again, we have to rely on officers' determination of what they think is relevant and what they should recall. Why didn't they get the call detail records from the time of the bump?
What are you talking about, Tara? That's a well-known thing. again, with respecting the privacy before someone has been shown to be guilty, right? The people listening, technically, the rule is they're allowed to listen for whatever it is, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, to see if the call is relevant. If it's deemed to not be relevant, the rule is that they are supposed to end the listening of the call. Like if Charlie Adelson's on the phone with someone telling them about his period pains, that's not a relevant call. If Charlie Adelson is thinking about changing, from maxi pads to Tampax, that's not a relevant call. So they're supposed to hang up, right? I mean, sometimes they don't, I guess, but it also wastes resources. There's a lot of calls. Check if the call is relevant. By law, the judge says limit the amount of wiretaps that you need. We've already been through that here, okay? And also to continue the respect of someone's privacy before they've been shown to be guilty of a crime. And that's all the general public, right? You're not allowed to listen to everything. You're allowed to listen to the beginning of something, and if it's relevant, then you're allowed to listen for the investigation. You can't listen to Charlie Adelson's menstrual problems, okay?
We have to get them for you. When you go back into the jury room, take a look. There's a clip from the day of the bump that we got from AT&T of Charles Adelson's records. There are 3 unexplained phone calls after the bump. Now, I know Ms. Kappelman tried to get up here and say, oh, Agent Sanford, who wasn't listening to the calls himself. What was that about? Oh, I think it was about work. Why not play it for you? Why not come in here and say, listen to all the calls? That is giving you all the evidence, members of the jury, so that you can sit and listen for yourselves instead of just viewing the things that they want you to see. We are here having to rely on what officers believe.
Happy Easter, Brian.
Is important in this complex case, or what they think is relevant. Because one thing I can tell you that I have learned from being involved in this trial, you cannot rely on someone else's interpretation of what is being said on a recording. Miss Dugan is a prime example of that when it comes to her masterful misinterpretation of what is being said on the Dolce Vita video. But that's all they are giving you as evidence, members of the jury. And on top of
Talk Jury to me says the fact Wendy is not on the phone calls is actually quite suspicious if you think about it. I mean, Wendy was over at parents' house after Charlie's conviction. Yeah, but we hear Donna and Charlie talking about, Charlie saying, "Oh, Wendy's so Wendy's so cagey," and Donna says something like, "Oh, wouldn't it be great if she told me anything?" She's already created the distance. But it is funny that she's not on a single one. I mean, but again, with the relevancy criterion that they're supposed to follow as the wiretap listeners, recorders, we know that there's this pact between the Adelsons to keep Wendy way out of this conspiracy in terms of discussing it, okay? It's almost like they're all going to pretend that she didn't know. That's how they're playing it. And I think the reason for that is that they figured that if there was an investigation, then the investigation would be onto Wendy, right? They didn't even think that they'd be looking at them. That my point being, because there was this agreement between the Adelsons, there wouldn't be relevant calls to Wendy. And Wendy is certainly not going to bring up anything that's anything to do with anything about this. So those guys that are in the bus listening on those things, determining if the call is relevant, is it suspicious that, I mean, it's suspicious, but I don't think they've left anything out. I think whenever they heard a call with Wendy on it, the people who decide if it's relevant or not found it not to be relevant, so didn't record it. That's my thought.
Them not recording everything, they don't.
We're an hour in, guys. I'm going to go and get another coffee. I'm going to be back in 3 minutes. If you are liking tonight's show. And if you want to support the channel, there's a link in the description to buymeacoffee.com where you can help support our goal at the top of the chat for the new Metrix Beast. Why do we need that? We need that so we can do some real work and bring even better streams and some other studio equipment. You know, when we move into the new place in June or July, depending on when I get back from Tallahassee, we're going to be there permanently, which means we can make a fantastic studio, which means that the channel and the content on the channel is going to be better, consistent, high quality, high audio quality, no echo, brilliant videos, brilliant streams. If that's something you want to support, you can. If you don't or can't, that doesn't matter because we do everything for free and depend on the kindness of strangers. But yeah, the links are in the description and there's a goal at the top of the chat. Now I want it full up by the time I get back, okay? Is that clear? Could I make that any clearer to you all? Help support the goal. Okay, I'm going to leave you playing and go and make a coffee. Thank you.
Want to give you all of the phone calls. What is going on here? It's their wiretaps. It's their evidence. You saw the list of how many calls there were and the select few that they decided to play for you. Now, I'm sure she's going to come up here and say, oh, members of the jury, it's so much, and we just gave you what we thought was relevant. How is that objective, members of the jury? And just to show you how unreliable this method of surveillance is, look no further than the wiretap between Sigfredo and Katie. Remember that one? Miss Kappelman spoke about it, where she's saying, you don't tell me anything, Tuto, and he says, I'm not making that phone call. That phone call is minimized. You hear it when it goes, and then it picks back up again. Who in their right mind, who knows anything about this case, determines that's the call I'm going to minimize? They say that they're talking about the number. They're actually talking about what they believe is evidence of them having, and you minimize that call, that's lost forever. We will never know what was said on that phone call. And one thing I know that is clear to this day, Sigfredo tells Casey, one thing that's clear, thank God they turned it back on in time. The less you know, the better. Sigfredo Garcia is telling Katherine Magbanua, the less you know, the better. Why would he be saying that to the mastermind middle person of the conspiracy? That's what they call her. And what is even more concerning is that the state is actively trying to present some of the recordings to you. That should be another concern for reasonable doubt members of the jury. For what other reason would it be than because these calls don't fit their theory? The fact that they did not want you to have all the recordings in and of itself is reasonable doubt. And the most interesting part is they had their pick of the litter. They got to choose out of these 400 recordings what they thought would be beneficial to their case. And that's what they came up with. Out of all 400 recordings, those recordings that they play in here don't prove a thing. It proves that Katherine has no idea what's going on and that she's trying to do a favor for Charlie because that's all he does. She's probably trying to do it just like how Ryan Fitzpatrick said, just to shut him up. He said, that's why I stopped being friends with him, because I just can't. He even said, Charles Adelson, it was such a great description, will say things over and over and over again, 100 different ways, 100 different times until you basically just give up and go, okay. That's probably why she said to him, yes, I'll call, and then doesn't call. If they're all in cahoots together, why is she lying to him? If she's really worried about what is going on here, that this might be the police, why is she lying to Charlie? So what, now they're not in a conspiracy? So they're in a conspiracy when it works for the state, but not in a conspiracy when it doesn't fit the evidence and what the recordings say? They cannot have it both ways, members of the jury. The only thing those recordings showed you is how guilty Charlie and Donna is. And where's Donna Adelson? At home in her living room, probably watching us right now, live stream on that camera. She hasn't been arrested. I knew Miss Kappelman would get up here and say, oh, don't worry about that. That's for a different day. And no, you can consider that. They come in here and tell you that they're going to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that these people are involved and that they conspire. And the only one of them that's in jail is Charles Adelson. for the past month, like they just did. Wendy Adelson, they actually brought her in here, members of the jury, and gave her immunity. You saw that horrible performance that she put on that witness stand. I mean, the fact alone that she even got up here and in her own way tried to play herself like she was a victim. She's there throwing in little jabs. Oh, well, you know, if he cared as much about me as he did. Like she's disparaging Dan Markel, her ex-husband that's been murdered. And then has the audacity to come in here and defend her family. You heard the testimony from Jeffrey Lacoste. I know you all heard that. I brought it out. There's more evidence against Wendy Adelson than there is against Katherine Magbanua. And they give her immunity. There is no question that those recordings had nothing on them. You want to know why? If there was anything on those recordings, anything at all that was direct, reliable evidence, they would have put her in handcuffs immediately. And Charles too, back in 2016. Instead, what do? They release a probable cause affidavit unsigned, basically saying this is all speculation. We can't arrest them now. I thought they said that these recordings prove that she's involved in this murder, but it's not enough to even arrest her. Probable cause is down here. Beyond a reasonable doubt is up here. And then even though they're releasing this and they're still monitoring Katie's phone, okay? They don't play any of that. You know when they brought Detective Isom in here and they kept going on about, oh, we came to her house and we were trying to give her an opportunity. No. You showed up there unannounced, car parked down the street, no marked unit in her house. You don't identify yourself and you start banging on the door. There's a recording. They testified to it of what Katherine was saying. They don't want to play it to you. Why don't they want to play it for you? So there could be no question about what's going on in her mind. We tried to introduce some of the calls, but we couldn't. So they got to pick what they wanted to play. Keep that in mind when you go back there. What is on?
Certified fraud examiner says, think Donna will testify at her trial. I will bet my life on that. 100%. Donna's, she has to. I mean, her entire defense is going to be based on sympathy, right? That little practice run she did when she got on the stand in late February, early March. I think it was March, right? Little dress rehearsal, Donna. How shaky can you be on the stand? You know, her attorneys would have been watching that and said, to see how sympathetic she came across. And said, Donna, we like the shaky hand thing, but the limp when you walk over to the stand, that looked a little bit too much. Maybe they would give her feedback on, she has to present herself to the jury as much as possible. I'm old, I'm weak and frail and old and ill. My ear canals, they're too thin. They're shallow, so shallow. 100%, she will testify. No question in my mind. No, like, maybe it's up to her. No. She's on that stand for sure, 100%.
Those other recordings, because you best believe.
I'm going to object at asking the jurors to speculate about items not in evidence.
Overruled.
Because that's actually part of the instruction, members of the jury. It
was a good objection, actually.
Of evidence in the case can also be the reason that you find reasonable doubt. Then on May 25th, this is where they thought that they were going to, okay, we'll get her now, all right? We're still listening to her phone. May 25th, let's go and arrest Sigfredo. But the only thing we're going to release to the media is that Sigfredo Garcia was arrested for the murder of Dan Markel up in Tallahassee. They're still listening to Katie's phone calls. They haven't released a warrant, so no one should know that their phones are being tapped. And members of the jury, If she was part of this conspiracy and he gets arrested for the murder in Tallahassee, you don't think that there would have been something on those phone calls? Anything of cause of concern? Not her just crying and saying, I don't know what happened? That's not the conversations of someone in the know. And let me tell you, the fact that you don't have them alone lets you know that it doesn't fit their theory. Because if there was something on there, they would have played it for you. They're continuing monitoring her phone until June 3rd. And then after that is when the government decides, okay, we're trying all these things. We're doing this covert operation. Wiretaps are meant to catch people saying something incriminating. 400 recordings and nothing direct that says she's involved in a harm. 400. And they didn't record everything. Okay, so that didn't work. Let's go and arrest Sigfredo and see if she says anything. That doesn't work. All right, we're going to use the media as an investigative tool to try and obtain evidence of guilt against Miss Magbanua. Never giving her the benefit of the doubt. Never treating her like every other person in this case. You heard June Umchinja. She was dating Charlie. How come they went to her apartment, identified themselves, sat there and waited on her, said, oh, we'd like to talk to you, and treated her nice? Everyone else got that treatment. Jessica Rodriguez. Hey, listen, we need to get some information from you. Let's talk to you. Yindra. Everybody. Katie, you go to her house, bang on her door, don't identify yourself, and then she never hears from you again. That's giving her a chance. That's treating her like a witness, not a suspect. And that's the problem. They treated her as a suspect from day one. That is why they were so blind to all of the evidence that proved that she did not know. They released a 19-plus page report detailing how they believe Miss Magbanua is the middle person. Just like Luis Rivera said, mastermind. And as much as Miss Kappelman tried to mislead you into saying that she fled, you heard it yourself, members of the jury. We, the ones who have no burden, had to call back Detective Isom to the stand so that you could get the whole truth and nothing but the truth. What was that about? You're going to get up here and then on redirect? Oh, yes, she tried to flee. She knows better. She has all of the evidence. And then she literally comes to you and says, well, she fled to her brother's house and we didn't know where she was going. I thought you guys were watching her every move. Pole camera here. You have her phone. She didn't dump her phone. Go check her pings. She's right up at her brother's house. Wouldn't that be the next logical place to look? But no, she never gets the benefit of the doubt. The state actually tried to argue that that was evidence of guilt, that she fled. But it's the opposite, members of the jury. She stayed in Miami. Even after they went on the media with a 2020 episode for the entire nation to watch, accusing her of being involved in this. And she stayed. And you know what's part of it too, members of the jury? When you know you're innocent, you have this faith in the justice system. You believe, you have this feeling that our justice system doesn't do that. It's designed and built in a way that innocent people will not be punished for things that they didn't do. So she had that faith in the
Good evening, Riding Shotgun. How you doing?
beginning. Okay, yeah, I know they're saying all this stuff, but I know I'm innocent. So there's no reason for me to run. And then what happens? The state becomes even more desperate. This is when they become desperate, is when their objectivity becomes cloudy. Because they turn.
Acapella says, I still wonder if Harvey is secretly relieved to be rid of Donna. I know, right? Spending the whole day in his boxer shorts, leaving the mustard on the counter with the lid off because he's going to have another sandwich in an hour, right? Why put it in the fridge? Drinking straight out of the milk carton, all that stuff that he can do now. Oh.
To the worst person, the most desperate person, to help with their investigation. Now remember the timeline of how they got his statement, members of the jury, because it is very important. They meet with him in August of 2016 in a very weird way. Jason Newland, who we had to call to the witness stand, and Miss Kappelman, is in one room, and Luis Rivera is in another room with his lawyers. And they're just asking questions back and forth. Oh, send a message over here, and then we'll send a message over here. That was all designed in a way to what effectively happened. No one has any idea about what was said in that meeting. Your first meeting of getting any information from Luis Rivera, the suspected murderer in this case, and you don't even take notes? Jason Newland comes up here, he's an investigator with the state attorney's office, and tells you, I don't remember what happened. I just remember it didn't resolve in a plea. I think it had to do with the sentencing. What excuse is there for not writing down what he said? There's no excuse. Then September 30th. It's a month later, 2 months later. It's the day before Katie gets arrested. The detectives hear, oh, he's now cooperating. Go and take his proffer, his statement. And what do they do, members of the jury? It's inexcusable. We don't record proffers. I think one of them just said we don't do it, and someone else said the state attorneys told us not to record it. I still haven't heard a logical, reasonable explanation as to why you wouldn't record that first interview of Luis Rivera, other than you don't want.
What is this, Jane? Jane says, did you know the Tallahassee Police Department followed Wendy from Trescott Drive to the Mosaic restaurant? They knew it was a spur of the moment. My alibi went back to Best Buy lunch date. But the second part of that is really unclear. I don't know what that means. They have WhatsApp half. Well, what are you basing this on? Tell us more about that. Oh, there's another section. Tallahassee has everything that Dementia Donna forgot to delete. Well, okay, well, that's another thing. But what's this about Tallahassee following? Oh, thank you, Brandon Shutdown, for the coffees. What is this about Tallahassee Police Department following Wendy from Trescott Drive? So she went to turn down Trescott and then drove away. And you're saying that the police followed her from that point? I don't think so. But please, if you have that information, tell us where it's from. We heard from Officer, what's his name? Officer Bannon, who was controlling the scene, or whatever you call it. He was the guy waiting at the crime scene tape that saw Wendy drive up, that saw her drive away quickly when other drivers would take a minute to kind of work out what their next move was. Wendy comes in, stops, does a K-turn, and fucks off. You're saying someone followed her from that point to go to ABC Liquors, maybe not a gas station. I don't think so. And then to Mosaic Restaurant. I've not heard that before anywhere. And I think I would have done. I mean, tell us where you're getting that information, Jane. I got to skip to the end now to see if Jane said anything. Tallahassee Police Department testimony. Well, from what? From where? Not in this trial. All right, we've got to pause the video. Jane, it's just you and me. Forget everyone else. I want to know what you're talking about. What testimony? Who testified? What trial? Because they are keeping the tail on Wendy for another trial. Come on, Jane. Everyone's waiting to know who testified, what trial. Yeah, that's what we want to know. Let's have a look at some other comments. While we're waiting for the fantastic Jane to tell us where this information's from. Acapella says, A, Wendy won't be arrested. B, Wendy will be arrested before Donna's trial. C, Wendy, oh, this is a poll. Okay. Yeah, all right. Let's set that up. Poll. Has Jane said anything? Oh, at one of Donna's hearings. Okay. Well, I have paid less attention to those, so I guess it's possible, but I would be really surprised if it's as you're saying. Not to doubt you, I just would be really surprised. Okay, the poll. Let's do a poll. Start a poll, and what's the question of the poll? Trial, when it will be arrested. After the trial, when it will be flee. I don't even want to put that one in. Option D, Acapella. I'm so sick of people saying that she's going to flee. If people start voting for that in numbers, I'm going to have to, I'll end up streaming on my own because I'll have to delete everyone and ban them from the channel. I really hate it. Oh no, she got a haircut. She got a haircut. That she's preparing to flee. She's not going to flee. Okay. I'm not even going to put that in. I can't get into an argument with people about that. We're maybe going to make a video soon about why she is so not going to flee. Yeah. Yeah, Jane, if you can find the link, I'll play it right here for all of us and we'll talk about it. Can you find it? Seeing as you know or have an idea where it might be? I'm going to make this poll. We'll call the poll Wendy's Fate. Right, I've added the stupid option, the flee option. Now, if you vote for that, don't tell me who you are because I'd like to remain friends. Please, just let's keep 0 on the flee, okay? She's not gonna fucking flee. Why? You know, there's so many reasons why she's not gonna flee. It's so not gonna happen. Think about it properly. Oh, thank you, right in shock. Who says she's gonna flee? Fuck you. Hmm. That's all right, Ryder. Yeah. Maybe she'll flee to Kansas, and then you can take care of business, Chief of Security. Is Kansas a non-extradition state? I think probably. Because why would anyone go there? You know? Okay, let's play some video. Let's see if Jane's got the video yet. They have so much that they haven't released because of their need for her to testify. Yeah, but you know, what has she brought? Everyone says this, like, oh, they need her to testify. Listen, Wendy has brought nothing at all to any prosecution. Not Sigfredo, not Katie, not Charlie. She's brought nothing. They would have still all have been convicted without her testimony. So I don't think it's that. You know, I was talking to Tay earlier, and we were having a nice conversation about how, what was it, Tay? When Georgia has taken the opportunity to give this quasi deposition to Wendy, you know, and soak up some information. She's giving her the interrogation that she never had, right? Sharpening her tools for the biggest takedown yet, the Wendy takedown, the hustle. That's what that, you know, as far as Georgia, every time Wendy's in the courtroom, Georgia is really, you know, fact finding. How does Wendy react? What are her hot points? Her, you know, what gets her mad? What gets her this? What gets her that? It's all testing, 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 testing. And yeah, but I don't know why she hasn't been arrested. She should have been arrested. They've got enough evidence for arrest. The thing that concerns me is that as we went through the other day, she'd probably, or certainly possibly, qualify for an Arthur hearing to be granted, to have an Arthur hearing and demonstrate to the court that she is, what is the word? You know, that she qualifies for pre-trial release. Even on this non-bondable charge, you go to an Arthur hearing and you can get one, right? And we looked at the criteria that the judge would take into account, and she pretty much, you know, gets all of it. What was it? It was posing a danger to the public, gonna flee, direct. What was it? You know, we went through it the other day. Oh yeah, we're all in for some delightful surprises at Donna's trial, Jane, for sure. That's what I love about this case and the multiple trials thing, because with each trial, it's almost like we get this fresh angle, this fresh lens to look at the same situation, but from multiple angles. You know, it really builds out the context. Usually in a trial, you get the story told from one point of view because the prosecution is bringing charges against a single defendant and just once, right? And they're either found guilty or not guilty, and that's the end of the story. But with this, we get one trial, two trial, three trials, and with each kind of bundle of evidence that the state has to bring, and with each attempt to explain away that evidence by whichever defendant is being charged, we get this more complete picture of the story overall. You know, it's very unusual, but it's my opinion. It's the thing that makes this case so great. I mean, the actual crime itself, the situation, obviously that's compelling, but the fact that we get this multiple trial thing, like if this case had just been one trial, it would not have the following that it does by a long way. All right, everyone keep an eye out for Jane's link if she can find it, and we'll play that here and discuss it.
Want to record his mistakes. Don't listen to the excuses about policy and, oh, we don't do that. It's an excuse. There is no, the jail was equipped. The video you saw of the October 4th recorded statement is in the same jail that they met with him on September 30th. No excuses. They could have recorded it. But this was his dress rehearsal, members of the jury. And Detective Isom even told you himself when Mr. DeCosta was questioning him. But you said this, and you said, well, that's how I interpreted what he said. Why does everything have to go through the filter of these police officers? We wouldn't be sitting here if they were.
That's their job.
Recorded everything and you could see it for yourself. Because that's what I'd say. Members of the jury, I don't even need to say anything to you. Watch it for yourself. But no, they don't want you. They don't want to make a record of all the mistakes that he made. And even with that, even with his practice session, he couldn't keep it right. Now,
you know how with each trial has gone on and on, the production values get a little bit better. I think Charlie's trial was the first time that we had a face-on camera to the attorneys that are questioning witnesses, right? And then they switch between the witness and the attorney. It was the first time that we saw George's face head on as she's questioning, and it just gets better and better. But for right now, I just love a little vision mixer here where I could switch to face cam of the defense table, see the defendant, see how Katie's looking, see the judge. You know, how interactive would that be? That'd be fantastic. We're going to camera 5. Okay, now camera 2. Back to 5. That'd be the shit, man.
I think this is a great spot to just dig into Luis Rivera. Because even without the recording, I mean, I think there's no question here. He's a liar. He's a liar. It's offensive that the state of Florida.
Oh, you can't post the link. Jane, like, are you on a phone or on a, this is what you need to send. Look, just send the last digits of, you know what I mean? The bit at the end of the URL. Like, I'll send you an example. So this is just a random video. But you see where it says watch, question mark, V equals, and then that code, OEPIDRW. Send us that for the link. Can you do that, Jane?
Brought that man into this courtroom and is going to ask you with a straight face to find him credible. I don't even know where to begin with the inconsistencies in his testimony. I don't care if he's been asked about this 10 times. You still can't get it right. It's difficult to remember a lie, members of the jury. But the truth.
Or just post the title. Post the title and I'll search on YouTube.
That remains the same. And no matter.
Yeah, that's not the link, Kiwi. I just was showing, you know, the code at the end equals OEP. That's the code for the video. So if Jane can just send us that or the title to the video, we can play it.
What he says or how many times they say it, they're actually going to tell you she said it. His only job was to tell the truth. Whose truth? Their truth? Because it's obvious he is not
Jane, truecrimemetrics@gmail.com.
telling you the truth. Rivera, the judge just read you the jury instructions about cooperating witnesses. And that is some very strong language. Rivera, the man who was facing the death penalty for the murder of Dan Markel, got 19 years to run alongside the 12 years he was already serving. So that's an additional 7 years. And members of the jury, he's going to get gain time for that. So it's less than 7 years. He might be out this decade. Now, I know Ms. Kappelman kept asking all the witnesses, oh, did you tell him what to say? And they said no. No one is saying that the detectives or the state said, here is a script, I need you to say exactly this, right? Because hopefully it would have been much better than that. That's not what we're saying that they did. What we're saying is that they left the crumbs there for him to pick up. It wasn't an objective investigation. From day one, we had to play a recording from you of Pat Sanford all the way back in June when they first met. And he says to him, we know Katie is in the one in the middle doing everything. Why would?
All right, Jane, I've got this video here from Jackie St. Germain, but it's 47 minutes long. Do you know when they play the bit where someone testifies that they followed Wendy? Because I don't want to watch the whole thing.
Did you say that? We don't need Garcia. We already have him. You don't think Rivera's like, bing, okay, I know exactly what it is that you guys want from me. You only want Katie. Then Luis has his discovery. It's obvious he didn't study it because even with the discovery, he can't get it right. Lewis, the guy who told you that he is the man that takes the deal and runs. The convicted Latin King gang member since he was 15 years old. That is who they are actually going to ask you to trust and find credible.
I've got it, guys, but we're just waiting for a time code now.
Now, the law says something different. And this is what I want you to look at. This is in the jury instructions. When you are evaluating the credibility of the witnesses in this case. Number one, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things to which he testified? Check. Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Not so much. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering?
It's Officer Bannon. I found Officer Bannon. No. Browser. "21 minutes. Oh, it's muted? Okay.
The decedent's gone through a separation, and you see a vehicle that matches the description of his ex-wife, Ms. Adelson, which you did, correct?
Yes.
Was there a reason why you guys didn't try to pull over, at least to kind of inform her as to what's going on, at least to see if that's the right car?
I wasn't aware of a reason to effect a traffic stop at that point, and I'm stuck on the perimeter. I can't leave that point.
You have the ability to get on your radio, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there's other law enforcement officers, I assume. You said there's 4 cars at the scene, right?
Yes.
Okay, there's a crime scene van there?
Yes.
There is no lack of law enforcement to be able to assist you to pull this vehicle over and inform this woman that her ex-husband had been shot twice in the face, correct?
As far as what I knew at that point, we didn't have a reason to stop her. I was just told, be on the lookout for the vehicle. And I had notified the investigator that I'd seen a vehicle matching. And, that's all I can tell you about that part of it. They told us to keep an eye out, saw a vehicle that matched it, and I just let them know that I did see a vehicle that looked like it.
Well, I mean,
Did I miss something? I mean, he just saw the vehicle. There's no follow the vehicle. Oh, Jane says 30 minutes for Isom.
Wendy Adelson, and Dan Markel.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 75. You've had an opportunity to review this exhibit?
Over time, yes.
All right, and is this a fair and accurate copy of the divorce file of Wendy Adelson and Dan Markel?
Yes.
How many pages is it?
It's numerous. I'd have to count. It's a full binder.
They're numbered.
Okay, well, we'll go to 575.
Okay, and were there any, at this time I'd ask if maybe evidence State 75, a certified
I don't think there's anything coming up here about the, oh. Jane, I'm hoping that there's more than this that you're basing this on. I want to hear it from someone's mouth, not text on a video. Oh, yeah, this is bullshit. Fucking hell, listen to this. So just to clarify, Isom had the beat on Wendy the entire time. Yeah, sure, whatever. He got fucking played, baby. Jane, I'm disappointed. Let's clarify something here. When does Isom say that? You said 30 minutes. We just listened. There's nothing that's said about that.
He's there at the time that you retired.
I was violent crimes investigator.
So now we're at 27 minutes.
Criminal Investigations Division.
And was that your position back in July of 2014?
It was.
Were you assigned to investigate the murder?
She totally had Isom. Right. Well, you said 30 minutes. All right. We're at 27 minutes now. We'll play it again and see if we can find
Dan
it.
Markel.
I was.
Were you the lead investigator for the Tallahassee Police Department on that case?
I was.
All right. Did you go to the crime scene?
I did.
When did you go to the crime scene?
I was probably around, I would say 11:30, 11:45 on July 18th.
Did you
I know this testimony verbatim. He's not going to say it.
make an effort to talk to people that were close to Mr. Markel?
Yes.
And who was the first person you interviewed?
The first person I interviewed was his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson.
All right. And where did you locate Ms. Adelson?
She was at the Mosaic restaurant in the Killearn Common area.
About what time did you make contact with her at the restaurant?
I believe it was about 1:30, 2 o'clock on the same day.
1:30 or 2 p.m. on the day of the homicide?
Yes.
Okay, so a couple hours after.
Yes, after I was done at the crime scene, I went to her location.
And as a result of your interview with Ms. Adelson, did you take an interest in her parents and her brother?
Yes.
All right. And did you, as a result of your interview, review any court filings?
I did.
What court filings did you review?
I reviewed the filings from.
Now we've moved on to court filings. And we're at 29 minutes. What is it? Wow, this was a big raspberry true crime Metrix. I don't believe I deserved it. You know, it's not you. It was to the person making the video who had the had that opinion about Isom having the jump on Wendy the whole time. But come on, where's listen? You said that there was testimony from someone on the witness stand that said that a police officer followed Wendy from Trescott to Mosaic. I said I'd never heard that before. You said, and then asked you to provide a link. This is the link. There is no testimony from Isom here that says that. There's a slide from the creator after that gives that opinion ish. That I don't believe that there is any testimony that says that. I don't believe it's true that she was followed. That's not what happened. That is not what happened. There's no testimony. There's no officer that followed Wendy from Trescott to Mosaic. It's an opinion from this creator, and it's wrong. Am I incorrect, Jane? Do you want to revise your claim, or I mean, you said there was testimony that said that. Where? I mean, if you've got testimony that says that, we'll play it right here. But I'm saying that there isn't any. So, where are we with that?
The Adelson Markel divorce.
I'm going to object. The detective is using documentation. It appears that he's got his entire file in front of him. I can't see because he's reviewing it.
Overruled before cross-examination, you'll be able to see whatever he has. You can receive, Ms. Kaplan.
What did you review? Reference court filings?
I reviewed the filings from the clerk of court, Leon County, concerning their divorce.
Whose divorce?
Wendy Adelson, and Dan Markel.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 75.
I'll keep looking for the original testimony. This was just the first one I found tonight. All right, have you actually heard it being said, Jane, on the witness stand by a witness in any of the trials?
You had an opportunity to review this exhibit?
Over time, yes.
All right, and is this a fair and accurate copy of the divorce file?
I just want to play this video until that bullshit claim comes up again.
Of Wendy Adelson and Dan Markel?
Yes.
How many pages is it?
It's numerous. I'd have to count. It's a full binder.
They're numbered.
Okay, well, we'll go to 575.
Okay, and were there any, well, Judge, at this time I'd ask you to move into evidence state 75, a certified copy of the divorce file of Dan and Wendy.
Isom was the lead investigator. He's the one who told Brannon to keep an eye out for Wendy. It's Bannon, you fucking moron. It's Officer Bannon. Like, he spells his name out at the beginning of the testimony. You want to see? You want to see? I'll go and play that right now. Okay, let's just read this, and then we'll play Officer Bannon spelling his own name. But you'll see it here, right? This is. Okay, you see here? From the creator, Jackie St. Germain. Brannon. He's the one who made the call for the other officers to follow her. Didn't happen. And he's who went to pick her up. And then interviewed her for 6 hours. All right, Jane, I bet you 10 coffees right now that you ain't gonna find any testimony that says that an officer followed her to the restaurant. That didn't happen. It doesn't even make sense. So just to clarify, Isom had the beat on Wendy the entire time. Yeah, whatever, man. Come on. Okay, let's go and play the video of Officer Bannon spelling his own name. Media source. Exports, videos, Magbanua. Where is it? Oh, sorry. I have written Brannon as well, so it must be Brannon. We'll play it anyway. All right. Fair. Yeah, my mistake. See, I wrote Brannon. I just got so excited because they had those bullshit claims. Sorry. I was wrong.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Oh. Ah, shit.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Officer Brannon, Brannon.
Okay. I was wrong. And I'll say I was wrong if I've got this link here from Jane. Jane, 1729. Is that for the video we were just watching? Oh, this is exciting, guys. So close this. 1729. Oh, no, not that one. Shit. This one.
This van, I mean, just came right up, made the 3-point turn and left. I mean, nothing crazy. It wasn't squealing tires or anything crazy like that, though.
Okay.
We have established a few facts. Prior to him posting at the crime scene perimeter, Officer Brannon was made aware of what vehicle Wendy drove and that she was the ex-wife. And if he saw her, to immediately alert the lead investigator. And if it's been made apparent that Wendy would have had a clear view of Dan's house from the crime scene tape. Blah blah blah, come on. And that the vehicle matching her acted completely different from any. Yeah, we know all this. Instead of pausing and taking a minute to recalculate her route, this is long. Yeah, we get it. Theory.
Did you have a notepad with you in your vehicle?
I always have one with me.
Did you take notes of which vehicles came down Trescott and turned around?
Only the one that was of concern.
Okay, and you took a specific note with regards to this vehicle?
It's in the report, sir.
And what did you write?
Basically that I'd seen a vehicle matching that of the description known to be driven by the ex-wife.
So you knew, when were you told the description of the vehicle known to be let me rephrase that. Sorry, I'm all over the place. So you knew going in what Miss Adelson's car looked like?
At some point after arrival, I was made aware of what
her vehicle looked like?
Yes, sir.
And this is before you got in your car and you posted up and did your job to create a perimeter, correct?
It may have been right beforehand or while I was sitting there. That I can't recall. It's been a few years.
Once you saw the vehicle that you believe matched her vehicle, did you get on your radio and say, hey, somebody go ahead and pull Miss?
It's not coming. This guy is not going to be on this witness stand testifying. Immediately when we saw the vehicle, we had another officer who was standing by follow her, and he ended up following her to Mosaic Restaurant. That is not going to happen.
Miss Adelson over?
No.
Was there a reason? Well, let me ask it this way. If you're told that the decedent's gone through a separation and you see a vehicle that matches the description of his ex-wife, Ms. Adelson, which you did, correct?
Yes.
Was there a reason why you guys didn't try to pull her over, at least to kind of inform her as to what's going on, at least to see if that's the right car?
I wasn't aware of a reason to effect a traffic stop at that point, and I'm stuck on the perimeter. I can't leave that point.
You have the ability to get on your radio, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there's other law enforcement officers, I assume. You said there's 4 cars at the scene, right?
Yes.
Okay, there's a crime scene van there.
Yes.
There would be no lack of law enforcement to be able to assist you to pull this vehicle over and inform this woman that her ex-wife.
Yeah, right in shotgun's got it. They triangulated the cell data and found the van quickly. And by the way, welcome back, Debbie Martin. Welcome back, Debbie Martin. Oh, here Jane says they were OTLO. OTLO. Followed her. Be patient. What's OTLO?
I'm sorry, that her ex-husband had been shot twice in the face, correct?
As far as what I knew at that point, we didn't have a reason to stop her. I was just told, be on the lookout for the vehicle. And I notified the investigator that I'd seen a vehicle matching. And, that's all I can tell you about that part of it. They told us to keep an eye out. I saw a vehicle that matched it, and I just let them know that I did.
Jane says, thank you, friends. Wait for it. I love being proven wrong. I love it. Seriously, I hope it does happen. That'll be really interesting.
See a vehicle that looked like it.
Well, I mean,
that Brannon called out the officer to trail her. Jane, please tell me that this is not what you're referring to. I mean, this is not witness testimony. This is the opinion of a creator. One of these creators that gets really cinematic with their ideas, right? It's like the story is interesting enough without the embellishment of Hollywood fantasies. That he possibly even saw her license plate and confirmed the vehicle was hers. This summer, at a movie theater near you, Adelson Quest, Part 2. But as we just saw, cross-examination confirmed neither one of those things happened. And honestly, even though I was bummed I was wrong, I was also pleased that I had now had the corrupt information. Correct information. But wait. Just simply mistaken about who made the call.
And
Jane, you're confusing everybody. Everyone knows what a bolo is. No one knows what an OTLO is.
just want to clarify that when you observed the vehicle that you saw approach the crime scene tape, was it your responsibility for finding and interviewing Ms. Adelson, or was that the responsibility of some other officer?
Somebody else.
Okay, and you notified who you thought to be the correct person of what you had seen?
Yes.
And did you do that immediately?
It was right around that same time frame. I called him on the phone.
All right, no further questions.
That's it. That's it. I called him on the phone. I informed the person whose responsibility it was to speak with her. There's nothing there to say that someone was following her from Trescott to Mosaic. Who's that person? It's Isom, the lead investigator. I saw the car. There's nothing there to even remotely suggest that someone followed her. Is that it? Disappointed.
was it your responsibility for finding and interviewing Ms. Adelson, or was that the responsibility of some other officer?
Somebody else.
Wendy, when asked, were you involved in any way in the plot to kill your ex-husband? Is that why you went to the crime scene on the day of the homicide? You
said no. The lie detector determined that was a lie.
Well, this is what a lot of creators do with this case. They come up with theories and then find bits of testimony to stuff into those theories like a square peg in a round hole. And you can do that with anything. There's nothing there. Jane says, fine, I will get the original tape if I can find it. Isom said he had her followed. He didn't follow her. Okay, well, if you can find the original, if you can find something that clarifies it, I'm really happy to play it, and I will be so happy to say I'm wrong. But right now, I feel 100% vindicated. And I hope you don't think I'm being rude, Jane. I certainly don't mean to. It's really nice to share ideas, but when you said that earlier, I was like, well, I've never heard that before. I don't believe it. And so far, the evidence you've put forward to support it, I mean, it's beyond weak. It's beyond weak. If there's something, if you can find some direct testimony that says someone followed her from Trescott, which you can't because it doesn't exist, we'll play it, and I'll say I'm wrong, and I'll be so happy to do that. And thank you, Jane, for bringing this to us. I enjoyed this journey to the truth that we are now at, which is where we were anyway. I don't think I'm a fan of this creator, though. Anyone who says that Isom always had her number, it's like, there's so many problems with that statement. I wouldn't even know where to begin. And I just don't think there's any point in me talking to someone with that opinion because, we're just too far apart. So back to Tara Kawass, I guess, until Jane's got another link. I'll keep an eye on my email, Jane. If you find a link, let's see it. I'm lost now. There's so many tabs. This one.
Questions? Absolutely.
Oh, thanks for the super chat, Jane. I'm glad we're still friends.
Absolutely not. Even in courtroom, he couldn't keep his story straight. Every time Mr. DeColes confronted him with something, he changed his story. Oh, would it surprise you if I told you that this and this? Yes, it would surprise me because we've spoken to you 10 times and you've never said it before. So yes, it would be a surprise. Did the witness have some interest in how the case would be decided? You're going to kill me. And if I say this, I get 19 years. So I get to go home to Jessica and my other baby mama and all my kids. Okay. Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and evidence in this case? Absolutely not.
Oh, no, it wasn't a waste of time at all, Jane. I wish more people would send us videos to play because it's really cool to discuss them with everybody. Not a waste of time at all.
He couldn't even get the fact that he drove on the first trip right. You remember when Mr. DeColes confronted him with the traffic ticket? Oh no, Garcia drove the whole way up. Wait. Hold on, let me show you something. Look at that. You're driving. You know what happened? We pulled over and switched seats. Forgot to tell you that. Right in front of you, that's the excuse that he came up with. That's how comfortable he is. He's like, as long as it doesn't matter what comes out of my mouth. Because at the end of the day, as long as he keeps coming here and saying the bare minimum, he's going to get his deal. Well, has the witness been offered or received money, preferred treatment? He's in the feds on a state sentence. Has any pressure or threat been used against the witness?
Yeah, right, Acapella. This is what those creators love to say. They come up with an argument like this. They say, no, 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 no. Detective Isom, Investigator Isom, he knew that she was a lawyer, and he knew that if he put pressure, then she would lawyer up, and they'd get nothing. So he acted like a kind uncle, and then let her go. But there's a problem with that because he did get nothing, because the minute she was out, she was gone to Miami, and never spoke to him again. I mean, it's so funny.
What's interesting is Mr. Rivera himself told you that all of a sudden now, even though he claims this has nothing to do with the Latin Kings, they're all trying to kill him. Oh, I'm in danger. I'm in threat. Ah, poor me, poor me. And that somehow anybody in this courtroom should feel sorry for him. But he is feeling that pressure. Did the witness at some time make a statement
We don't feel sorry for him, Tara, or your clients.
that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? I mean, I don't even need to go through all of that. Has the witness been convicted of a felony? 10 times. It's actually there in the jury judgment. Does the witness have a general reputation for dishonesty? Jessica Rodriguez said it. She knows him. He's a lifelong Latin King gang member. His existence and job is to lie and just to get what's good for him. He cares about nobody else.
Yep, it's 5 a.m.
Just a couple things he couldn't get right, which are things that you should know. 2 guns or 1 gun? Don't know. 1 trip? 2 trip? Now? 3 trips. He came into, oh yeah, there was a 3rd trip. I told Jason Newland and Isom that. No, you didn't. Because they testified and never said anything about that. Now, with respect to the phone call that Garcia makes to Katie, telling her it's done, and he claims that he hears her say, I know. Members of the jury, there's no way that Katie would have known at that time. 0 possibility. Remember, their whole thing is we have all the records. Oh, Charles and Sigfredo couldn't be communicating because we can't see it there. So it didn't happen because we can't see it. They have all of Wendy Adelson's records. They showed you. She even tried to present it. Mr. DeCoste caught her. Look at the time that Wendy Adelson drives over to Trescott. The call's already happened. So if they were trying to insinuate that maybe Wendy found out and that she hit someone and then that somehow that trickled down to Wendy, if that happened, members of the jury, with their summaries and their charts and their flow charts, you would have seen it. They would have done a nice little cute slideshow for you and put it up here of how that information would have traveled to Katie. It's not there. It's because Luis Rivera is lying. It is impossible that she would have known about the shooting. There's nothing there to suggest. There's no calls to Charles Adelson. They have all of Wendy's phone records. They have all of Charles' phone records, including his iCloud. That is how you know that he is lying. And she still gets up here and is asking you to take that as evidence and to believe Luis Rivera. He's lying, members of the jury. And we also know that even the state doesn't believe Mr. Rivera. Look at how many times he tried to give them Wendy Adelson. He knew that's who they wanted. He actually testified that he saw her on the street with 2 boys the day before the murder. He said, I saw them walk into the house. Impossible. They have Wendy's records. And the boys were in daycare at the time that he said that this took place. If they believed Rivera in any way, shape, or form, why hasn't Wendy been arrested? That's proof that he said, oh, she's here to make sure we're up here doing the job. Why is she not in jail? So he's lying about that. But no. Believe him whenever he presents you with any evidence that's supposed to prove Katie is guilty. It doesn't work that way, members of the jury. How can you trust anything that comes out of his mouth? If you believe him, go and arrest her instead of having her come in here under a guise of immunity to sit down and lie in front of you, because that's what she did. The only thing, believe it or not, that Rivera even managed to get right were the details of the shooting. Like the fact that Dan Markel's window was up when he was shot. Or the fact that he put his hand up. Or that he was on the phone. I thought he was sitting in the driver's seat. Look at the picture.
I can't stop thinking about it, right? The more I think about it, the less sense it makes. What the fuck? Why would they follow Wendy? You know, if you want to talk to her, stop her. I mean, just think about the logistics. There's no way. There is no way that's what happened. And then all the things that we've heard after the event, none of them support that. Jane, do you remember who it was? Are you saying that it was General Isom on the stand in, well, he didn't testify in Charlie's trial, did he? So it would have been either the 2019 trial or the 2022 trial. You're saying that General Isom was on the stand and said the words, "We had someone follow her from Trescott to Mosaic." No. No, I'm sorry. That's incorrect. That's not there.
That they have from the garage with the door open. It's from the back of the garage. You can't see anything. How does he know that? If he's what are they going to say? Oh, Garcia came in and said, "Hey, listen, the windows were up and he was on the phone and this was..." No. We all know what that means. Why do you think he was so quick to jump at the deal first? Let me get in there quick, say that he's a shooter, and I'm going to get my deal. It doesn't
Well, he was arrested first. I mean, what are you talking about, Tara Kawass?
really matter, though. They're both guilty, Sigfredo and Lewis. Whether they're both in the car, it doesn't matter who shot. But just to let you know the type of person that Luis Rivera is. Those are the things that he gets right, because that is something that he saw for himself. Don't you see what is happening here, Katie? I mean, members of the jury. What the plan was, Luis was to give us Katie, Katie will give us Charlie, and there we go. It would work. And that would have worked, members of the jury, if she were guilty. You heard it from Katie herself from the day that she was arrested. This is why Detective Isom and Agent Sanford came down to Miami the day after they were with Luis Rivera all day. They wanted her to cooperate. This is why Isom would not give me the warrant. And then to top it off, he lies to you about it. Why do you think we had to call Sherry Bennett to the stand? Because she's the one that got the warrant signed. And what did she tell you she did? She emailed it to Detective Isom. Why is Detective Isom not giving Catherine's lawyer a copy of the warrant? I'm her lawyer. And then he lies to you and says, "Oh, I couldn't give it to her. I have email. Oh, I didn't have a hard copy." You can email it to me. Excuses, excuses, excuse. And worse, you've got one officer saying something that contradicts what Detective Isom is saying.
Yeah, please do, Jane. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. Isom had her followed. I'm going to find the testimony. It might have been another officer. Well, I guess we'll see. But it's all on you, Jane, to prove your point if you can.
All I had when I went and met with her was the information that Rivera was cooperating. Members of the jury, if she were guilty, she would have cooperated that night. She was already in handcuffs, in Broward lockup. Your lawyer comes to you and goes, "Hey, listen, all I know is Rivera is cooperating." If she knew about...
Oh yeah, we'll put it to a poll. But I know people are going to disagree with me just to fuck with me. It's not a legitimate poll. How do we do on this poll? Yeah, I thought it'd be that one. We'll end this poll. 68% say that Wendy will be arrested after Donna's trial.
This, I knew that Rivera was cooperating and was in the middle. She'd be like, Okay, what would you like me to tell you? Do I get to go home? All right. We know how desperately they wanted Charlie. But they refused to even think or contemplate the possibility that she didn't know. There is no reasonable.
Yeah, I saw there was a bolo out on her car and they were to call it in. I already knew that because I heard it in testimony, because I know all of the testimony. We're looking for a testimony that where someone says we had her followed. Someone, an officer, followed Wendy's car from Trescott to Mosaic. That was your claim, Jane. I'm saying it doesn't exist. I'm so happy if you can prove me wrong. I'd love to see it because then we all learn something together, right? So, yeah, find it, find it. It doesn't exist. You're mistaken.
Explanation at all why she wouldn't cooperate immediately if she were guilty. If not then, why not every day for the past 6 years? It's because cooperate to them.
I'd love to see that a cappella. Isom, a cappella says, Isom put on his shining armor, mounted his steed, and followed Wendy himself on horseback. uh, he probably just pulled out his finest, fastest racing pig from the Tallahassee mud splatter pig race. Usually he just races them into a swamp, but on this day, the pig followed the car to Mosaic.
Means to tell their truth. Both Sanford and Newland said it. Cooperate means to tell us the truth. But who determines what that truth is? And what is not? They do. And you know how we know this? Because Miss Kappelman told you she sat down with Miss Magbanua in the jail. Invitation by the defense. Any lawyer will tell you that never happens. That you're going to let the prosecutors, under no promise of immunity, nothing. That's how confident we were that she was innocent. We have nothing to hide. Come and talk to her.
How I remember it, Julia, is that they triangulated the signal with cell phone towers, got the general area, General Isom got the general area, and then the general went to the general area to be a general, and generally went into Mosaic. No, he found the car in the general area. Oh, look, it's parked outside that restaurant. She must be in the restaurant. Let's go and check.
And then Miss Kappelman has the audacity to come up here and say that meeting was a joke. Why? Because she didn't say what you wanted her to say. She's been in jail all this time and it was a joke.
I hope everyone's happy. I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight at all because I'm going to be making a playlist in my head of every single piece of recorded video that pertains to the fact that nobody followed Wendy to Mosaic. There's going to be footage from Isom in the interview. There's going to be testimony from the stand. I'm already listing it while we're listening to Kawass. We're going to have to make a video to disprove this theory. What's the title of that video going to be? It's going to be No One Followed Wendy to Mosaic.
It wasn't a joke to Miss Magbanua. None of this is a joke. And for her to get up here and to minimize what that was and then actually argue to you that that was somehow some defense strategy, that I would somehow know that Miss Kappelman would go, oh, I think your client's lying, so I can use this in the future as some form of argument. Like I knew that we would be sitting here in this courtroom years later. It's a
What she says, Carol Johansson, is Wendy says to Isom I think she says it to Jane, actually. There's sort of a big 3-4-way conversation going on just before Jane is told to leave, basically. And, Wendy's like, how did they even find me? How did they even find my, all this sort of stuff. And Isom says, we have ways of finding people. But I think the point he did that was not to be cagey that someone was following her, which they weren't, It was like, well, I don't need to go into the technical details of how we go to a cell phone tower, find and triangulate the signal, and then send several cars around to, you know, find a parked car that's a Honda Odyssey. You know, it wasn't really a question. I really don't think Carol says there certainly is a reason that no one told Wendy how they found her car. Well, she didn't really ask. She was just talking out loud, and it wasn't really relevant. I don't think that was a detail that was particularly hidden.
Ridiculous argument to make that that was somehow planned so that we could use it in the future. That makes no sense. She could have sat there and not said a word. They didn't even have to come over, but no. Come over. That's how confident I am, and I will tell you.
I'd love that riding shotgun. I love Ison. I think Ison's great. I think he'd be great to spend a weekend with. You know, I'm sure he'd let me stay at his house and help myself to anything in the fridge. You know, I mean, that'd be fantastic. Like, I know that I get a bit annoyed with him and that maybe I'm not so nice about some of his mistakes and blunders, but he makes a lot of them. You know, I mean, but I do really like him, and I'd love it if there was less to rip on him about, because I do really like him.
Everything. She's spoken to them now 3 times, members of the jury. 3 times. And unlike Rivera, nothing.
Metrix accent hot. Okay. Yeah. Do I even have an accent? I don't know what my accent is. It's fluid.
In her testimony has changed. Nothing. Have they brought out to you any piece of evidence that says, hey, listen, she said this one time and it doesn't fit here? Not one. You want to know what the inconsistency is? When someone tells you that they're in Tallahassee, they take a picture of an owl.
Tara, what has crawled up your ass and needs to come out? Why is she walking up and down now? Is she trying to find her own point? I don't know what she's saying. It's just jibber jabber.
And put it on their Instagram, and then come back later and go, you know what the picture was of? A lion. He literally sat here and said, oh yeah, I took a picture of a lion in the middle of Tallahassee and posted that on Instagram. You notice Miss Kappelman completely let that out when she was talking to you about the Instagram post. Now all of a sudden it's an Instagram post. Not the fact that he couldn't even get the animal right. They're not even in the same, he couldn't even pick another bird. He went lion. The only person from day one that's been consistent is Katie. And you learned throughout the course of...
He was lying about the lion. He was lying about the lion.
This trial that Katie not only waived that right once, but twice, and now 3 times. We all discussed how important it was, members of the jury. We talked about this at length, about why people don't take the stand and how you can't use that against them. And one of the main things you saw, how nervous she was when she first started testifying. All eyes on her. And she said it to you herself. I know everyone.
Yeah, I appreciate that too, Pariah, that Jane's, you know, some people get super offended if I disagree with them, and that's so unfortunate. You know, it's nice not to have to walk on eggshells with Jane. It's nice that she can take it. I do appreciate it.
It's hanging on everything that comes out of my mouth. My life depends on this. That is why she sits there and she wants to remember, but they're asking her about text messages and things that happened so many years ago. She had nothing to, this is why she can't remember. Her entire life has just been there for the entire world to see. Who she was sleeping with, all out there. The state making these arguments about how she's a bad person for getting birth surgery for the world to see, and then she elects to do it again. And she told you herself, she didn't have to get up there. She did not have to get there, especially after that Luis Rivera performance. But she wanted you to hear it out of her mouth. I had nothing to do with the murder of Dan Markel. Now, no matter how much Miss Dugan tried to bully her, because that's what that was, members of the jury. Why asking her the same question over and over and over again? Like, she didn't even change it up. The same question over and over, expecting a different response. They thought that that was what, effective cross-examination? What they thought that she'd eventually just wear down and just say, oh, okay? Getting frustrated with Katie when she wouldn't agree with her misinterpretation of the evidence. Because that's what she did. She tried to get Miss Magbanua to commit to what she believes Charles Adelson was saying. She even went so far at one point, I know you all saw it, to misrepresent Katie's prior testimony. You saw me fly out of my seat and say, that is not what she said. She did it twice. Now, I'm not sure if she thought we wouldn't catch it. She literally misread Catherine's words to you. That is how desperate they are, members of the jury, to try and piece together this nonsense of a theory to try and sell to you that this is evidence of guilt of Miss Magbanua. It's not right, members of the jury, what they're doing. It's not.
Fucking A, bro.
As a prosecutors, they should not be trying to skew things for you.
Thanks, Pariah. And Pariah says, I think Jeff said Ison followed her in his interrogation. No. I mean, I have a strange memory. I can remember everything Jeff said. He didn't say that.
They have a different obligation of presenting the evidence to you. All of the evidence.
Oh, I should have read this next message. You're just fucking with me.
Why are they tailoring it and leaving things out to fit their theory? That's not how this is supposed to go. And another thing, if Katie wanted to lie, she had every opportunity to do so. Back in 2019. She could have been like Luis Rivera. Oh no, I remember the exact day Sigfredo Garcia brought me money on July 19th, 2018. That day. She could have sat up there and said it. All the evidence is up there that said it happened that day. But she didn't lie to you. She didn't. I don't remember what day it was. That's an honest answer, members of the jury. Her life is on the line and she could have just peppered in all of these little facts. She doesn't remember because she's been sitting in a jail cell for 6 years. She told you herself she had COVID twice. And she still has to get up here and try to remember things that happened in 2014.
I don't know every detail of this case, Brian. I know the things I know, and it's a lot. You know who does know every detail of the case, don't you?
Now, in opening statement, I told you, and the state, I told them as well, exactly what happened in this case. And it's right there in the evidence, members of the jury. We are the ones that had to bring it to you. The defense had to put the pieces together. The state is the one that is to give you enough pieces of credible evidence to create a picture of what happened so that you can see it clearly. What they have done is picked out what pieces they think fit their theory, throw it.
The first thing I'm going to say to General Ison riding shotgun, if I get the opportunity in the courthouse, is, what kind of car do you drive?
It to a pile and said, you guys go back there and try to put the pieces together and figure it out. That is not how the criminal justice system works. That is not beyond a reasonable doubt. The state has to give you enough evidence, reliable, credible evidence, so that when you guys go back there, you can confidently say, yes, she did this. That's what proof beyond a reasonable doubt is. And they have failed miserably. And it's because what they think happened is so wrong. The pieces don't fit. June herself told you that when Katie was arrested, Charles said they got
Mr. Bean. Okay.
it wrong. Talking about her. That's why he was so shocked.
I think all British people sound like Mr. Bean to American ears, right?
Shocked and surprised. Like,
But Mr. Bean never says anything.
how could she get arrested? Because he knew she had nothing to do with it. So what supports what we told you happened in this case? We all agree that Charles Adelson is the one behind the murder of Dan Markel.
Laura, hello Laura, how you doing?
And that Sigfredo and Lewis committed the murder. We know that Sigfredo Garcia was actively following Katie when she was dating Charlie. That did not just come out of Katie's mouth, that also came out of all of the state's witnesses. Ryan Fitzpatrick, Yindra Velasquez, Jessica Rodriguez.
Yo, Jane says, I know I'm beating a dead horse here. Let me be your dead horse, Jane. I am your dead horse today. But I just found this out, and I think it came from one of Drama Donna's hearings. Like I said, I will find it or recant. What, have you got it? Gmail me, baby. Yeah. But it better be literal, though, not some fucking slide from a creator with bad opinions. Yeah. There's that link to those coffees, guys, if you want to support the channel. Support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix, where we argue with people.
Yes, every single one of their witnesses said that this is what Sigfredo Garcia would do. And it just so happens that the night they met was the night with the dinner with Jeffrey Lacasse. Jeffrey told you he was having dinner with Wendy and Katie and outside. Now, Miss Kappelman wants you to believe that when Luis Rivera says, oh, yeah, I was with him one time when he tried to run him over, he said that was in Brickell. For any of you who are not from Miami, Brickell is a whole different place than South Beach. That's just a different occasion of when Sigfredo Garcia, that's how much he would follow her, members of the jury. But on this night, they were sitting outside. It's right there in the text messages that he was watching her. Look at that, members of the jury. This is a text from Katie to Charles Adelson. The next day, I guess, I don't know, he called me and said, have a nice dinner, and to never call him again. I'm like, WTF. It's obvious, because this is Charles Adelson's iCloud, so you can't assume that she's responding to anybody else but Charles. Why is Charles Adelson asking Katie the next day about Sigfredo? It's obvious that that's who he's talking about. Why is he asking her that? He's trying to see if Garcia told Katie anything about their meeting. And that response let him know, nope, he never told her. So now he was in the clear. Then a month later, you see evidence again that they were communicating. Now, just because the state wants to be able to say, hey, let me give you a call detail record so I can show you flurries of communications between Charles Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia, because of course they've used their regular phones to commit the murder, right? A month later, Katie to Sigfredo, to Charlie, did Tuto call your phone? He then responds, no. Then, actually he did. He invited me to go deep sea fishing. He was so nice. Now we all know he's being sarcastic. Do you see the reference he uses when he's talking about Sigfredo Garcia? Deep sea fishing? Really? We all know what that means. Mob terms. Send them to the fishes. That's how narcissistic Charles Adelson is. That's the joke he decides to, yeah. I admit, he's being sarcastic. But that's a way of putting in there, oh yeah, we're going deep sea fishing. What does Katie say?
Oh yeah, Acapella, I forgot about Blackadder. That was pretty good.
I'm serious. He's driving me crazy. Is your cell phone online? Why would she ask him that? Other than she's going through Sigfredo's phone and sees Charles Adelson's phone number in there. That is the only logical explanation. Is your cell phone number online? Did Tuto call your phone? She didn't say is your work number online. Is your cell phone number online? And he goes, no. She was going through his phone and saw that. But then, of course, what does Charles do? He lies to her. No. So, okay, my worry is gone. She was probably thinking, oh my God, why is Charlie's number in Sigfredo's phone? But what do these men always do when it comes to Katie?
If we're going to be Lion King referencing, you got to give me Jeremy Irons. I can do a pretty good impression of Scar.
You just shut her
But
up.
not right now.
I don't know what you're talking about. No, that didn't happen. And she didn't go any further. Well, the state didn't introduce all of the iCloud, but we were able to show you these. Then Luis Rivera makes a trip up here in June. And I only say that because there literally is nothing that puts Garcia on the trip in June. Nothing.
I'm sorry, Julia. I'm wearing a balaclava in court, so...
Oh, we didn't happen to get the cell phone records for Sigfredo. Really? No records from the hotel? You got the hotel records from the second trip. Luis Rivera, Budget Inn, 2 people staying there. But he supposedly stayed at the Budget Inn on the first trip. You didn't get no records? What excuse did you get again? Oh, we were digging through an attic of paperwork and couldn't find it. Excuses. Then they mentioned something about a drug dealer saw him here. Did a drug dealer besides Luis Rivera testify in this courtroom? No. And the murder doesn't happen in June. Charles had all intentions of breaking up with her. You will see in the text messages, members of the jury, when Charles says to his friend, Sully, they're going on a trip to the Keys. This is in June. This is the goodbye tour. He was going to start breaking up with Katie, assuming.
We got 15 minutes more of this atrocious, nonsensical load of shit that we're watching here before we see Georgia do her 10-minute shutdown rebuttal, her rebuttal. And that's worth waiting for, guys. Remember to like, share, leave a comment, support the channel on buymeacoffee.com, subscribe to the channel, and what else? Social networks. Description.
That the murder was going to go down. That is why Garcia was so mad when he saw them together on July 1st. It's a couple weeks later that Dan Markel is murdered in cold blood in his driveway. And then what's even more telling, members of the jury, just like that, right after the murder, the communications are no longer romantic. I just want to be friends. You really going to break up with the girl or that you just conspired to commit murder with?
Yeah, so it doesn't look like we're together and plotting.
There's not one thing in his text messages, nothing that supports. They have all of his text messages.
It's funny because in some ways she's just reinstating the state's evidence, right?
From the day of the murder, the day after the murder, the day before the murder. They don't show that to you because there's nothing in there that shows that she knew anything about the homicide. In fact, the conversations are just so obscure that that's not the conversation.
The Gemini in you. Okay, well, what does talk jury to me mean anyway? They don't talk at all. Does that mean be quiet and listen? Listen to the evidence. Talk jury to me. They don't talk.
That people would be having knowing that a homicide is going to take place. Now, they also make this big deal about how, oh, look, the cell phone towers say that, oh, she's driving up to Yindra and she's going to drop off the kids because she needs to go what? If she was planning this murder and knew it was going to happen, you don't think she would have made plans to have someone else watch the kids way in advance? I'm just going to wait on the night of and try to get Yindra to watch the kids then? That is the planning that's taking.
Rebuttal's really good on this one, Pariah. And I like that it's only 10 minutes because Georgia just Both guns, baby.
Taking place in this homicide, that she has to get the day of the murder Yindra to watch her kids, and she told you. He told me that his brother was in a car accident. She doesn't even remember him saying that because that was just nothing. But what does he tell June and everybody else? My ex-brother-in-law was murdered. He never says that to her. Never. And let's not forget the day after the murder, because they're trying to paint this picture that Katie came and delivered money for the murder from Charles to the hitman. First of all, the only evidence to that is Jessica Rodriguez and Luis Rivera. They can't get their story straight. As much as they tried, as much prepping that probably went on, even they couldn't get their story straight. Luis, I was at the barbershop when Jessica called me. The records directly contradict that version of events. He actually tried to get on the stand.
Hang on, look. Jane has enlisted, where was it? Jessica and someone else, but the name's not there. You two. Jessica and somebody. Can you remember where we heard this? So they all heard it, or think they heard it. Yeah, come on, guys. I really want to know. Jessica, what you got? Do you know where it is? Some witness saying there was a police officer that followed Wendy's vehicle from Trescott to Mosaic. Where is that? Where is that?
And for the first time say to you, oh, I gave Anthony Ortiz my phone. That's why I'm pinging down here. That's the first time he's ever said that. You see what happens when you confront him with something that contradicts what he's saying? He just on the fly tries to fix it. And then I thought Ms. Kappelman just got up here and said that number is Jessica Rodriguez's number. Isn't it Anthony Ortiz's number? Whose number is it? They actually put up the demonstrative and it still says Anthony Ortiz. But just comes up here and goes, well, it's saved as Jessica. Whose phone number is that? They're supposed to prove to you and have those questions all resolved. But no, it's okay, members of the jury. Just, this person says it's this number and this person. We still don't know whose number that is. And if you believe Luis Rivera, that was Hibaro or Anthony Ortiz, you don't get those phone records to see if maybe he was with Luis Rivera on the first trip. You don't get those phone records to see if maybe there's some. It's willful blindness, members of the jury. That number is active.
No, I love it. I love it. Talk jury to me. I think it's great. Talk jury to me. Yeah. It's great.
In the midst of their flurry of communications. And you don't get the phone records? And then, Jessica Rodriguez. First of all, Miss, I want nothing more to do with this case. I wonder why. I'm not even going to waste too much time on her. Because that nonsense that she came in here with, you heard what she said to Luis in that email back in June. The same day that the cops came to speak to her. No matter what, from this point forward, I will do what I can to make sure you come home. You keep that crown on your head. That's what she says to him. After she just lied to Sherry Bennett, or whoever it was that came and interviewed her in June. I don't know anything about anything, nothing to do with Kututo and Katie and none of that. But then what happens when Luis Rivera needs someone to back up his story so that he can get his 19-year deal? Oh, I remember this time when they came to my house. Now, they're going to try their...
Nina Decker says, Metrix, I totally agree with you. She actually just supported the state. The real question becomes then, Nina, was that by design? Probably not. The best thing for the Adelsons would have been for Katie to get off. Yeah, so probably not.
Best to try and pigeonhole it to the 19th. Oh, she said 1 month. She said August and September. We played it for you. She's got the days wrong. Then she's all over the place. Oh, I thought it was a brick. You heard what Ryan Fitzpatrick said about the money. It's $100,000. All in hundreds. That's what Luis Rivera said. Stapled. That's not a brick. Okay, that's not a brick of cocaine. And then she, on top of that, says, Completely different from what Luis Rivera says.
It's about exactly the same size as a brick of cocaine. $1,100 bills is the same size as a brick of cocaine.
Oh, I asked her what was in the bag. I don't know.
Kilo.
But then now wants to come in here and change her story again and say something different than what she said before. That is what they brought to you, members of the jury. That is what they brought to you as direct evidence to try and prove that Katie was involved. But no matter how hard they tried, there is not one piece of credible evidence, reliable evidence, that was presented to you as jurors that would allow you to go back into that jury room and say confidently that this is what happened. The only evidence was Luis Rivera, and he is a walking contradiction. Look at what the law says you must consider in this case. Oh no, I think I ordered that. That's all right. The law also spells
Dark triad category, so that's psychopathy. What is it? Psychopathy, sociopathy, and Machiavellianism. Yeah. Well, yeah, agree. No, I mean, I was saying yesterday that Wendy is like 50, what do you call it? Mental disorders just all wrapped up into one pretty package, right? I just can't wait till we get our copy of the DSM-5 because we can start going through the what do you call it? You know, when you need you need 4 out of 5 what is it, indicators or elements, something. Yeah, we can just go through the lists and check them off. You know, that's going to be so good. Clinical work.
out for you where reasonable doubt comes from. It comes from the evidence itself, the lack of evidence, and the conflicts in the evidence. Members of the jury, their case, their theory is littered with all three. Their theory in this case conflicts with reason and common sense. That is reasonable doubt. And then the one major concern that you should have is that the state is actively withholding evidence from you. That should always be a question in your mind, members of the jury. Why? We, by the letter of the law.
The thing is, Pariah, we're in a bit of a difficult situation with the testing because if Jane doesn't provide the video, like if Jane does provide the video and it says on there, a witness on the stand is saying there was a police officer that followed Wendy from Trescott to Mosaic. That's proven her theory, right? Her claim. But if she doesn't provide a video, we don't know if that didn't happen or she just can't find it, right? But I already know the truth. It doesn't exist. She's not going to find it because it never happened, you know. My guess is that Jane heard something that was then embellished by someone's opinion, and just something has happened to her brain. Maybe she lives next to an electrical pylon or something, and something happened to her brain, and you know, it changed her memory of that. And now it's just you know, it's like this. But that's okay. We're going to get her help the best there is. The best there is.
Do not have a burden of proof. We
9 minutes, Tara.
We do not have a burden of proof. But that chart actively reflects.
There's a bunch a cappella, but I think we're going to have a look at Lee Rodati. First of all, I think we can get that done in one show, so it's coming. And there's a bunch of others that I just want to spend a bit of time in the shower and wash all of the Adelson off me for a little while. Okay, just take a break. We've been on Adelsons for weeks now. And I just think it's going to be nice to go and do some other things, you know?
what the burden of proof is in this case and what beyond a reasonable doubt really means. When my team actually gets it up, I'll just leave it up there, okay? But this is the truth. This is what it is. This is all not guilty members of the jury. Maybe something happened. Suppose, I believe, all of that is not.
The judge is going to tell them that. Can we read that? Not really. So guilty at the top. Beyond guilty beyond reasonable doubt. No idea what, guilt highly likely. Guilt likely, probably guilty, possibly guilty. It's difficult to read.
Not beyond the reason. Probably guilty.
That's better. Oh, we did well. Suspected, perhaps, may not be, possibly not, unlikely, probably not, less than likely, highly unlikely, proven not guilty. Yeah, we know this, Tara. Your nice little color chart aside, we don't need it. The jury doesn't need it.
Beyond the reasonable doubt. Likely guilty, not beyond the reasonable doubt. All the way up there. That's how high the burden is. You cannot go back into that jury room and say, I think this is what happened, or I believe this is what happened. Not in a criminal case when someone's liberty is on the line. Now remember, Ms. Kappelman gets to get back up here and do a rebuttal. And I'm going to challenge her right now, because I don't get to come back up again. I want her to come up here and present you with one piece of solid, reliable evidence. In this case, that doesn't require her interpretation.
Nina Decker says, it's the DSM, so you're going to be diagnosing mental disorders. I'm a mental health professional. Well, after some of the women I've dated, I like to think that I am a mental health professional. I've just collected disorders. But no, obviously I'm not a mental health professional. I'm not a doctor, but I've seen one on TV. So, that's something. No, I mean, it's just going to be for fun. I mean, we're not going to be issuing diagnoses or anything. Yeah. What kind of mental health professional are you, Nina?
Interpretation, her speculation, her inference, something that's just not a coincidence, or maybe this has not happened, something that this is consistent with. And she's not going to be able to come up here and present you with one piece of this mountain of evidence that has been introduced in this case. That is evidence that is proof beyond a reasonable doubt that she knew. I challenge her to come up here, point to one thing, and show it to you. And if she comes up again and does not show that to you, and just ignores my question and ignores that alone, members of the jury, lets you know that she's got nothing. She's going to come up here and try to give you the runaround, and how they wish they could get better evidence, and how I don't get to pick my witnesses, and it's not my fault. That's a not guilty. One piece of direct evidence that is not Luis Rivera. Something that is not. They have hundreds of thousands of text messages, 400 plus recordings. When have you ever seen an investigation of this magnitude that didn't yield something direct? Look at the evidence against Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia. That's evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. There's no question that they were up there, and that they went up.
Yeah, our very, very kind Chief Operating Officer, Amy, got us a copy of the DSM. It's waiting in Maryland, but if I'm flying over to the States and she's coming down to Florida anyway, she's going to bring it, save on the postage.
On that trip, the Prius, I could even make an argument, but no, they shut that down because of the unique characteristics on the Prius. That's what separates that Prius from any other Prius in Miami-Dade. Every possible reason that you could have tried to explain to say maybe it's not them, they covered their bases. I'll give them that. That's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And remember, they're charged as a principal. So it doesn't matter which one of them shot Dan Markel. Okay? So that is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. They have nowhere near brought you anything close to that where you can say, yes, Miss Magbanua had something to do with it. And that's because she is innocent. That's why, members of the jury, that evidence doesn't exist because she is not guilty. That is how Miss Magbanua sits here today, living the worst nightmare that anyone on this planet could imagine. Sitting in a jail for a crime you did not commit. Knowing all the while that all you have to do to go home is lie. I'm involved and Charlie got me to do this. She got up here and told you herself.
And, 6 years she's been in already, right? There are members of the mafia, right? With the, what do you call it? The omerta, the oath never to speak, that buckle over a 6-year sentence and flip on their associates, their family. And, like we ask the question all the time, why didn't Katie flip? Well, there's a secondary question, which is, to sit in jail for 6 years, even if you think at the end of 6 years you're going to get out. People flip when they've got a 6-year sentence hanging over their head, and they'll definitely be out in 6 years. It shows some serious staying power that she put up with jail for 6 years and didn't flip. Even if, it's just mind blowing. And twice offered the same deal. Clean slate, no record. No record. I think that was part of the deal as well. Your record, squeaky clean. So any job you get in the future, they're not going to do a criminal record check on you and say, well, she was arrested for murder. Squeaky clean. You walked free. We'll walk you. Georgia Kappelman's going to walk you out of the gate herself and drive you home. Man, I'd actually do 6 years in prison if Georgia was going to drive me home.
I believe he's guilty. I want him to pay for what he did to Dan Markel and also for getting me involved in this nonsense. And all she'd have to do is lie, members of the jury. That's it. But she's not Luis Rivera. No matter what she did, she has stuck to the truth every single time. And she's not going to sink to his level just to buy her freedom. This is another question that Miss Kappelman, when she gets back up here, is not going to be able to answer you. Why in the world would Katherine not cooperate if she were guilty? Why? She's going to come up here and speculate, maybe this and that. She told you you can't use speculation. What evidence can she show you to say is a legitimate reason why? If she knows that's all they want, if she were guilty, why wouldn't she take the deal? Why? She's going to sit in jail and take her chances on a first-degree murder case with 2 other first-degree solicitation and conspiracy charges? You heard Luis Rivera. That he was facing the death penalty on one of those charges. I'm not saying she was, but that's just to show you the level of severity that she is facing. And all she would have to do is just say, yeah, I'm going to tell you your truth. And she could go home. But she's not Luis Rivera. If she does not come up here, Ms. Kappelman, and give you that explanation, something reasonable, something that's based on evidence, it's not guilty, members of the jury. Because there's no reasonable explanation why a guilty person wouldn't take that deal. That is evidence of her innocence. And members of the jury, please, I beg of you.
Oh, wait until you see what Georgia has to say about that. She's going to tear that up. She's actually pretty rude to the defense counsel, and good.
Remember that oath that you took at the beginning of this case. The promise you made to look at the evidence in this case objectively. That's what we've been waiting on. We need objectivity.
Okay, Tara, you're begging now, and it's pathetic.
I told you, and so did the judge. Leave everything that you thought that you knew about this case at the door. I saw you all waiting during the case at the edge of your seats, waiting for the state to bring you, like she says, the smoking gun that she was involved. Where's that? Where? Was it Luis Rivera? The worst witness to have ever existed on the face of the planet. I have never seen anything like that before in my life. They are asking you to convict Miss Magbanua on the word of a man who has proven to be nothing more than a liar and who only cares about himself. You are the jurors in this case. You saw the evidence that they brought into this courtroom. That is what you have to base your decision on, the evidence that you saw here. Leave everything outside the door, members of the jury. This is us in here now. We have all been through this together, all of us.
Yeah, DeCoste closed the first trial, and it was better. It was a lot better than this. It was actually pretty effective.
The judge, everyone. But it's what it is that you learned, because that's the evidence in the case. Not what's out there in the media, not what is...
Good point, Matthew K. I mean, we've actually found someone who could make Daniel Rashbaum look good.
Other people's interpretation of what they believed happened in this case. I'm sure you expected way more when you came in here on this case. I'm sure you expected to be like, oh, wait, they're going to give me something. And that's what they gave to you. That unreliable word of Luis Rivera and nothing more. Go back and listen to the Dolce Vita. That's how confident I am. Because I know for a fact there's nothing on there because she is innocent. Justice for Dan Markel is not convicting an innocent person of this crime. In fact, it would be a tragedy.
Rashbaum would be like, don't take my word for it. Go to the wiretaps. 3 minutes, 38 seconds.
Of justice to convict Miss Magbanua of any of the charges in this case. She is across the board not guilty. And remember, members of she had nothing to do with this. That's what we're telling you. Nothing, no part of it. The state is throwing all of these charges at you, hoping and praying that you just one of them will stick. That's all they want, just one. But I'm telling you, she is not guilty of all three. Because if she didn't know, members of the jury, she's not guilty. You cannot convict her for having awful taste in men. You cannot convict her because the father of her children is a scumbag. You cannot convict her because she ended up dating Charles Adelson, probably one of the worst human beings on the face of the planet.
Actually, I don't even want to mention it. Oh, well, I can mention it without mentioning it. Jane says, Robert Tellis and Jodi Arias will unite the Metrix crew. This is why I'm not too keen on going into one of the big divisive cases that's going to be going on soon. And, you know, it's not pleasant for me to, like, watch people fucking start arguing in the chat, you know? It's like, oh, no. Yeah, so we like unity at the Metrix studio.
She didn't know, members of the jury. And what the evidence in this case has proven to you is that she is not guilty of every single count. Please take the time to evaluate the evidence in this case. We have come this far. I'm confident that when you all sit there and you go over everything for yourself, you're going to see that she didn't do this.
Oh, yeah. I'm just going to start crying now.
Members of the jury, she's innocent. Find her not guilty.
Thank you, Ms. Claus.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for ending and finishing that. God. Okay, y'all ready for some rebuttal? Still waiting on that video, Jane. Or Jessica, or whoever. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, rebuttal.
Ms. Kappelman, state rebuttal. You have 10 minutes.
So unfortunately, I cannot take up.
Thanks so much, Matthew Key. Another contribution towards the Metrix Beast, guys. If you want to help us out, get the Metrix Beast supercomputer to help bring better streams, better quality streams, and better everything. Help us out with our goal at the top of the chat, just like good old Matthew Key did. Thank you, Matthew K. Sorry, Key? Who's Key?
Mrs. Kawass's invitation to explain to you why it is that criminal defendants choose to exercise their constitutional right and take a case to trial as opposed to doing a deal or taking a plea offer. Maybe she thinks she has very talented lawyers. Maybe she thinks she has a good chance of walking out of here. Maybe she thinks if she gets convicted, she'll offer to do something for me then. We'll see how that goes. Maybe she's getting a big payoff. Maybe somebody's threatened to do something to her. I don't know. And that's not important. I don't have to prove that to you because it's not an element of the offense in this case. Y'all really have to focus on what are the elements. And
maybe she thinks if she gets convicted, she'll offer to do something for me then. We'll see how that goes. And you know what I mean? What I love about that is the implicit confidence in her guilty verdict that's coming, right? She's already got there, and that's a great sales tactic. Don't ask for it. Don't beg for it. Act like it's already happened. Act like the only logical thing that could happen is the guilty verdict or making that deal or whatever. Georgia is a closer.
have those been proven? A lot of the things that we're suggesting.
And you know what? You know what? She's a closer in court, but you could put her on the floor of any fucking sales room on the planet, and she'd close more at the end of the fucking month than the whole of the rest of the team put together. She's a fucking born closer in more ways than one.
That I haven't proven, I don't have to prove. So I want to make sure you take a look at those elements when you get back there and think about what evidence do we have in this case to each one of those elements. The defense says none, there's nothing, we've just been sitting here for 10 days and nothing has occurred. That's going to be up to y'all. Did the case get proven? Was the evidence any good? That's up to you collectively and individually as jurors. Am I hiding things? Am I filtering things? You cannot speculate on items that did not come into evidence. The judge is the filter. What comes into evidence? This stuff over here in the testimony, you guys have to base your verdict on that. And if that's not enough, then it's insufficient evidence, lack of evidence. That can give rise to a reasonable doubt. But as far as, oh, we tried to get in this thing and y'all didn't get to hear it and they're hiding it and it must be something really good, that's speculation. That item is not in evidence because it was not admissible and you cannot speculate about it. Please do not accept their invitation to do that. The judge has instructed you that a reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. So y'all have to really assess what is reasonable when you're back there. And you were chosen because you have common sense and you know how to do that. It's not magic. I want to address some of the coincidences that really you have to buy in order to buy the defense theory in this case. I mean, everyone sort of agrees. You look at it and you think, yeah, she's in the middle. In order to buy the defense's theory that this evidence is not as it appears, you have to find that there are several.
Julian Nelson says that I think Charlie told Katie not to sing and she'd be taken care of. Man, if I was on a potential life in prison result and a person with a serious vested interest offered me, what, $10 million? Are you going to risk that? You know, is there a price on freedom? She's not being taken care of now. We get her letters. She can't even afford fucking thermals. She's cold all the time. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's either just a mix of everything we do know or something that we don't know.
Several things that are coincidences, and I'm sure you can think of a lot more, but I wrote down a few. Fact one, the defendant went to the rental car place. Okay, I mean, there's evidence she went to the rental car place. She says, no, I was visiting Kenya. But God, what a terrible coincidence that she's visiting Kenya both times that the rental car is getting rented and returned. Fact two.
She tried to flee to Kenya. Is Kenya a non-extradition country?
Two, the money spike in this case. And you all have seen repeatedly that graph with the big spike in her cash that occurs right around the time of this murder. And she says this is not as it appears. I worked in the club. I made a lot of money. I happened to have the best month ever that month that Dan Markel was murdered, but that has nothing to do with me. The cash spike is not evidence of a crime. It's a coincidence. Or Sigfredo Garcia gave it to me, but remember...
It would have been better if she'd have had the worst financial month of her life on murder month. She lost her job. She had to bail Sigfredo out of jail, and he skipped bail, so she lost the money. That would have been better. The financial analyst comes in and says, yes, look, on the chart of all of her expenses, we saw that July 2014 was Katherine Magbanua's worst financial month of her life. The peak becomes a dip.
That Yinder told you that the defendant went after Sigfredo Garcia for child support in January of 2015. So it's a little unbelievable that after, remember she said getting $1,000 from him would be a very significant amount of money. If she had just gotten, $13,000, $14,000, $17,000 from him between the murder and October the year prior, would she be going after him for child support in January of 2015? Is that just this money situation, is this just a terrible coincidence for her? Is it a terrible coincidence for her that she got placed on the payroll of the Adelson Institute and it just happened to be right after the murder and it just happens to be that she really doesn't seem to be able to tell us what she did for it? Fact three, Rivera flipped on her. He did. He flipped, he told what he knew, and she went under the bus as a result. Well, he's making up his testimony to comport with the reports in the case. He's a liar, he's a gangster, he's a thug. You shouldn't believe him. And she's just the unlucky victim of his made-up story to frame her. He's a liar, as are all the witnesses in the case, right? I mean, they kind of have to all be liars. Why didn't I just have Luis Rivera, since I'm also a liar and a crook who's trying to pull the wool over your eyes, why didn't I just have Rivera say Garcia did it? Charlie Adelson did it. Why didn't I just do that? I'm desperate to get Charlie Adelson, aren't I? I'm laying awake at night wanting to do this trial again. Why don't I just get Rivera to say whatever I want? That's what I'm doing, aren't I? Fact five, deep sea fishing. Or maybe I'm on four. Four, deep sea fishing. Look at this text. They made a joke about deep sea fishing. The problem is, and we published State's Exhibit 133, a clip from the defendant's prior testimony where she admits that was a joke. I am unaware of any evidence that Garcia and Rivera are in direct communication, and I'm not sure why my lawyers were trying to make it look like there was a connection between those two. She didn't even get what they were trying to do. Fact five. This is the biggest fact. I mean, she is literally in the middle. She is got a baby daddy who killed Dan Markel and a boyfriend who hired the hit. And she is to have you all believe that that is a coincidence. Her child's father, having nothing to do with her, happened to murder the brother-in-law of her boyfriend. It is often said that the best explanation is the simplest one.
So we're up to 5, and I'm sure you can think of more explanations for the appearance of this case. Or one explanation, one that is simple and explains everything and is, I think, very well articulated and proven by the evidence that y'all have been held hostage and forced to listen to and see for the last 10 days. How many coincidences does it take for it to no longer be a coincidence? I want to talk about the defendant's own words. She sent a text message to Charlie Adelson in 2015 that says, next time, don't be such a dick to someone that has done something for you. Where's the message? What has she done for him? Sorry we have problems sleeping and shit. We do have a lot of weight on our shoulders. Remember what Donna Adelson said to June Umchinda out on the balcony that day? She feels like Dan is haunting her from the grave. The weight of this thing is heavy on these people. The weight of this crime is inescapable, and it is squarely on this defendant's shoulders. She didn't come to Tallahassee. I can't give you a picture of her in Tallahassee. I can't put her in the Prius because she wasn't in the Prius. She didn't come to Tallahassee. She didn't pull the trigger. But she's as guilty as everyone else that had a part in this crime. No amount of playing dumb, no amount of criticizing the cops in the investigation. If the facts aren't on your side and the law aren't on your side, attack the prosecutors. Attack the witnesses. Attack the cops. Attack the investigation. No amount of excuses and explanations for the evidence in this case can change it. The truth is the truth. The evidence is what it is. The defendant has asked for your sympathy, and you may have felt sorry for her yesterday. We talked about sympathy at jury selection. It is sad. It's sad for everybody involved. But the judge has instructed you that your verdict must not be influenced by feelings of sympathy. You have to separate that out. In her own words, those are the most damaging pieces of evidence in this case, not the words of the Katie that you saw on the witness stand yesterday, but the Katie that you met in those phone calls. It's getting too detailed. That's call Z. It's getting too detailed. It's somebody that knows for sure. Or call GG. It's not from the inside because there's too much from the inside that the other person knows from the outside. That's why I know for a fact it's not.
That's a nice one, Northern Soul girl. A plant on the jury. Perhaps Adelson made lots of promises to Katie. An apartment, a plant on her jury. Yeah. You gonna trust him? I mean, it's like I'd have just told them everything. Georgia Kappelman's gonna drive me home. Okay, I'll tell you everything.
From the inside, it's somebody trying to be greedy. Her own.
But she's got to come in for coffee and a piece of cake.
Words are the thing that hangs her worse than anything else y'all have seen.
Coffee and cake with Georgia at my place or no deal. No deal.
Defendant says everyone has their own versions of the truth. I don't want Rivera to say my truth, his truth, her truth. No, there's only one truth. And that's what you all are going to decide in a few moments. One truth, which is determined by the evidence. One verdict in this case that speaks the truth. What Katherine Magbanua is going through is not the worst nightmare that anyone can imagine. Her being compelled to answer for what she did in this case, for what she set into motion, that is not the worst nightmare that anyone can imagine. This is what this case is about.
God, this is powerful.
Find her guilty. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Kaplan.
Thank you, Miss Kappelman. What this defendant is going through is not the worst nightmare in the world. This is what this case is about. Find her guilty. Thank you. Is there anything that I would tweak about Georgia at all? Fine tune? No. She's perfect. No. Amazing. Just so strong. And so effective. No. They don't teach you how to do that in law school. That's all her. Well, there is a jury instruction, but I let me see. Where would that be? Let's see if it's worth playing. Do 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 do. True crime.
Not the worst nightmare that anyone can imagine. This is what this case is about. Find her guilty. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Kaplan. Okay, I'm going to read the last instructions.
Fireworks should have been going off at the end there, you know. Full display, full floral firework display. Yeah. And then they pull Katie off of the defense table and just stuff her into a cannon. And then Georgia Kappelman brings this flaming torch from behind the prosecution table and starts lighting the cannon. And she is blown through the wall of the courthouse and straight into a jail cell.
To you. So if you go to page 11, please. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all the jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberations should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means.
Do we really need to see this? Is this all it is?
Back to the jury just as court exhibits for
Yes.
So that's it, right? The jury's out. What time are we? 3 hours and 24 minutes in. Well, this is what, day 8? Let's have a little preview of day 9. What's going on here?
Juror number 4, are you the foreperson? Yes, sir. And has the jury...
Oh, this is the verdict. There you go, Ryden.
All right. It's my understanding that the jury has reached a verdict. Anything before we bring the jury in? Ms. Kappelman?
No, Your Honor.
For the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Let's bring the jury in, please.
Okay, well, so.
Yeah, you can remain seated. Thank you.
Yeah, no sense in trying to impress them now. Stay in your chair.
Jury entering the courtroom.
And none of them make eye contact with the
Please be
defense table.
seated.
They know.
Juror number 4, are you the foreperson? Yes, sir. And has the jury reached a verdict? Yes, sir. If you could please hand the verdict form to the bailiff. Thank you. All right, the verdict appears to be in proper form. I will now read the verdict. In the case of the state of Florida versus Katherine D. Magbanua, case number 2016.
Wow, look at the stress, man. Your entire life resting on this one thing.
CF 3036 and 2018 CF 497. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1. A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2. A, the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3. A, the defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. Does either party wish to...
Wow. That was it. Man, phew, you know. Hi, that's heavy, isn't it? I guess we've got sentencing now. How long is that? Oh, it's not too long. We can do that. We can handle it. Metrix can handle it. There's no sound.
And then the third one will be Mr. Adelson's case management. So just so that everyone is aware as...
What? They'd had Mr. Adelson's case management on the same day as the verdict?
To how we'll progress with the 3 cases that we have today. All right, so the first case that we are here on today is the State of Florida versus Katherine Magbanua. It's 2006.
I didn't know that they had Charlie Adelson's case management hearing on the same day as Catherine's verdict. There's something poetic about that. Wow.
16 CF 3036 and 2018 CF 497. I think what I can do is, let's see, since I'm on mute, I guess so that everybody can hear me.
They can hear you while you're muted. If
They
you
can hear me
unmute,
while I'm
we'll
muted?
have
Okay.
an echo problem.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Kaplan. All right. And we are here today for a sentencing hearing. And good morning, Ms. Kawass.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. And Ms. Kappelman, you're here on behalf of the state, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Okay. And is the state ready to proceed, Ms. Kappelman?
Yes, sir.
Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Magbanua, on May 27th, you were found guilty by a jury on 3 counts, guilty of first-degree murder, of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. You were entitled to a pre-sentence investigation. That has been done and provided to the court, and I have read and reviewed that pre-sentence investigation. Ms. Kawass, you received a copy of that, correct?
I did, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, and then also I received...
Where's Chris? He's out on another case. He's cross-examining a co-conspirator right now.
numerous letters, victim impact statements that the court received, and I have read each one of those, and Ms. Kappelman, you provided those to me. Is that correct? If you're on the Zoom, I need you to stay on mute. Okay. And you provided those to me, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Just wanted to make sure that we're clear on the record. Those were submitted to the court and reviewed. All right. And I received the...
I don't know, but there was a pre-sentence investigation, so probably about a month after the verdict.
The score sheet, and Ms. Kappelman, will the state be calling any witnesses this morning?
Yes, Your Honor. The state has one victim impact statement from Shelley Markel. Would you like that at this time?
Okay. And just so that I know moving forward.
Oh yeah, Jane, absolutely. I mean, any human being, you're watching someone. Yeah, I mean, it can be just and emotional at the same time. There's nothing wrong with that.
Forward. When
When she was getting the verdict and like convulsing and fucking freaking out, man, that was tough.
Ms. Kawass, will the defense be calling any witnesses?
No, Your Honor. I will be just making a short presentation on behalf of Ms. Magbanua.
Okay, and Ms. Magbanua is choosing not to make a statement?
It will be through me, Judge. She just doesn't feel that she would get through it, so she
All right.
just authorized me to just make a very brief statement on her behalf.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so Ms. Kappelman, the court will hear the victim impact statement, and that person is appearing by Zoom, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. That person is the victim's
I think it's based on the French legal system. I could be wrong.
sister, Shelley Markel, who is present on the Zoom.
All right, I see Ms. Markel. Good morning, Ms. Markel.
I think.
Good morning, Judge.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you fine, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and Ms. Kappelman, ready to proceed?
Yes,
Hang
sir.
on. Whoa.
Ms. Markel, what would you
Who are all those people?
like to tell the court?
Thank you, Judge Wheeler. I'm Shelley Markel, Danny Markel, the victim. In this case, with my brother. I'll be reading my victim impact statement today and speaking on behalf of my family. I know that you also received quite a number of statements from Danny's friends, family, and colleagues, and they will certainly have shared with you their perspective on losing Danny. I'm confident that you'll consider them in your decision as they show not only what a special person he was, but how significant the impact is of his loss. But here are a few things from my perspective. Danny was my brother. my only sibling, and I was the older sister, and I played that role with pride. When we were young, I showed Danny how to tie his shoelaces. I taught him how to blow his nose, and I also gave him advice on how he, as a cute little 9-year-old, should manage his love life, which constituted trying to win the affection of our various teenage babysitters. As we grew older, and Danny became more accomplished, I rarely gave him advice about major professional decisions like which college he should choose, which law school he should submit his articles to, or which job would serve him best in his career. He had a wonderful community of mentors and advisors, as well as an enormous number of friends and colleagues from every corner of his life whom he could share and test his ideas. Instead, with me, he spent hours on the phone, focused on family and relationships. How could he express his love to a girlfriend? How could he manage a disagreement that he was having? What techniques did I use when dealing with our kids' terrible twos? And how could he deal with the devastation resulting from his divorce? I listened patiently, I gave advice, we shared our experiences, and in every conversation we strengthened our relationship. We had an everlasting bond, shared values, customs, and history that started in childhood and continued into our adult lives. These were the things that connected us as brother and sister, and these are the things that I'm left without. I no longer have Danny around to share with him the accomplishments of each of our children, and the happiness and feelings of pride they bring, nor to give updates about our cousins living in distant parts of the world, nor to share the burden.
Yeah, it's primarily based on the British system, actually, because the American legal system is primarily based on common law, while the French legal system is based on civil law. The US also draws from other sources like the US Constitution, court cases, statutes, and regulations. The American judicial system is based on British common law, which is then buttressed by, among other sources, the US Constitution, court cases, statutes, restatements, decrees, treaties, and various other rules and regulations.
And responsibility of aging parents. I bear them alone. I am sad. I am lonely. I am angry that Dan is taken from me. He will not be there when we have the next family celebration, or joint trip to Disney World, or when we gather around the table for a holiday meal with our parents, cousins, aunts, and uncles, as we do every year. And he will not be there with me to decide on medical treatment or care for our parents, nor sit with me in grief one day. Instead, the order of our world has been cruelly reversed, and my parents, and I, yes, our children and our friends, and Danny's own son sit in grief over his death. Danny and I also share very basic elements, our genes. As we were growing up, people would look at us and ask who we looked like. I have brown hair and brown eyes like my father. Danny, on the other hand, when he was a child, has this rich blonde hair and bright blue eyes, just like my mother. And yet, when family, friends, and relatives would look at us, they would insist that we looked alike, easily recognizable as brother and sister. Perhaps it was the nose, or the profile, or the shape of the forehead. I really couldn't specify. But the genes were there, and the connection was unmistakable. Danny was quite confident in his abilities and his opinions, but he also had this little twinkle of mischief in those blue eyes, sometimes accompanied by this embarrassed little smile that acknowledged he was about to say something that might get him into some minor trouble. And what's so crazy about this image is that it often appears now in my everyday life. My son, now 18 years old, is dark in complexion with deep brown eyes, no blonde or blue-eyed genes in sight. But he has that mischievous twinkle in his eye, that same little smile, and above all, this overriding confidence that is so strikingly similar to Danny, it is shocking. My husband and I were recently caught by surprise with that unexpected connection. When my son came home one day and said something like, "Don't worry, Mom, I don't have to study much, but I'm ready for that test. I'm good." and he smiled that little smile, acknowledging that he could get a scolding, but that confidence was there and understood.
Wendy's probably watching this, making some fucking stupid, heartless comment, to the person next to her, saying, about her hair, like about Shelley's hair or something. And those glasses. What is with those glasses?
That was Dan speaking to me in that very moment. So when I think of Dan's kids, in particular the younger son, and the last time I saw him in person, he was 5 years old, but he was the spitting image of Danny at that age. The physical likeness was uncanny, and the energy and the spirit were also so similar. But it makes me wonder, how will the two sons grow up? Will they have that same mischievousness and that overgrin?
Shelley is the angriest of the Markels. Talk jury to me. Phil is the saddest. And Ruth seems to have really, been able to find a semblance of peace. She's always quoting that thing Dan said about keep the fire burning, and she's handled it wonderfully.
Confidence as Dan is in anxiety. Are those inherited traits? Are they going to show up in Danny's voice? Or are his sons going to have missed out because their father is not here to instill those characteristics in them? And if they do show up, who's going to tell the boys that he came from their father? They won't have known their daughter, their dad, and his confidence, his respect for intelligence and scholarship, his deep connection to friends, his love of family.
Northern Soul Girl, I think you'll find that the ancient Greeks had the law before the Romans.
His love of life. They will have missed out on having their father be an integral part of their lives, and they will never benefit from all the things he could have taught and shared with them. We are all going to miss out because this special person is no longer in our lives. This past July 19th, just over a week ago, was the 8th anniversary of Danny's murder. 8 years that he has not been with us. And in those 8 years, we continue to suffer. We continue to grieve. I think about Danny every single day. His murder has been horrible for me and my family. Shocking, surreal, hard to understand. And above all, it makes me so angry. I wish I only thought about his smile and his grand cuss. But instead, I think about how he is not going to be here with us in the future. His future was cut short. He was only 41 years old. Imagine what was ahead of him. Guiding his two sons as they grow up, teaching them as they cross the threshold into adulthood and their bar mitzvahs, watching them graduate and go to their proms, helping them choose colleges, or the many family celebrations and birthdays he'll miss, like my mom's upcoming birthday, or my dad's ski trip that he still plans to take with his grandchildren. Or what about the career and the scholarly achievements that he had ahead of him? Maybe another book, or another generation of keen law students to teach. A community leader in his home of Tallahassee. Maybe he could have been a dean at the FSU Law School, or perhaps even a judge in a court like this one. But he is not going to have any of those opportunities. They were taken from him by those who planned and carried out his.
Yeah, but I was talking about Europe. I mean, if it's not Europe, I think Mesopotamia is the oldest one, isn't it? They're the oldest everything. Civilization.
Murder. A murder. It is not a disease or a freak accident that took Dan from us. It was murder. Justice means assuring that those who are responsible for the crime are convicted and receive the strongest possible sentence. Our system of justice, our values of right and wrong, and even Danny's own writing of restitution demand that the world be placed into proper order. And that, Judge Wheeler, is what I respectfully request in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Markel.
Thank you very much. Judge, the state is requesting that Your Honor today impose the mandatory life sentence on count 1, followed by 2 consecutive 30-year sentences on counts 2 and 3. I did prepare a score sheet. I know you mentioned having one. Would you like me to approach with a copy?
I have it in hand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, Ms. Kawass.
Your Honor, did you want me to remain at the table or go to the podium?
I think wherever you're more comfortable, I don't have a problem.
I didn't know if I could do it here.
All right, as long as you, if you can move the microphone a little bit closer so that I can make sure that I hear everything.
I don't want to damage anything. Okay. All right, so just very, very, very briefly, Your Honor. We are very well aware of the law and that the court must impose a life mandatory sentence on the homicide charge. There is a conspiracy charge and a solicitation charge. I know Your Honor reviewed the PSI and also listened to Ms. Magbanua's testimony and the testimony during the trial of people that knew her, especially Yindra Velasquez Mascaro, who was a childhood friend of hers. I want the court to be aware that there is a particular reason why Ms. Magbanua's family has never been in court physically, and I don't want the court to ever take that as an indication that they're not 1,000% in support of Ms. Magbanua. The only reason they've never appeared in court is for that reason right there, the media and the camera exposure, as it relates to her case, in her attempts to protect, as you know, her 2 minor children and their identity. Since her arrest, there's been numerous accusations and
cameraman's been on the bottle again.
Unfounded allegations in terms of, you know, what is happening with our kids and who's taking care of them, and the state is well aware of who is doing that and who paid for our legal fees and all of that. But as we stand here today, Judge, you have a young woman who had no priors apart from this conviction. That was one thing that was made clear throughout the trial. Young mother of 2, college graduate. And one thing she did want me to say on her behalf to the Markel family, which she knows that this will not come as probably any consolation, but that she does think about Dan Markel every single day. She does think about his kids every single day. This is the unique case where we have a defendant sitting here who's never met Dan Markel. There's not a day that goes by when I speak to Ms. Magbanua that she doesn't express how her heart is broken for the Markel family, because she too, as a mother, cannot imagine what that must feel like to not have a child, or to have a child taken away from a parent. And although Ms. Magbanua hasn't been able to touch or hug her kids in the past 6 years, she knows that they are there and that they're a phone call away, and the Markel parents do not have that option. One thing that is consistent and very clear throughout all of the victim impact statements that I was able to read, I received all of them yesterday and read them all before I came in court today. I will be giving all of the copies to Ms. Magbanua. One thing that is very clear, and it's always been clear from the inception of this case, is what a wonderful person Dan Markel was. A wonderful father, a wonderful son, a wonderful brother, a wonderful member of the legal community to which everyone in this courtroom, or most of us, are members of. The other thing that is a resounding theme throughout everyone's letters is the continued anguish that the Markel family goes through because they have had zero access to their grandchildren. That is one thing that Ms. Magbanua can actually maybe begin to understand, that pain, as she, from a distance, watches and hears about how her children are being raised and how they are growing up without her being there. But at least she can talk to them. The Abelsons have kept the Markel boys away from their grandchildren. In particular, I became aware that the testimony that was provided by Wendy Adelson in terms of her efforts to try to reunify the children with their grandparents were all false. And that as soon as the trial was over, all communications or attempts to have them be in their lives had ceased. one thing that I can say that Ms. Magbanua hopes and prays for, and that she does know, is that justice is still ongoing and has not been reached in this case. And that she wants each and every person that had a hand in this and knows something about it to be brought to justice. I would ask Your Honor, Judge, if you could please impose the bottom of the guidelines on count 1 and count 2. I don't know which counts they are, but the conspiracy count and the solicitation count, and have them run concurrent to the life sentence. I know it seems like it won't do anything, but I would ask, in light of the fact that Ms. Magbanua is, per the allegations, a principal in the case, has no priors. I went over the score sheet and not in objection, and I would ask that the court would impose on those 2 counts to run concurrently with the life sentence the bottom of the guidelines as calculated by the state, which is 172.5 months at the bottom of the guidelines on those 2 counts. That's it from Ms. Magbanua, Judge. And I appreciate the time, and she also wanted me to thank the court. She didn't get an opportunity to do that at the end of the trial. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kawass. Okay, I did have the score sheet here that I mentioned before, and the lowest permissible sentence on the counts 2 and 3 would be 172.50 months on those, and then the statutory maximum, as we've mentioned, is 30 years. Ms. Kappelman, would you mind going up, and can you move that podium, because I can't see you behind that at this point. So if you can move it one way or the other so that I can see you sitting at the table. Great, thank you very much. All right, also...
Show me your hands, Kappelman.
Madam Clerk or Ms. Kappelman, do we know what the credit for time served is at this point?
I have that, yes, sir. I have 2,119 days.
2,119 days. Let's do a little bit of math on that. 2,119 days divided by 365 is 5.8 years. Ouch.
All right, and what the court costs are, Madam Clerk?
That would be $2,625 plus a $100 cost of prosecution.
And she's born in 84, so she is 38 at this point. And so, I mean, she's not even halfway through her life. You know, if you get a life sentence and you're fucking 65 years old, so what? You were just going to be sitting down most of the time anyway. But at 38, that's how old I am now, I just realized. So I'm the same age as Katie Magbanua here. Yeah, it would be tough, wouldn't it?
Okay, and the state's asking that all sentences run consecutive, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the state's ready to proceed to sentencing in the state of Florida versus Katherine Magbanua, 2016 CF 3036 and 2018 CF 49.
You see, this is the thing with Tara Kawass. I basically have no idea what she just said.
Ms. Magbanua is present here in the courtroom along with her counsel. On count 1, which is the count of first-degree murder, you have been found guilty by a jury. You will be adjudicated guilty, and you will be sentenced to life in prison with no eligibility for probation or parole. On count 2, which is the conspiracy to commit murder, you have been found guilty by a jury. You will be adjudicated guilty, and you will be sentenced to a consecutive sentence of 30 years in the Department of Corrections. On count 3, the solicitation to commit murder, you have been found guilty by a jury of that count. You are adjudicated guilty, and you will be sentenced to a consecutive sentence of 30 years in the Department of Corrections. You have credit for time served of 2,119 days. Your court costs are $2,625 and $100 cost of prosecution, and those will be civil judged. You have 30 days to file a notice of appeal, and if you cannot afford counsel, then one would be appointed for you. Ms. Kawass?
Your Honor, at this time I would ask if the court could, she has previously been found indigent, could appoint the Public Defender's Office for purposes of appeal.
All right, I'll appoint the Public Defender's Office for purposes of appeal. Have we already taken fingerprints with Ms. Magbanua? Okay, so we don't have to do that. And so, Ms. Magbanua, you'll be taken back to the jail and then transported to the Department of Corrections to complete your sentence. Okay, anything else for the court, Ms. Kappelman?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Kawass, anything else for the court?
Nothing from the defense. Thank you,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
thank you. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Hey, good luck to you, ma'am. Enjoy cleaning those toilets. Forever. Okay? Enjoy being freezing cold in a jail where no one gives a shit. Enjoy not being able to afford any of the thermals from the fucking commissary, okay? Enjoy. Yeah, enjoy the food. Enjoy your shitty fucking half-inch mattress and gym mat pillow. Yeah, enjoy. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
And of course now she's going to go through the fun of getting to prison, right? She's been in the same place, Leon detention for close to 6 years, but now she's gonna, you know that bit in the movies where they get to prison and everyone's looking at them and they're trying to suss everyone out and everyone's trying to suss them out. She's gonna go through all that. She should go in and fucking make a scene. Find the biggest, baddest bitch she can find and demand her dessert. You gonna eat that? I said, are you gonna eat that? Oh, that's what you gotta do, right? You gonna eat that? Is that a chocolate pudding? You gonna eat that? Well, we're right at the end, guys. But maybe we should just quickly do. We're almost at 4 hours, but I think.
All right, Madam Clerk, here are keys. Anything else that you need for me to sign? We're all set? Okay, great. Thank you.
Oh, that's an interesting comment. Look. Julia Nilsson says, ineffective assistance of counsel doesn't cover not taking a deal. God, that's complicated to work out. Think about that. So if you file an appeal, the reason you're filing an appeal is because you're claiming that your counsel were ineffective. The appellate court would say, well, you could have taken a deal. You were offered a deal. It was your choice not to take the deal. So the fact that you were stuck with your ineffective counsel, you could have gotten away from that by taking the deal. So next. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. I'm going to write that down to learn more about it. What would happen in that situation? We need to try and find a case where that has been the situation. We'll do a case study. Thank you, Julia Nilsson. Hi. So, should we have a look at Tara Kawass's interview outside the courtroom? How many people we got in chat? 105.
All right, Ms. Kappelman, while we're doing some logistical issues here, I'm going to have another resentencing in between the two cases. So we'll see if they are available along with their attorneys.
Right, shut up, Judge. So Tara Kawass. By the way, guys, if anyone in chat knows anything about mechanical keyboards, get in touch, because I have questions. Reach out to us on Discord or email truecrimemetrics@gmail.com, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics. What about our goal? I think our goal ran out. That's okay. We'll set a new goal. We'll set a brand new goal. So we're going to do a browser video. Yes. Yes. Set the time. There's got to be a way to do this by default. I have to put in the fucking thing every time. Cunt. Whoops.
I see that you're in jail clothes. Are you currently in custody?
Yes, ma'am.
What are you in custody?
Hold on. Turn it up. Turn it up. Yeah, who knows about mechanical keyboards? We need some tech. We need some tech.
Custody for?
The murder.
Are you doing a sentence for murder?
Oh, hang on. Is this... I don't want to use this, actually. No, I'm not fucking using it. Fuck that. Is there not another version? Well, that's too bad. What about that other video we did? Pre-trial. We could throw back to pre-trial. Hey, this will be funny. This is the first. I'm going to comment on my own comment show. Let's see what Metrix streams used to be like way back 8 months ago. Hello and welcome back to another episode of Professional Metrix. You want to hear it again? No. No. How about that, folks? How fucking bro
Who's
is
this
that? You know
dickhead?
what we got today? We got all compared, didn't we? People were putting on Reddit. They were going, "Oh, here's my Reddit post. What's your favorite show?"
I don't want to listen to my own voice.
Yeah, well, I really like that True Crime Metrix. And it wasn't me, I swear to God. I swear to God. It was just some other stranger from the world watching, learning, posting. Nice.
Shut up, Dick.
Yeah. I also got informed from a confidential source that some of you crazy kids over on Paddy's Playhouse were like, "Hey, you're from Metrix. Hey, you're from Metrix too. You're here." I thought that was a faux pas. I thought you weren't supposed to do that. I don't mind.
You guys can talk about other shows on here all you want. What is it with that? Do creators get like, oh no, excuse me, if you're going to be on my program, then you need to speak about my program. I can't, I won't be affiliated with those other cretins.
How old did you think I was, Harley?
Strange. I think some people do really get uptight. Not me. Not much. I don't care.
Get on with
Anyway,
it, Dick.
Enough piano.
Yeah,
unless
put the
anyone wants
piano
to hear it
away,
again.
Dick.
We will get a better piano soon, guys. And this piano, it doesn't really work properly. The sustain, I just put into Google.
Oh my God.
What is a virtual piano?
Who watches this shit?
Audio good. We've got it on full over here. Hey, thanks so much, Nancy.
Hey, look, C. Malone, there's your super chat from the past.
How much do you think those glasses cost? Has anyone seen those? Has anyone got those glasses that come apart and click in the middle? He loves doing that, doesn't he? Why? They're still, when he takes them off, he just takes them off his nose and puts them round his neck and connects them again round his neck. I mean, it might make sense if he stored one half.
We've got her appeal document, Teresa, and it is 5,000 pages. 5,000 pages. It won't even open on Google Docs because it's like, it's too big. We're going to break everything. You have to download it and open it on your own computer.
Behind one ear and the other half behind. What's the point of it? It's just a status symbol. It's just like, I'm rich. These glasses, $2,500. Is it that good? Is it good to have a magnet between your eyes all the time? I don't know.
Good afternoon.
Oh,
okay, we are
smile.
here in the case of the state of Florida versus Katherine Magbanua. It is case 2016 CF 3036 and 2000.
C. Malone's been here tonight. I think he's still here. Teresa, long time. He hasn't left. He's just been listening the entire time. 8 months.
18 CF 497. And let me just check and make sure that we have all of our counsel present. Good afternoon, Mr. DeCoste. And Ms. Kawass, I do see you too. Also, good afternoon, Ms. Kappelman.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kappelman. And
who was it that liked Chris DeCoste? Was it you, Talk Jury?
There she is. There she is. It's nice to see. You see what I mean? We get a little bit of a different.
Beautiful. Look at those big baby browns. Spanish browns. They're browner than my Labrador. I always think it's funny with Georgia because whether you see her from the side or the front, she looks completely different. I think she looks gorgeous from the front. Real clean, real clean.
Different perspective on some of our favorite people in the world, right? Look at Georgia Kappelman there. Look at those big baby browns. Are they brown? They could be green or hazel. Maybe they're hazel. I think she should have garnet eyes for Tallahassee, huh? I don't know why I like Kappelman so much. She's always she's so unpretentious, isn't she? She just sits there. Wonderful woman. Hey, what's going on, Soap? You've been sniffing the chili powder. Don't sniff the chili powder.
So on. So we have all the counsel for the parties present. I don't see the Leon County Jail on, so I don't believe that Ms. Magbanua is going to be present here for this motion to continue. I know I had mentioned that for the other substantive motions, I would make sure that she is going to be present, but I don't see her on the video today. So just for the record, Mr. DeCoste, for just this joint motion to continue that we're going to address today, do you waive her appearance here today?
Yes, Your Honor, and I believe that Ms. Kawass is okay with that as well, too.
Ms.
Your
Kawass?
Honor, for the record, I was able to speak to Ms. Magbanua earlier today, and I told her there was a chance she may
And Tara's looking good today as well. Gotta say.
Not have been present, and it's fine.
She's borrowed Junum Chinder's jacket though. When does she have to give that back?
Has she borrowed the jacket from Junum Chinder?
Oh my
Or
God!
did maybe she saw it in the first trial.
I seriously didn't even know that was coming up. I'm so repetitive. Oh, I should just hang myself. I'm nothing.
It's like, I got to get me one of those. A white suit, an Elvis suit. Get in one.
And she'll follow up with me later this evening.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome, Judge.
We're here on this joint motion, and there was also a supplement to that filed on behalf of the defendant. And so it looks.
Yeah, how's that video coming, Jane? We're all waiting. We're all waiting. Yeah, I bet you're going to go and record it yourself. You're gonna dress up like General Isom, you know, and find a witness stand and say yes, we had a couple of cruisers follow Miss Adelson to the restaurant Mosaic.
Looks like defense was the author of the motion itself, so I'll go to them first for the argument. And so who would like to present argument on this first?
I'll handle the argument, Your Honor.
Okay.
And the core of the argument is in the motion. The major one is the joint motion to continue with the other issues that we raised in the supplement. I do believe that I've addressed everything in the joint motion to continue with respect to the witness McElveen. If Your Honor wants to only address that issue first and then get to the other one.
Witness McElveen is back.
That's the only issue that I want to address.
So with respect to Mr. McElveen.
You see, Christopher DeCoste is a born salesman. Salesmen are born, and Christopher DeCoste has been a salesman since he came out of the womb, man. It's amazing. But, you know, Judge Wheeler, I say that because everything he says in a way that almost most people, I mean, he's talking to a judge here, and the judge has total authority, but no one else would say no to this guy about anything. He locks you in. You'll see. I'll point a few things out that he does. Just what did he just do there? He was like, yeah, the motion that the relevant points were probably all in the original affidavit motion, and then those other points. But if you want to get to those first, you know.
It is trippy, Pariah. I don't know what I'm doing. And it's also horrible at the same time. Now I understand what you all have to go through listening to me and this little program that we do.
He's assuming that he'll be able to get the other points that he wants to discuss in by saying, yeah, well, we can do these important ones first. And the judge is just like, yeah, those are the only ones that are relevant. Those are the only ones I'm interested in hearing. So get on with it.
But I was right there.
And as described, you continue with the other issues that we raised.
Okay.
Yeah, Harley D. That's what I'm talking about. Mechanical keyboards use individual mechanical switches beneath each key, providing a more tactile and responsive typing experience. That's what I've heard, and I'm really interested. And I'm thinking, that sounds really good. So I was learning about it online, and I just wondered if anyone in chat had one and could tell me if it's really good, because it sounds interesting.
And the core of the argument is in the motion. The major one is the joint motion to continue with the other issues that we raised in the supplement. I do believe that I've addressed everything in the joint motion to continue with respect to the witness McElveen. If Your Honor wants to only address that issue first and then get to the other ones.
That's the only issue that I want to address.
So with respect to Mr. McElveen, and as described in the deposition, we recently took.
Yeah, but in your 30s could mean a lot of things. Talk jury to me. It could mean 31, 32, 33. I mean, what is it?
His deposition.
Don't be shy.
And during that deposition, we learned a lot of things that are going on right now. More importantly, we received his most recent audio enhancement 90 minutes before the deposition. That was done in...
Oh, exciting news. We missed a memo from Jane Creasman. Let's go back and check. Well, this one. Jane says, I just want you all to know, no hard feelings. Have some kosher-style banana bread. Now you'll just have to wait a few years until Wendy's trial to find out for yourself. Ah, okay. So that's your way of conceding defeat. Yeah. Well, we don't know. We don't know. I mean, I know, but you know, as a group, we don't know if it never happened or you just can't remember where you saw it. But I think you just, you know, maybe were mistaken because I'm going to be thinking about it all night, though, Jane. Seriously, and I probably will do an opinion video, opinion, why it's false. I'm going to start a brand new page on the notebook, and I'm going to start listing out evidence, listing out clips that we can cut together. Maybe we should reach out to that Saint Germain lady. I'm assuming it's a lady. I think definitely.
And I believe that Your Honor has the transcript and perhaps has read the transcript from the deposition.
So just so you know, guys, the reason talk jury to me, it just gets better and better. Are you the one that said you're a Gemini? So that means you've got a birthday coming up. The witness they're waiting for is the guy who did the audio enhancement for the Dolce Vita recordings when Charlie was talking to Katie, right? He's been doing all sorts of tests. He needs more time. He's given Georgia Kappelman a little sample of what he's done so far. He's like, listen, this is really good quality. If we do more tests, like if you send me down to Miami for 3 weeks on a paid working visit in a good hotel, I'll be able to get it really good. and yeah, they're waiting for him to finish the processing. So that's what this motion is all about. That's why both sides are asking for a delay. Well, it's the prosecution that are asking for a delay, a continuance. But then, of course, the defense are going to say, yeah, we want more time to review the discovery when he's finished. So they're both asking for the same thing, and the judge is pissed off at both sides. It's quite funny.
I have it, and I have read it.
Okay, so he was given a deadline before the deposition of about 90 minutes before to get over to us what it was that he was working on and where he was at. Understanding this is happening at the last minute, there are still things that myself and Ms. Kawass need to do for Ms. Magbanua with respect to Mr. McElveen.
Oh, did you see our fantastic moderator there, Neville Darling, now Chief Secretary of True Crime Metrix? I don't even know if she was a moderator back then. I think she was.
I do believe my argument is fully in the motion.
Okay. So nothing else to add other than what's in your motion, which I have reviewed, and I've reviewed the attachments to it. Ms. Kappelman?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. DeCoste correctly stated my position in his motion, which is that I do not object to the continuance on that ground regarding the audio expert, Mr. McElveen. He had been retained to do some work on the case. He decided he needed to do some additional work on the case in order to get...
I used to, Northern Soul Girl. I've had a lot of jobs, a lot of varied jobs. It's been a strange career path.
me his best effort on this audio clarification. I agreed to that. I did not give him a deadline of prior to the deposition. In fact, it was my understanding that we would not have a reasonable expectation of receiving.
I'm sure you could be his power something. Talk jury to me.
Anything from him prior to the deposition, but he did provide that.
Why not? Why not? I mean, we discussed Mr.
Oh, I love this bit. The you know, Kappelman's going to get told off here, right? The judge loses it. Let's go back a second. I just want to hear what Kappelman said.
nothing else to add other than what's in your motion, which I have reviewed, and I've reviewed the attachments to it. Ms. Kappelman?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. DeCoste correctly stated my position in his motion, which is that I do not object to the continuance on that ground regarding the audio expert, Mr. McElveen. He had been retained to do some work on the case. He decided he needed to do some additional work on the case in order to give me his best effort on this audio clarification. I agreed to that. I did not give him a deadline.
Yeah, Jane. Well, don't tell her you came from me.
Of prior to the deposition. In fact, it was my understanding that we would not have a reasonable expectation of receiving anything from him prior to the deposition, but he did provide that.
Why not? Why not? I mean, we discussed Mr. McElveen at our December 9th case management, and he was one that was an exception to.
I'm 38, Julia Nilsson, but I'm not the youngest person here. That's talk jury to me, who is 30 something, but she refuses to tell us.
The order that I set forth, requiring that all discovery be completed by December 2nd, and that's what I expected. And he was an exception to that his deposition, for whatever reason.
See, the judge just wants to get on and have the trial. You know, he's really annoyed because I think this is from February now, that this meeting is happening in February. And the guy was supposed to be given all the stuff to do his job back in December. Didn't happen.
Talk jury to me says, lol, Pariah, I wouldn't what? Pariah say? Just don't get in a debate with him. With Krista Coast, I guess. But I could hold my own. But I just want to make him happy. I love when a guy is smart and quick on his feet, so I'd be in awe. I'll let you know if I find one of those.
Oh, hey, Kate, thanks so much for the very generous super sticker. And yeah, that's very kind of you. We appreciate it. And I really appreciate your comments on Reddit. Very nice, very nice. Thank you.
It wasn't going to be taken until January 21st.
Thanks, Julia Nelson. But most English people don't think I'm English, you know. I can't tell you how many times in my life they say, "Are you Australian? Are you Australian? Are you Australian?" You know, no Australian person has ever asked me if no Australian person has ever asked me if I am Australian. Okay.
Admitted that, but I expected all work to be done and that he could give his deposition at that time as a fully informed witness so that we could move forward with this trial. And so why don't we have him prepared? I mean, we have a situation here based on his testimony.
I look exactly like Krista Coast. I mean, you would swear that we were brothers. Maybe not twins, but brothers. And if you look exactly like Georgia Kappelman, talk jury to me, it's game on.
In his deposition, that after we discussed him at the case management on December 9th, then prior to his deposition on January 21st, the audio recordings weren't even given to him until January 5th, which is almost a month after that. And then he doesn't get, I mean, that's when he was contacted. And then he doesn't even get the original audios until a week before his deposition on January 20th. So
my birthday is February 20th.
This is a witness that we had talked
87, baby.
About back on December 9th. That why?
Judge, just to clarify.
Why? We talked about this on December 9th. What, did you break for Christmas on December 9th and not come back until January 18th? Why did this happen? It's a real boss bollocking.
There's no statute of limitations on any woman that looks like Georgia Kappelman, Julia, at all.
Isn't it? An ass whooping, you know? And it's we just didn't see this side of him in trial. That's what I like.
I reckon I could write a full blog article that would be interesting and compelling just about Georgia's shoulder pads. Of every jacket she wears, they're just perfectly crafted. Everything she wears looks great on her. You know when someone looks like really attractive, but the way they dress sucks? That doesn't happen here. That doesn't happen here at all.
Like about this video, it's like in trial we're so used to seeing Christopher DeCoste do his thing, Georgia Kappelman do his thing, and Judge Wheeler kind of, sitting up there on his big box, being pretty quiet and civil with everybody, very calm, very placid. Now he's just like, why, what is going on, Kappelman?
A couple things that you said. I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing you because of the.
Okay, I'm sitting here listening to myself, laughing at myself. This is officially the saddest day of my life. It doesn't get any lower than this, okay? It's a reality. We're facing it together. I appreciate you being here for the support, guys. Yeah, Pisces, Shivana, otherwise known as the emotional cripple of the zodiac.
It just says iPhone on the screen. I don't know who that is, but they could. Thank you.
She wearing a denim shirt? How Tallahassee is that? That is so laid back. She's just put on this business jacket for the webcam. Look at that fantastic hair. Fantastic hair. That majestic dress sense that we all love and know and love.
Mr. McElveen was retained. He was provided with working copies of the recording. He requested additional information. Can you tell me what it was called?
I know all of my signs. Talk jury to me. Mars in Taurus, Scorpio moon, ow. Venus in Capricorn. And Mercury, I guess, is just Pisces again, right? Virgo ascendant.
And this is her office, right? This is where she's been sitting, listening to Charlie Adelson's.
Oh, you mean in other people? What is top three? Yeah, rising, ascendant, Virgo. Mars in Taurus, but I do have an Earth triad with the Venus Capricorn, Mars in Taurus, and Virgo ascendant. That's very rare and very strong.
Jailhouse calls where he's whining to his mother, crying on the phone, doing impressions of her, doing impressions of Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, use your common sense.
And to go back to the game.
The additional information, different copies of the recording is what was provided on the 9th, the date that you're referencing. Well, that's not what he always had copies. That's not what delayed him. It's just taken him this long to do his work. After doing his initial analysis, he decided he needed to go to Miami, to go to the building where this recording took place, to take testing of the reflections of the way the voices move off the walls.
Yeah, that sounds convincing, doesn't it? It comes back to Georgia. He's like, yes. Well, we've got something. But, to get the best thing, I'm really going to have to go down to Miami for 6 weeks. And I'll be sending you the bill, because we need to get, what was it? The voices will be bouncing and they'll be reflecting off the walls. And when they...
Yeah, jury, talk jury to me. You should come to Discord and put your place of birth, date of birth, time of birth. We'll do your natal chart, and then we'll really know who you are.
Bounce. They create an echo. And if we use that echo to cancel out the noise reduction of other diners in the restaurants, we will be able to transcribe the audio effectively. I love it when you're an expert and you're being brought in and the person that you're working for isn't an expert. So you can say anything. It doesn't matter. You can say, yes, yes. What we need to do is we need to go in to the restaurant. And if we drop a pile of plates on the floor, we'll be able to record that and then see how sound travels. You know what I'm saying?
And, you know, this
This
thing has
isn't
just
content.
taken longer than the state anticipated. I was well aware of your deadline.
And also, in post-production, when we work on the material that we capture in Dolce Vita, it is best if...
Yeah, you have your natal chart talk jury to me, but we don't.
For low sound levels, ambient levels of sound, if we do the post-production from a luxury yacht in the marina.
That we were going to exceed it. I just had low expectations for what was going to come of it. Now that I'm in a posture where I think something productive might come of it, I do want to use the item. I'm aware that we're past your deadline. I'm aware that it's prejudicial to the defense to not have this item in hand, but I can't make him produce it any quicker than he can produce it.
Well, that's where I think you're wrong, because I think it could have been given to him a lot sooner than what was provided. Because according to his deposition, he didn't even get these audios until just right before he was going to take his deposition.
Yeah, but it didn't happen, Judge, and now we can't turn back the clock, so get the fuck over it.
And of course he doesn't have time to work on it. So it's an unreasonable delay, regardless of why he was delayed. And
we could get close. I mean, if I don't know what time she was born, but we know where she was born and we know what date. I mean, we could get close. Oh, I bet she's got some dark shit in there, right?
It's easy to think, isn't it, when we see Georgia Kappelman in the courtroom, that she is absolutely bulletproof. You know, all her ducks never get out of a row. They're always in a row.
Hey, we've still got more than 100 people in stream. We're just fucking about here, you know? We're not doing anything. We're not doing an analysis or a deep dive. Maybe they've just all fallen asleep. Hey, that's still good for the numbers.
And yeah, she's really taken some heat here. It's kind of refreshing to see. But she can handle it. She's just letting him doing his thing. Yeah, let him be the boss. He's the boss. Okay, boss. Yes, sir, boss. Can I get that for you, boss?
Well, we do have a route to Donna Adelson talk jury to me. So it might be possible to find out the time of Wendy's birth from her. I don't know how she'd feel about that question, though, you know. We'd have to think of a way to frame the question that she'd be okay with, but we're pretty good at that usually. Yeah, I'm going to write it down to think about how we might be able to get Donna to tell us what time Wendy was born. I mean, she should fucking know, right? How do we get Donna to tell us what time Wendy was born?
I mean, we've made
right away, boss.
Made every effort to try to get this case to trial, and now here again we're going to be put into a position where the court has to delay it again, and we've sent out juror summons again, and it just is unreasonable to this court, and but I don't have any choice. Based on your agreement, based on the fact that both of you think that there's something productive, either on behalf of either one of your.
Oh, Neverly, I can't get it right now, but there is definitely a working link to the Discord in the description for the video.
I think Wendy is an extreme underachiever, talentless. I mean, but what do you expect when you're brought up in a family where you're taught that you deserve everything and that you shouldn't have to work to get it, right? I mean, have you seen her public speaking? It's a fucking joke. Should we watch that? Should we watch that? Well, I'm kind of liking the judge getting all rattled. Let's just stay with this for now.
Yeah, because I went through and did all of them today. Just every video, went through all 78 or whatever it is, and did all the social networks, did all the Discord, did all the buy me a coffee. Everything is uniform now. So if anyone wants to join the Discord, there's a link to it in the description for the video. It's free. It's 24/7. It's fun. Everyone in there loves it. They live in there now. I mean, there's so much. I can't read it all. I pop in and out, but it's great. Yeah, everyone loves it. So there it is.
Bias that is going to come from this enhancement, and that he has the opinion that there will be some type of enhancement, although he doesn't know how much. I don't have any option but to continue the trial and until that is complete. He doesn't know when that's going to be complete. So what's our best estimate as to that?
The estimate that he provided regarding when his finished product would be complete was going to put us somewhere at toward the end of the first week of trial or the beginning of the second week of trial.
Yeah. Well, basically, he looked at the calendar, checked when all the marlin would be leaving Miami for his sports fishing, and he said it would be after that.
So he said 3 to 5 weeks, and that was a week ago.
Yeah, I need another 3 to 5 weeks in Miami, okay, for the recording and the testing and the audio isolation, okay? 3 to 5, maybe 6, 7 weeks. So, are you going to speak to the hotel or? Oh, guys, I'm debating whether to have another coffee. It is 7:37 a.m. Am I going to go to sleep after this? I guess not. But I did sleep for 12 hours yesterday. And then I had to cook a leg of lamb. And I didn't really feel like it, and it was a huge job. It was good though. Yeah, I think I'll have another coffee. If anyone wants to support the channel, you can do on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics, or help us out with our goal, our expensive goal at the top of the chat. Yeah, do that. I'm going to go and get a coffee, and I'll be back.
All right, so through February, basically, is when he's going to need. And then, Mr. DeCoste, then you're going to need additional time to take depositions. We have 2 other witnesses now, potentially. I don't know if they're witnesses, but 2 other names that have now popped up that are FBI agents, and I don't know if you're going to need to look into that.
Udi, that Discord link doesn't look right. I've just posted it in the chat. That's the working one. Tested.
So how much time are you going to need after that in order to complete your discovery?
Your Honor, if I could list some of the things that we're needing to do, I think about a month's period of time that we're going to be able to complete what needs to be done. I do think that the agent...
What are other things in relation to this? Those other things that you put in your joint motion are not relevant. I want to know what...
You see, Christopher DeCoste is so slippery, but I do like him for it. You know, he's trying to get in those extra supplement motions. Yeah, well, if I could just list, if I could give you a list of the things that we need to do, those other things aren't relevant. What about this thing, the relevant thing? It must be frustrating being a judge sometimes when you've got to, you know, when Dan Rashbaum is saying, oh, if you want to check that I'm not doing any lawyer tricks, yeah, I'm doing lawyer tricks, which he can't do because he's terrible. What are his lawyer tricks? Did you call the police? You were afraid of my client. I'm sure you were. I'm sure you were. Did you call the police?
Is what you need to do in relation to this witness in order to complete?
Yes, and my answer is specifically to Mr. McElveen. We do need those agents listed. I do believe that they would be considered witnesses under the discovery rules. We need a copy of the acoustic sampling for any expert that we consult with. And then we're also going to be going back and finishing the deposition of Mr. McElveen. Once we have those items, then we're really going to know exactly. But I think that all of that we should be able to handle in a month's time. This issue aside, the state has been really good at arranging and getting the deposition scheduled. So we haven't had any problems with scheduling stuff with them and moving things forward.
So we're talking about we'll need another month in order to get the actual recordings, and then a month after that in order to get everything complete in regards to this witness.
I believe so. And that's with my estimate of what I think we're going to receive with the acoustic sampling and the witnesses. That's how much time I think is a fair period of time for us to be able to complete things. I don't know if Ms. Kawass has something to add on that, though.
Judge, just because most things on our schedule have been scheduled around this case, a lot of my other cases, the judges are aware of this case because of how old it is on the priority level it's on. But I do have a case out of West Palm Beach that's scheduled on April 18th. So I'm hoping, I don't want to push this out further than necessary, but I don't want to come back for another continuance. I'm not knowing if maybe late April or May is good for everyone, or is that too late for Your Honor?
Well, I'm going to have to take a look at my calendar.
Hey, Neety, thanks for the super chat, hon. And yeah, you can post these videos on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, whatever. I do. If anyone wants to follow us on social networks.
Oh, hey, Riding Shotgun, thanks for that coffee. I'm actually having a coffee. So it feels like you really did just buy me one for real. Thank you, Riding.
Works, guys. We do updates. We do other stuff. We got Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Discord. If anyone wants to support the channel,
Listen to the man.
buymeacoffee.com, link in the description. Like the video. I think Rabbit said we only had 23 likes. What is that about? It's 76 people in the stream, guys. Come on, like that video. Share the merch. Share the channel. We don't have merch. We will do soon. Watch out for that.
Man, I'm such a fucking whore. I'm a whore.
And what was the other thing that we usually say? Subscribe to the channel. Always make sure you're subscribed.
Because I needed to know the answer to these questions first. So we're looking probably no sooner than April. But if you have a conflict, I'll take that.
Yeah, we've got the enhanced, I was going to say we've got the enhanced Northern Soul Girl.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
Hey, someone. I see you, someone. Who was it? Laura Lee. Thank you, Laura Lee. Always nice to get coffees from Laura Lee. Thank you. What was I saying? Yeah, we've got the enhanced Dolce Vita video, but I'm cleaning it up a little bit even more, right? More than Mr. McElveen. Yeah, we're going to put him to shame, and we didn't even need 3 to 5 weeks in Miami.
That into account.
Yeah, we're going to put that out soon, guys. Also, what we've got is a very, very clean version that I'm also cleaning up even more of Katie's Proffer, which I never actually watched all the way through until we received it from Tallahassee PD the other day, last week or something.
When I'm taking a look at my calendar.
Thank you, Judge.
And what's available for that. So we're looking at least 2 months, February to get the recordings, March in order to do any discovery related to the recordings, and then that puts us into April. And so your trial.
Wendy did fuck all through school, guys. Jane Griezmann. It's just all Harvey connections, and she learned how to do this cheeky smile, you want to help me because I'm cute sort of thing with her professors. I mean, she knows nothing. And as far as I know about what she has done in her professional career, I am not impressed with anything. Certainly not with her public speaking. God, just no talent. No talent. You know, shitload of money, no talent, nothing. And no drive for it, you know, no professional drive. We heard from Tamara, what's the fucking name? Tamara Dempko, about how Wendy would always say, do you think you could cover my lesson? You know, and it was really funny because I predicted that Wendy would always be saying to her things like, you know, taking her out to lunch to say thank you. And then she did. She actually said that after my prediction.
In April, does it begin on the 18th or that week of the 18th?
Yes, Judge. It's in front of Judge Caracuzo out of West Palm Beach. It's a 2018 case that's actually on a retrial from an overturned appellate decision out of the 4th. And I don't expect it to be longer than 2 weeks, but it's set to begin on the 18th. And the client is in custody as well.
All right. So you're saying that you're unavailable from the 18th to the 29th, the last 2.
You see, this is the thing. I always look at trial attorneys, you know, cross-examining, and I think, man, I'd like to have a go at that. I would like to question a witness on the stand. But, you know, when we watch lawyers, we see them in one trial. They've got 3 or 4 different cases going on at the same time. I mean, I don't know if I'd be cut out to, like, keeping that all in my head together. I'm kind of an all or nothing kind of guy, you know? When I give myself to a project, I don't do anything else. And having to do 4 of them at once, man, that sounds, you know, you've got the Katherine Magbanua murder trial, then you've got to go and do this turned over appellate thing in the middle of it, and then come back and still have all the info and, you know the case inside out and all the rest of it. It's crazy. It's crazy.
2 weeks of April, and certainly you're not going to be wanting to do this case the week before. You're in preparation for that, correct?
No, Judge. And I think everything else I have, I will move around because Miss Magbanua has been in custody since 2016. So I'm sure.
Man, isn't it? It's when we see these lawyers in court, Georgia, even Tara.
Am I just about to say the exact same thing? What is wrong with me? I don't remember anything about making this video. Okay? But I think I'm just about to say the exact same thing. That's so embarrassing.
Kawass, as much as we've all come to kind of not really think she's much good. But just the amount of prep involved, you've got to know all those facts. You've got to be ready on your toes to question witnesses. Stuff happens and you've got to be on your feet. It's a total absorbing thing to get into. And it's easy when we just watch like Katherine Magbanua's trial that we've been waiting for years. It's easy to think that they've had loads of time to
talk jury to me. Where are you? What time of the day do you go and get groceries? Talk jury to me says, I was going to get groceries in the parking lot listening to your stream in my car, and my windows were down, and someone bought you a coffee, and everyone looked at me. That is hilarious, but where are you?
Prepare and practice and everything just on that case. But they come from one to another. And it'd still be hard if you had 2 years free, you know, to do all that research and preparation and depositions and everything. It's just mad, these lawyers. It's a high stress job, huh? High stress job. But Georgia Kappelman just never looks stressed. Never looks like she's trying to impress anybody. Never looks like she cares how she looks. I mean, she looks very well, dress sense, but you know, her facial expression, she doesn't. Tara Kawass is all chirpy, very polite. Georgia Cappleman often looks completely bored, and I like that. It's stable. It's real.
The other judges will understand. And that should be the only hiccup in my schedule. I can't speak to Mr. DeCosta's schedule.
All right, well then we're looking out probably in May. And I think we can't go any farther than that. We're just going to have to look at what weeks I can do in May. So you'll have contact from the court of the weeks that I suggest. I'll get some input from you before I send out an order to make sure that we're all clear. And but I anticipate at the earliest it would have to be in May, and I have to look at my calendar and what I've got going on to see if I can fit this in.
Katie Magbanua must love that, huh? They gave the expert the stuff to do his job in December, and now they're moving the trial. You know, it's all right. They've had Christmas, so court's closed for a bit at Christmas, and January came. It's February now. Judge wants the trial to be ready. Everyone's got to push it back. Tara Kawass has got a West Palm Beach case that she's got to do, and now it's May, end of May. God.
During 2 weeks in May. So I'll put that out by a separate order. I'll give some suggestions for weeks and get your input before I set those. So the motion for continuance is granted, and I will set the trial by separate order. The motions in limine that were scheduled for the next 2 days, I'm going to wait till we get closer to trial in order to schedule those in case we have any other issues that arise or they need to be amended by in any manner. So we won't have those hearings on Wednesday and Thursday either, but they'll be set. And I think we'll do it in the probably.
Yeah, I've heard this from quite a few people. You see, when I started this channel, I thought people would I didn't think anyone would listen, but then they started to listen. And I was thinking, who are these people listening to me? And I thought they might be people sat at home, you know, single people, just like in the glow of their computer screen, with all the curtains shut, and not just because it's nighttime. They are always shut. Unemployed people. But no, people are like, they say, oh, I was listening to you the other day in the gym, and the audio, it was a different level. I was like, in the gym. And commuting to work, that always makes me laugh when people are listening to me on their way to work, like out in the world. It's like if people are at home, then it's just the internet. But if you're driving a car or in the gym, I feel like I'm like going through the air. It's strange. It's a strange thing.
Probably in the same procedure.
What kind of dog do you have? Should talk jury to me.
Do it. We can do those by Zoom a couple weeks ahead of time of the trial, and then we'll get the trial set for 2 weeks during those months. Okay, anything else?
Hello, Clarissa H., one of our members, guys. That's the other thing. We've got memberships. If anyone wants to become a member, the $ symbol. You click the $ symbol, and then it should say memberships. It's a very good thing, guys. Very good thing.
For the court, Mr. DeCosta.
Yes, Your Honor, and I think this will be helpful, and Ms. Kappelman can chime in as well, too, when the court's setting a trial date. Thankfully, we've been able to come to a number of stipulations. The government has asked us to stipulate to a number of things. We've asked them to stipulate. Our stipulation alone will clear up, I believe, 3 witnesses being called. Theirs, it could be an additional 6.
One Pariah 67 says, what happens if in some weird fluke Donna gets off? Is it over? Well, it's not over. If Donna gets off, which could happen, we should. I think the amount of complacency about everyone absorbing this case, how everyone knows the evidence against Donna, how everyone believes it's a sure thing, right? It's not at all. It's those 12 people that are going to decide that, and nothing's a sure thing. She could absolutely get off, and she's in it to play, right? I mean, we can say the state has a very strong case, and that there is a mountain of compelling evidence against her. Oh, look. Kiwi's just made a new action figure. I'll show you guys here. You see, everyone should come to Discord because this is the sort of crazy shit we get all the time. Isn't that great? But our Metrix action figures are going to be so much better than this. These ones don't talk. There's no button where you could press and she says something like, I don't know who Taco is! What are Donna's catchphrases? We need three or four catchphrases. I don't know who Taco is. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. You have the wrong person. What else did she say? Those two are on the same call. Probably the two of us. This TV is going to be about 5. So what do we got? We got the cell phone. The iPhone 16 wasn't out when she went away, when she got arrested. Vietnam tickets, a suitcase, Sarah Boone, and the boys, 2 boys. Funny. Everybody join Discord.
Witnesses. So this may shave off a few days for the total trial time. I don't know if Ms. Kappelman has a better estimate of the length of the trial. That, and I will email over to Your Honors JA any complications that I may have in my schedule, but off the top of my head, I can't think of any trials that are going to come before this, except the one that I'll probably be trying with Ms. Kawass in West Palm now.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Ms. Kawass?
Man, did everyone see that? He looked like Chandler Halderson.
Kawass in West Palm now.
That could be Chandler Halderson's older brother.
Okay.
Whoa. That's creepy.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Kawass?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Kappelman, anything for the court?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
See what I mean? She looks completely bored. No, Your Honor.
Ms. Kappelman, anything for the court?
No, Your
Soap is 8 also, and she's a Libra.
Honor.
All right. Okay.
Thank you, Your
Honor. Now.
Watch Tara Kawass sign off and then Georgia Kaufman sign off. It's night and day.
All right. Anything else, Ms. Kawass?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Kappelman, anything for the court?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Thank you, everyone. We have how we're moving forward, and so you'll be getting.
And the birthday is October 15th.
And some correspondence from my judicial assistant, and then we'll be setting it again by an order. Okay?
Understood, Judge.
All right. Thank you. We'll be in recess.
Thank you, Judge.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so what do we do now? What do we do now? Oh, no. I don't even want to do that. You can tell I've been looking up mechanical keyboards. It looks really good. Where's Harley gone? I bet he's got one. He can tell me how good it is. Let's see what they say about it.
This keyboard costs $150.
What? That's too much.
But this one costs about half as much, or around $89.
Oh, clicky, clicky. Listen to how much
Which
that
one do you
clicks.
think sounds better? This keyboard costs $150.
Fuck that. Sounds like shit.
But this one costs about half as much, or around $89.
Ooh, that is so clicky.
Which one do you think sounds better?
The second one. What is it called? The Keychron K3 Pro. That's the Metrix keyboard of the future. But anyway, we're not here for the keyboard TV. What can we do now? We got another video lined up. Let's search for a video. What can we search for? Adelson content. How about Charlie's sentencing? Sentencing or cross-examination? Leave it to chat. First person with an opinion gets their wish granted. Sentencing or cross-examination? Anybody? Say something. Sentencing or cross-examination? Hey, look, we've got second place. Ha ha! True Crime Metrix has second place for the search term Adelson content. Take that, motherfucker. Okay, Armand Fence says cross, and Armand gets the wish.
Look at the tower information.
I think you testified that that meant she was just passing by.
I'm just going to go to a random point, though.
I don't think she likes my older brother.
Okay. But is Wendy the favorite?
I'd like to think it's a tie between me and her.
Does your mom worry more about Wendy than you? Let's do before this case.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't. I think maybe in different parts of my life, she's probably more concerned about me. Different parts of my sister's life, she may be more concerned about her.
Is it true that your mom has a tendency to worry herself sick if there's something going on with Wendy?
Yeah, but you were late, Talk Jerry, to me. If I grant you your wish now, everyone's going to know that it's just because I think you're cute. Oops, I've said too much.
Have you kids?
No, I mean, she's a concerned mom, but I think she's a normal mom.
Was she pretty worried about Wendy's marital problems?
No.
She wasn't.
I think she'd get upset when my sister would tell her things that Danny was doing and going to work, and bad-mouthing her, but I think...
Need a bit of volume on here, though.
But also she would meticulously go through all the filings and send long emails detailing her thoughts about every filing in this divorce.
No, I don't think that's the case at all.
Okay. Did she hate Dan Markel?
I think she liked him in the beginning, for sure. And I think when he was being a jerk to my sister, I don't think anyone particularly liked him when he was being a jerk.
What about the time around the time that he was killed? Did your mother hate Dan Markel?
No, I think it had kind of like tapered off. I think that she only disliked him when he was being mean to my sister. Other than that, nobody had a problem with him.
He was being mean to your sister during these divorce
Hey, good night, Julia, and thanks for being here. Great comments tonight, Julia.
proceedings and subsequent litigation, right?
I think it was on and off. I think it was...
I said just be a jerk back and see what happens. He was being a jerk, so I said be a jerk back. No. He thinks that sounds reasonable.
Sporadic.
And when your mom's worried about Wendy, does she come to you for solutions or to talk things out?
I don't know what time of night, in the middle of the night, I'm going to have to start queuing up at Leon County Courthouse to get in to see Donna on the stand. I know it's going to be packed. Look at how packed it is now. Harley was there, and he said, what did you say, Harley? That you had to go and watch it in the hallway? I don't want to do that. I want a front row seat. Well, or the one just behind Ruth Markel.
No, I don't think worried is the right word to describe it.
Does she ever make Wendy's problems your problems?
No.
Like convincing you to get Wendy to pull the plug on the house on Halloween 2013? Didn't she convince you to sort of take up that cause?
No, that was actually me. I thought I shared my thoughts on home ownership from my sister. That was all me.
Didn't you say that if she had bought that house, that would have been the second worst decision of Wendy's life?
I thought it was going to be a stupid decision to buy that house.
And what was the first?
Listen on the road, sometimes in the tub. I have not heard that one before. You get first prize for original comment this evening, Laura.
Worst decision of Wendy's life?
Oh, I thought looking at hindsight 2020, I think when she'd agreed when she married Dan.
And did you convince her to take a particular job as well? Remember that call?
Yeah, she got an offer from a law firm, and she was debating whether or not she should take it. She didn't know if it was exact.
Hey, talk Jerry to me. Did you say you're on TikTok? I didn't get that. What does that mean? You create videos on TikTok. What is the TikTok? Share it here.
Exactly what she wanted to do, and I was like, hey, you don't know what you don't like doing until you've done.
But I've never used TikTok. I haven't even gone to the trouble of creating an account. Sometimes I watch a video and it says you must create an account, and I'm like, well, should I? Maybe I should. Maybe I should start putting videos on TikTok as well and other places. Yeah.
Done it. Seems like a great opportunity.
Yeah, share your channel, Jury, and you'll be the first person I follow on TikTok. How about that?
Like, why not do it? Learn the job skill. It's a skill you don't. And she's like, well, I don't have that skill. And I'm like, well, it's a good opportunity to learn it, and you may like it. And if you don't like it, then try something else. But I was trying to encourage her to take what sounded like a great opportunity.
And Mom,
this whole thing about the opportunity, this is what I think happened, is that Harvey pulled strings or Charlie pulled strings and got Wendy a job that she could walk into and be in a management position straight away. No training, no learning the ropes, just straight to the top, $1 million a year job, right? And she agreed to it. The company or the firm was expecting her to join, all lined up, deal done, and then she bailed. And Charlie, or Harvey, well, Charlie, it sounds like, was pissed off because this person, this is just my idea, guys. This is not based in fact. This person, when you do someone a favor and they bail, and the favor that you've done them is a favor that you've called in from someone else, and then that person that you're doing a favor for fucks you up, and then you look like a dick in front of the person that's doing a favor for you. That's the sense that I'm getting from this. So when he's going on about, well, if you don't have that job skill, it's a good opportunity, and I was trying to get her to take what sounded like a great opportunity as a good brother. No. You don't operate like that, Charlie. We know this.
Shared your thoughts, and I'm referring to Donna Adelson, shared your thoughts about this opportunity being a good one for Wendy, right?
I probably heard about the job from my mom, but I definitely heard about it from my sister because I'm talking to my sister about it.
Yeah, I mean, the job was not what she was.
Courtroom chatter. Okay, I'm going to go and create an account right now. Everybody follow Courtroom Chatter on TikTok.
Had any experience in, right? It was a whole nother field of law.
Then that was my point. It was like, well, why not take it if they're offering it to you and you can learn something new? It sounds like a great opportunity.
Do you and Donna know what's best for Wendy better than she knows herself?
No, but not at all.
Were you a spy when it...
He had to think about that, didn't he? No, but yes. But I mean, no, but really yes. We are like the puppeteers of her life. We make decisions and then influence her in a covert, multi-attack angle kind of fashion, like panthers. We are the panthers of her life.
When it came to Wendy, did you get information from Donna?
Actually, I think panthers hunt alone, right? And so do I.
From Wendy and relay it to Donna?
At times, because I was dating Bree, and Bree worked for Dave, so I would hear stuff about Dave from Bree, so I kind of had an inside. I got inside information.
In what capacity did Bree work for Dave?
Why is he so smug about that? I had inside information.
Dave was his. After she graduated from college, she was working as a nanny for Dave.
All right. And how old was Bree?
Yeah. Leslie's TikTok. What is it? Or maybe it'll pop up because we're connected. Isn't it spooky how the internet does that? Do you know this person? And you're like, yes, I do.
Bree during the time you were dating her, was she significantly younger than you?
She was 24 and I was 39.
Is Bree the mother of your?
I love Leslie's content as well, riding shotgun. I haven't really worked. Like, I think is she just trying like different things? Because sometimes it's preparing for Donna's trial on TikTok, and sometimes it seems to be this kind of, business mentor thing, and like, I really enjoy it though. It's so funny to see her, and she's very good. She's very what's the word? She comes across as extremely competent.
Child.
She is the mother of my child. Yeah.
All right, so back to Wendy and Donna. So Wendy, was she tight-lipped with Donna about her private life?
I don't think she shared everything.
But she would tell things to you that she wouldn't tell to Donna.
I can't say that for sure.
Can you play clip 1, please? Publishing call EEE.
I'm sorry, what number?
EEE. 3 E's.
Yeah, Jane. Wendy doesn't like work, and Katie Magbanua neither, it seems.
Yeah, would you?
Where are you going?
On this way, gonna just stop off at there and pass. Anyway, so I just put the date no.
Oh, did you?
So I just called him an old fart. She's a few months older than me.
Okay, I've got a TikTok account now, everybody. Watch out. We're about to set the world on fire, True Crime Metrix. But I haven't created that yet. But I am logged in. So what was it? Courtroom chat.
But so actually, soon for his birthday, turns out Wendy's making him a little party in Fleetwood.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Wendy goes like very tight-lipped.
You're not kidding.
So what she needs to do is.
Yeah, this is funny, right? Wendy's all tight-lipped, and Donna's like, "You're not kidding." Meaning, what do we infer from that? That she doesn't really communicate with them much at all about anything. Just like, when can I drop off the boys, and I'm going to be late picking them up. I'm having dinner with a colleague. A man colleague. His name's Julio. He cleans my pool. He is really good at cleaning my pool.
She's obviously tight-lipped for a reason. It's because she doesn't want you to know anything.
Anything.
So, my point is, if she doesn't want you to know anything, then don't ask anything.
I don't
You'll
know.
be happy.
Yeah,
and then I can find everything out and just tell you.
I know. It's great.
So, I was like, so, what are you doing for your birthday? It's like, well, Wendy's making me like a little birthday dinner, a little.
Oh, wow. You've got 12,000 followers, Courtroom Chatter? Okay, so you really needed a plug from me with like a third of that. Cool. Well, We'll check that out.
Get together party. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. He's like, yeah, she's doing it. He's like, I don't know anything. All I know is Wendy's putting it together for me, and she's doing it quickly.
Aw.
So I'm like, oh, that sounds awesome.
All I knew is that she was going straight from work to the hotel where everybody is meeting for the this Miami Fellows thing that she got, and that she was going to stay there tonight because it starts early first thing tomorrow morning.
Right.
I guess in between she managed to do something else, which makes me happy. I'm really glad.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't imagine. Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah, he sounded good.
yeah.
Yeah.
So what is the deal with TikTok? They have to be real short videos, right? Like 30 seconds or something, or a minute?
Do you remember yesterday saying you were telling a story about Katie coming in from having had a...
Oh, you sent us a pic now, Laura? Where? Where did you send us a pic? Laura says, I used to date Charlie's doppelganger. Send you a pic, TCM. What, on Discord? Nope. Where's this pic?
some kind of altercation with Garcia.
Can we show it on the channel, on the video?
Reported that the necklace had been pulled off her neck. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And when you were relaying that story to the jury, you used a specific term describing what Garcia had done to her. Do you remember what?
No, I know you didn't ask for one, Jerry, but I don't know why. I think you said that you posted a couple. I thought you were just starting out, so I was like, everyone follow. All of the 30 people in this room, go and follow. You know? And and you've got 12,000 followers, so that's great. Congratulations on your success.
What that term was?
It was only yesterday, but you'll have to refresh my memory how I described it.
You said he roughed her up.
That's accurate.
And that put my antenna up because that roughed them up is the exact same phrase that Katherine Magbanua said in her proffer that you used on Halloween 2013 when you first approached her about, does she know anyone who can rough someone up?
No, I think beginning roughed up is an adjective, but what you're doing is the same thing you did with your TV theory. Is like you heard TV mentioned multiple times, so you put the whole case together with the TV.
Okay,
and
we'll
you're
get
putting
to
the
the
whole
TV.
case together with the word roughed up. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I'm
think
not
if
putting the whole case together.
One moment. Don't speak over each other.
But that's
Please wait for him to answer, then you can ask your next question. Go ahead.
But that's
Look at Rashval. Doesn't he look like a gay flight attendant sometimes? Like the one that you don't want to bother because he always looks busy, you know? Always looks like he's got something more important to do than take your inquiry.
an unusual.
So you're just like, I'm gonna wait for the fat lady, okay? I'm gonna wait for the fat lady. Don't ask that guy. He's in a rush.
I mean, you know, it's a specific term. I'm not making a whole case out of it, but did you say rough?
Oh, they demonetized you. What, completely? They just took that away. Why? Did they say why?
Up in both places.
Katie was roughed up by Sigfredo when he tore the necklace off of her neck, yes.
And isn't that the same term you used when you first broached Katherine Magbanua about did she know someone who could rough?
I know, Jane. I mean, it would be a verb, right? I mean, it's if you're going to rough someone up, that's a doing. It's a verb. Look at his face. Okay, I got to screenshot that. That's a prize thumbnail right there in the making.
Up someone else.
Never in my life have I ever asked her that question. ever in my life. That conversation never took place.
Did you ever hear Donna Adelson refer to Dan Markel as stupid?
No.
Were you laughing when Wendy was on the stand and I read all the names that Donna referred to Dan Markel as?
No, I laughed when you said the word fucker in court.
Okay. What did she mean when she said Dan Markel was trying to take her sunshines away? Do you know?
My mom never said that.
Oh, so you never heard her say that?
That was made up, and he put it in a court filing, and then now it becomes something that my mom said because someone made it up and put it in a court filing. My mom never said that.
Did your mom refer to the children?
Yeah, that's the plan, Harley, to come to Tallahassee. Metrix going international. We're going to get on that big fucking plane, jumbo jet, the big jumbo jet, and go to Tallahassee. Well, actually, we're going to Miami first, and then drive into Tallahassee in a Prius, in a rented Prius.
Children as her sunshines?
No, the kids were 3 and 4. A 3 and 4-year-old can't repeat a conversation and remember words 6 hours later.
You see George's face. A 3 and 4-year-old can't repeat a conversation. Look at it.
Who said that?
Did your mom refer to the children as her sunshines?
No, the kids were 3 and 4. A 3 and 4-year-old can't repeat a conversation and remember words 6 hours later and repeat it accurately. I have a 5-year-old son. Never seen a 3 and 4-year-old do that. So it was made up, and now you're repeating it.
Okay. Have you been a good brother to Wendy?
I always try to be a good brother.
It sounds like maybe you're not.
That's like hearsay, but without like the inverse of hearsay. Hear non-say.
Agreeing that this was a really nasty divorce, or are you agreeing it was a nasty divorce?
I mean, I don't think any divorces can be pleasant, but I think they definitely had their fights. I mean, they were fighting over bicycles and all kinds of crap.
But in addition to that, Dan Markel accused your sister of fraud, right?
He made an accusation, yeah.
Threatened her with federal kidnapping charges?
Oh, that's a new one. You just told me.
That one's in the emails that are in evidence. Did you review those?
I didn't review the federal kidnapping charges in this case.
Was
seeking contempt proceedings. You heard about that.
I'm going to go to every location in Miami, Jerry. Yardbird, Uvia. Actually, I don't think Uvia exists anymore. The bump location. Biscayne and 12th or 112th. Where else? South and 5th, Sophie Dennell. Treasure Island. We're going to see Katie Magbanua's house. Where else is there to go in Miami? I don't want to go to the melting pot. Fuck that. Whale Harbor. We're going to see Charlie Adelson's house.
That here in court, yes.
I heard about that, yeah.
I know that's in.
Even went after her lawyer
else,
personally.
Fort Lauderdale.
Right?
He made serious threats against her lawyer.
And her bar card could have been in jeopardy if any of those, or some of them.
I heard the other day she was saying that, I guess her lawyer, he was threatening her lawyer's bar card.
Her lawyer's bar card as well as Wendy's.
He was making lots of threats and writing lots of stuff, I guess.
And he messed with your mom too, didn't he, in that grandma motion? You know which one I'm talking about?
I don't think he was messing with my mom. I mean, nobody took that seriously, and I don't think anyone even knew about it.
Is it your mom? I'm sorry, finish.
I said I don't think anyone even knew about it till years later.
Adelson Institute. You know, on the Google streetcar view, if you go to the office building in Tamarack where it was, because the photo's outdated, it still says Adelson Institute on the list of businesses.
Isn't your mom notorious for always getting worked up about everything?
She gets upset. I mean, she's a concerned mom. I mean,
but is she notorious for getting really worked up?
LBD, that's me. Okay.
To a certain extent. I mean,
aren't those your own words from Call S that's in evidence in this case?
Yeah, those are my words, but you can't, not to an extreme. but she does worry, especially when like Latin King gang members are extorting her for money.
Did your mom take the grandma motion seriously?
I don't think she even knew about it.
She didn't talk to you about it?
No, I didn't find out about it till years later.
Wasn't this divorce a big deal?
Yeah, I've got it now, right in LBD. That's me. Oh, LDB. I was going to say it could have been Lyndon Johnson. No, that would be LBJ. What am I talking about?
In your family?
It didn't affect my life, I can tell you that. So I don't think that's true. I think it was a big deal in my sister's life.
Why did Wendy testify that she was getting along?
We checked it out, the melting pot, because it's Charlie mentioned it, and I was so unimpressed. But I can't imagine eating fondue in any location. I mean, what the hell? Yeah, I was unimpressed. And I was shocked to realize that it was just a chain. Like this, I thought the Adelsons were super exclusive, you know? They just go to a franchised chain.
Along well with Dan Markel just prior to his death. Can we agree that's not true?
I think there were ups and downs in how they got along. I mean, you got to.
LBD is little black dress. Says who? I mean, it sounds good.
She was on the stand. I mean, I wasn't living her life.
Is it part of your defense to minimize how nasty and contentious this divorce was?
No, my defense is to tell the truth.
I'm a truth teller. I was sworn to do.
Did you have
Like
any input on the decision to change the boys' names from Markel to Adelson?
Absolutely not.
Do you and Donna have to protect Wendy?
No.
Does Wendy appreciate everything you and Donna do for her?
You got to.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to going to Yardbird, though. I will not be ordering chicken and waffles. I mean, I know that's a thing, but that just, there's a lot of combinations of food in this story. Pizza and sushi at the same time. What the fuck? Chicken and waffles? That sounds like breakfast and dinner. So why don't I just put some, roast chicken on my cornflakes?
Ask her. I mean, she's my sister. I love her. I try to give her my best advice I can. If I care about her, and I give her my advice, whether she takes it or not, is up to her. She's a grown woman.
Let me ask it another way. Do you feel, or isn't it?
Actually, where did Charlie get the hair gel in prison? We went through the list of items that are available to them on commissary, and it's pretty extensive in terms of what do you call it? Bathroom products, ablutions, and style stuff. There's eye masks. There's cooling gel eye masks.
True that you don't feel that Wendy appreciates everything you and Donna do for her.
My sister had no idea what I've been through in the last God knows how many years, and what I wake up worrying, am I going to get killed? Am I going to get arrested? And
he couldn't remember the number of years. It's at this point, Charlie, it's 9.
She's just going around her life, and I had somewhat of an innate anger towards her. Mm-hmm. Probably unjust because she didn't know what happened. But yeah,
Do you think Charlie Adelson's given anyone a blowjob yet? Do you think that's happened? Maybe.
I was upset.
And weren't you saying on the wire?
Maybe just out of boredom, right? Just like, what the hell? I'll try it.
that she doesn't appreciate what you and Donna have done for her.
I don't know if I said that she doesn't appreciate what I've done for her, because I never did anything for her.
Okay, so that was my next question. What have you done for her? Nothing?
Other than give her advice and care about her, be a big brother that loves her.
Would you say Wendy's a little bit spoiled?
In some regards, I mean, she gets a lot of help, for sure.
Is she a little less savvy about how the world works than you are?
I don't know. I mean, you gotta ask her.
Could you trust Wendy with a secret that could ruin your life?
It's not a secret. It's something that would get me killed, so I didn't want to tell her.
Can we agree that she obviously knew something about this crime?
She found out when she came to court. I never told her anything.
I'm talking about the murder.
Sounds intriguing, jury. Jury says, I have a video coming that I think you'll find quite funny. I might not be able to wait until May. Just put it up now.
Dan Markel. She knew something, right? I mean, it's not a coincidence she went to the crime scene, is it?
You're talking about the route that she took that day?
I'm talking about her pulling up to the crime scene tape.
She never went to the crime scene. She was going to buy a bottle of liquor that coincidentally the person sent her a stock the bar party for buy a bottle of Bullet bourbon that she was going to pick up. She wasn't driving to a crime scene. And I think she made that clear too. Nobody knew a murder was taking place.
She pulled up to the crime scene tape, Dr. Adelson.
She didn't pull up to the crime scene tape. She was driving down the street and then had to make a U-turn. It was blocked off. But she wasn't going to.
She couldn't help herself.
Nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She exposed you all to some degree by those actions, didn't she?
No, not at all.
And then she threw you under the bus in her interview, didn't she?
Nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She knew her husband had just been shot, and they were asking her who would want him dead, and she said your name. Are you mad about that?
No, she said a lot of people's names.
Well, she said yours in the first 25 pages of a 5-hour interview. Isn't that true?
I wasn't there for the interview.
But you've reviewed it in preparation for your trial, haven't you?
I actually don't know if I've seen her interview.
Yeah, right.
There was a lot of questions.
What? I mean, who's going to believe that? You're on trial for murder and you're not going to watch the 5-hour interview that your sister gave where she implicated you and the rest of your family? Come on, man. What are you talking about?
Of you about, didn't you do this murder with Wendy? Doesn't the state think you did this murder with Wendy? Are you familiar with your charges in this case?
Yes, I'm very familiar with my charges.
Right. And who are you alleged to have done this murder with?
I'm alleged to have done this murder with my sister, my mom, and my dad.
Would it refresh your recollection to review a copy of the indictment in this case?
I'm a slow reader, but I could read it if you want.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
And this is the official charging document in your case, Dr. Adelson. What does it say in reference to who you are alleged to have committed the murder with?
This is, what day is this? 2022. Oh, they think I did a murder with Katie.
Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
Anybody else?
Give me a minute, I'll read. They got Luis Rivera in here. They got Sigfredo Garcia.
Okay, Laura. I'll look forward to it.
As being alleged to have committed the murder with you?
Did I read it too quick?
Take your time.
Hogwash.
Should just be at the very top of each charge. On or about July 18th, 2014, did unlawfully.
Okay. Yeah, Katie.
Okay.
Oh, I hate that bit, Pariah, where she's like, I've been advised by my lawyer not to whatever. And they're like, there are also podcasts. Don't watch. Also not to watch. There are radio shows, also not to listen. Articles, don't read. Don't read. Oh, just everything about her is repugnant, isn't it? Super repugnant. Look at Sarah's hair. She looks like a samurai.
Are you mad that Wendy hasn't been charged and you have?
No, I'm mad that
Okay, here's a good question that I've been thinking about for a while. Do you think Wendy and Charlie have hooked up? I think they had a threesome with Harvey. I mean, where even Jeff Lacasse says this, and not just his opinion, but the opinions of others, clinical people that do clinical work. They sense something about the family, and he says, what is there incest in this family? Is there serious childhood abuse? What is it? There's this quiet thing, right? Secretive thing. And yeah, I mean, it does. Everything we see is consistent with some kind of sexual, incestual thing. And maybe it was just, I think the polite way to say it is petting, right? Maybe it was just petting without actual intercourse. But there's this weird sexual dynamic. I mean, even between Charlie and Donna, there's this weird, like, we're a couple, but you're my mom. Like, what is that? But yeah, I think it's possible, Jerry, that Charlie and Wendy have had some kind of inappropriate encounter, perhaps on a regular basis when they were younger or something. I don't know. Speculation. I'm not even speculating that I believe that, but I certainly think it's possible. And from what we see about their behavior, I believe their behavior could be consistent with that sort of situation. Could be consistent with other things too. And maybe there was no incest of any kind. But, what do we know?
I got charged for a crime that I didn't commit.
Do you have any innate anger with Wendy over that fact?
No, not at all.
Are you pissed that she told all that stuff to Jeff Lacasse?
I don't think she said that to Jeff, but I wasn't there.
How did Lacasse know about the celebration dinner?
That we went out to dinner. She got sick, so she may have told someone that she threw up.
And then what? He just added the part about you referring to it as a celebration?
I never referred to it as a celebration dinner. I picked my sister up. I said, where do you want to go to eat? She said she wanted pizza or sushi. I said, I know a great sushi place. We went there. We didn't have reservations. We ended up sitting at the bar for an hour waiting for our table, and she had 2 drinks and got sick.
She vomited on the dinner table. Or at the dinner table.
Yeah, she got her to the bathroom. But yeah, she doesn't drink alcohol. So those 2 drinks, and I think on an empty stomach, I think she got really sick. But there was no celebration dinner. It was the first time that she actually really left the house since she got back from Tallahassee. She was devastated.
Did you say something to her about the murder of Dan Markel right before she vomited?
Absolutely not.
Do you remember what you said right before she vomited?
She was I think she said, I don't feel well. And I say, oh no. And then she threw up.
Before that.
Oh no. Is that how it goes in real life, in a real life situation? I don't feel well. Oh no. Oh, he's underprepared for this bit. You're just going to say to him, what was the conversation? He's like, probably just, how's the food? How's the food?
No, I think I said, oh no. And then she threw up.
Before she announced that she was going to be ill.
Right.
Do you remember what the conversation was?
Just how's the food? How's your? I mean, we were probably about halfway through dinner. If you look at the timetable, we weren't there long.
Why did you brag to Jeffrey Lacoste about your connection to the Cuban criminal element?
Never said that to Jeff Lacoste.
So he's making that up?
If he said it, I never said it.
Well, you were in here when he said it, weren't you?
I heard him say it, yeah. But I never said that to him.
Do you mean Morgan Honeycutt, Jerry? The blonde sitting next to Wendy motioned to Charlie and gave him the BJ sign. I missed that. What, in the courtroom?
On one of these calls, and it's in the context of talking about Dave and Wendy's relationship with Dave, you tell your mom that you've already gone above and beyond for Wendy. Was that a reference to having her ex murdered?
No, that's me getting tired of this Dave stuff. I mean, Dave's a great guy. I mean, everyone who meets him likes him.
Yeah, avoid the question, Charlie. No, was that a reference to having her ex murdered? No, it was me getting tired of this Dave stuff. I mean, Dave's a great guy. T-shirt and jeans kind of guy. Very low-key, but he's also super successful, and my nephew farted on him.
He's not only super successful, but he's very low-key, like T-shirts and jeans kind of guy. And he loved my sister's kids. I mean, if you listen to The Wire, the point I was making is not how successful he is. The point I was making is that my nephews farted on him, and he thought it was funny and didn't bother him. And he also has 3 young kids, the same ages as my sister's 2 young kids. They actually met in line when my sister was registering the kids for school, and it was they've been
registering them for school as Adelsons.
Friends for years. So I thought it was a great opportunity for my sister to have a great guy in her life. And I was getting sick and tired of Dave calls, and The Wire started in April.
Wendy's got a lot of guys in her life, Charlie. I don't know how many of them are great, but there's plenty of guys. You know, we know that Donna said to the boys, you know, because the boys obviously have this awareness that something is not right with the people that have been looking after them, right? Because they killed their father, right? Donna's like, oh, why don't you, I don't think the boys are that tactile, you know? Donna wants them to give kisses and hugs when they go and stuff like that. So she said, oh, you know, it's nice. This is how I show you I love you and this sort of thing. And the boys are like, oh, yeah, just like Mommy and Dave when they're all kissy, 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 feely, feely, feely. So they revealed what was going on. Because in front of the family, Wendy's like, oh, we're just friends. She's obviously fucking him and 30 other guys on the same day, right?
April. My sister's birthday's in April. Dave's birthday's in April. So you got a ton of Dave chatter on this case. But believe me, I'd go crazy if I was talking about Dave like this all year long.
So that's a no. You did not reference having her ex murdered? Absolutely not. When you said no. You've already gone above and beyond?
No, that was me getting sick of dealing with the Dave stuff. As great of a guy as he is,
what did you clip?
I was still getting sick of it.
When the $1 million offer was conceived, do you recall whose idea that was?
My parents.
Why was the relocation worth $1 million?
Well, it was actually I was gonna pay a third, so I only looked at it as that way. Why was it worth it?
My nephews farted on him, and he thought it was funny. It's surreal, isn't it? This case, the stuff that is said. But there's 150 people in this courtroom, right? And he's sitting on here saying things like, Dave's a great guy. Okay, he's not only super successful, but he's very low key, t-shirt and jeans kind of guy. And, you know, my nephews farted on him, and he thought it was funny. What is going on? Why are we hearing these words?
That's the question.
Because it was going to help my sister out, and it was going to give her a good opportunity for a good job down here, and she was going to be around family, and family's important. So That's why.
Isn't it true that financially you came out ahead?
I couldn't do it, Donna Bowen. Donna says, Phil, I have to call her Donna Bowen, so we know it's not Adelson. Donna Bowen says Phil has to put up with listening with Charlie, stupid lies. It's awful. Yeah, I couldn't handle that at all. You know, I couldn't. I would pick up Georgia Cappleman and throw her at Charlie. You know.
Head on this deal as opposed to if you had coughed up.
Actually, I wouldn't. I'd pick her up and I just wouldn't be able to let her go.
Third of the $1 million offer.
I just know that she smells amazing, right?
How in the world did I come up ahead? This is the craziest
Financially,
thing.
you paid $138,000, then you paid $2,000 a month plus the $1,000 payroll amount. You're still about over $100,000 ahead financially than if you had coughed up the $333K.
No, I would have been better off paying. First of all, I never paid for murders. This is a crazy question. But paying $3,000 a month for life is not a...
Is it a crazy question? Because you're on trial for murder, so us asking you about the murder that we're accusing you of in the context of what we're all doing here, is it crazy? Are you surprised that it's being brought up?
It's not anything anybody wants.
This is the thing, when someone, is an operator like Charlie, he does amazingly, shows some critical thinking skills, and but that's all just from his ADHD. His brain doesn't stop. So, for certain things, for working out dodgy business schemes and tax dodging and stuff like that, he's probably got some raw talent. But in this context, when someone has gone up there, I mean, he's improvising. Obviously, he's prepared a lot, practiced, prepared, but a chunk of it is improv, right? You got to be on your feet, you got to be on your toes. But when you're doing that, sometimes, and it happens in all sorts of situations, you don't have to be on trial for murder. It could happen in business, relationships, whatever. It's like you're so trying to present in a certain way that within your presentation you might, it kind of gets away with it because it's live and in the moment. You end up saying a stupid thing like that, like, oh, that's just a weird question. A murder? I wasn't involved with the murder, so that's a weird question. Is it a weird question?
Wants to do.
I didn't say anything about paying for a murder. I said you paid $138,000, which you did.
I got extorted for $330,000.
And then you paid, but you didn't pay the $330,000.
Right, because I didn't have it. I had that cleared out my safe, and that was what was in my safe that night.
All right. Can we agree that Wendy was stressed out about the issues surrounding her divorce?
I think the divorce caused stress in her life, yes.
And you were hearing about it from your mother, weren't you?
Yeah, I would hear.
Wendy's totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one, that sort of thing.
Yes, like I said it before, is that my sister would tell my mom a story. I'd be sitting in the car driving. My mom would be talking to me and telling me the latest story of the day. And that's how I found out a lot.
And then on 2/19 of 14, Donna texts you again to tread lightly with Wendy and refers to Dan Markel as an asshole and a fucker, right?
Sorry. You made me laugh. Sorry.
That's what I'm here for.
Oh, she's just so wonderfully playful.
Is that what happened?
Playful woman in a shark skin suit. Wow.
Text?
Did my mom use a foul word to describe him?
Yes, sir. Asshole and fucker, to be specific.
She used a curse word. Correct.
Is that pretty strong language for your mom, or is that how she speaks?
She's just a fucking child, isn't he? Just like a kid in class, the one that sits at the back, that teases the teacher to get them to say something that they find funny. and giggles?
I mean, it is pretty strong language, but I think I mean, I've been called a lot worse, but.
I'm sure.
I mean, if my mom used a curse word, she used a curse word. You just use curse words too. So.
Was Wendy less stressed?
You just use curse words too.
Yeah. Was Wendy less stressed out once all this litigation was over?
No, she was a million times more stressed out.
Was she better off financially?
There may have been some, but not much. I don't think so.
Was she able to stop paying her $800 an hour divorce lawyers?
Yes.
Did she get $2.7 million in benefits for her children plus $4,800 a month for the boys' benefit?
No, as far as I know, that money was in trust and it's controlled by Dan Markel's sister. So none of that money. You keep saying it like the money went to her. The money's in trust for the kids, and that money never went to her.
Some of it went to her, and some of it was in trust for the kids, right?
I don't know the breakdown, but I know the 90-something% of what you're talking about is in trust, and it's in trust for the children. It's not for her benefit.
Right. It's for the benefit of the boys, but it has to come through her because they're children, right?
Well,
she gets disbursements, right?
It has to go through the executor of the trust. And my sister's not the executor of the trust.
No, sir. I'm not saying she is. When the executor of the trust disperses money for the benefit of the boys, it gets dispersed to Wendy, right?
See, you know more than I know.
Did you have trouble sleeping after the murder?
After I was extorted, for sure.
Did Katie text you on 12/19/15? Sorry, we have problems sleeping and shit. We do have a lot of weight on our shoulders.
Did she text me that?
Did she text you that?
I mean, she may have, but it sounds about right.
Do you want to look at the text?
I can look at it, sure. Which one?
Glasses. You can look around for context if you want, but I'm looking at page 2 of this exhibit, and it's got a little box around it.
Thanks.
And if that refreshes your recollection, the question is, did she send it?
Yeah.
I want to go over a little bit some of the payments or gifts that you gave to Katherine Magbanua. We've heard a lot about her being put on the payroll at the Adelson Institute, and she made this demand to you when you met her to give her the first extortion payment on the payment plan. Is that correct?
She didn't make a demand. When I gave her the $3,000 for her friend, she asked me if I could do her a favor and put her on payroll for $1,000 a month so that she could get insurance for her kids. She was going to cash the check, and the money was still going to her friend, so that money wasn't going to her. She was getting insurance for her kids.
And did you believe her that she would give the money from the paychecks to the friend?
I believe what she was saying to me, yeah.
Isn't it true that Katherine Magbanua actually asked you to place her on the payroll back in June, prior to this extortion effort?
I don't know if I put her on payroll. She asked me if I could put her as something, when I was dating her, put her as something on the office so she could get insurance. But I never did.
And that was in June.
Yeah, I remember she'd asked me about it before, but I never did anything.
In June 24th of 2014, she says, "Baby, I'm going to need help on the employment info. I have to send to DCF for my kids' insurance. Also, if I have to end up moving later on, I need to show I'm working for you, or else I won't be able to get an apartment." To which you respond, "No problem." Remember that?
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking she was asking about payroll. I think she was asking just to say that she worked there, so we'd sign a letter saying that she was employed. But that doesn't say anything about writing checks to her.
And that request was made in between the 2 trips that the killers made.
That request, well, she asked me if I could do that for her while I was dating her, and I never even did it.
And did she ask if you could do that in between the 2 trips that the killers made?
I didn't know when they went up, but I found out later that they went up in June.
All right, so that email would have been sent, or I'm sorry, it's a text. That text would have been sent prior to what you're calling is the first layer of the extortion.
That text was sent to me while I was dating her, but I never...
Prior to the first layer of extortion?
The text was sent in June.
Prior to the first layer of extortion?
Before I was extorted, yeah. Before I broke up with her.
And you say several times on the wire that she was cleaning at the office. Was she really cleaning?
No, she never worked for us.
She was doing some type of cleanup for you, wasn't she?
No.
What's the purpose of keeping Katie happy? Was she gonna sick the Latin Kings on you if you made her unhappy?
She was protecting me. I didn't know what would happen, and she was keeping my mind like when that.
The extortion never went up, and Katie was always broke. I wanted to keep her happy. She was protecting me. Oh, just imagine them all sitting around. Charlie, Donna, Daniel Rashbaum coming up with this scheme, this story, this reframing of the truth, you know. Okay, they're laying it all out on paper. Each element that will be used against him, they have to explain away. And the best they could come up with was Katie was always broke. No, the extortion never went up, and Katie was always broke.
The extortion never went up, and I just assumed, I thought that she wasn't part of it and she was protecting me. Usually extortion goes up. It always gets ratcheted up from what I've heard.
What's the fear of not keeping her happy is what I'm trying to understand.
Well, I could get killed, or the people who were extorting me could come rob me. And I didn't get killed. I didn't get robbed. The extortion never went up. I thought she was really protecting me.
If that's the case, why not just, I mean, you're complying with everything they've asked you to do, right?
I'm doing everything that was asked to do, and yeah.
So why reach out and say, hey, can I get you a trip to Key West to go with that extortion money?
I never said, can I get you a trip to Key West?
You didn't say you were trying to get them the owner's cottage. Maybe it's not in Key West. Trying to get them the owner's cottage because it's the nicest, $380 a night. The postcard inn. Do you recall all those conversations?
Oh yeah, for sure. And that was, she'd actually asked me weeks before the bump, because I
find it so strange when people say Wendy is beautiful as well. I don't get it. I mean, I've heard people say, oh, she's a total bitch, but smoking hot. What? I think she's horrible. Horrible looking. Really not attractive at all, even if you don't know anything about the personality. If you just showed me a picture and said, do you like this woman? I'd say no. No. Yeah, personality and morals. Well, at least she's got that working for her.
This connection at a place called the Moorings that I could get like a really great price at a really affordable price. for how nice the place is. And I said I was going to make some calls and help her out. And
Yeah, I think Wendy would like anything where someone is being abused and suffering. I mean, she's just a really sick person.
get it. And then I ended up giving her $300 for the when she picked up that bag at my house. I put $300 in it, and I got her a hotel room.
Is that a yes? You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do.
And she didn't want the trip. In the text messages, she's saying, like, no thanks, and you're kind of forcing it down her throat. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, because actually, it's funny, at that time, in The Wire, I was trying to see if Katie and him were together or they weren't together. So that's why I kept asking, how are things? Are you guys okay? Because if they were fighting, it was making me think more and more that the reason she was avoiding me was because she found out that he was the one who was doing the second extortion again. So I was trying to figure out if it was him and if she was lying to me.
In this case, she says, I don't want to do anything, and you say, you know what, F that, you're going there. You're going to have a good time.
For sure. I was trying to do nice things for her.
Remember, shut up, we're having fun. Like, Katie's saying that I think she's saying she's having trouble with Sigfredo. He's trying to get them to go to Key West to this owner's cottage. And he's like, sometimes in a relationship, you just got to say, shut up, we're having fun. Go down to the pool, smoke a joint, get a cocktail, shut up, we're having fun. It's like marriage, Charlie Adelson marriage counseling. I mean, the guy should write a book, Self-Help with Your Marriage. Shut up, we're having fun. That's the name of the book, right? Shut up, we're having fun. What about when he's talking to June and she doesn't want to come over and he's like, why are you being weird? June, you're making me want to go and be with other girls, June. You're making me want to go and cheat, June. What a guy. Oh, I wish I'd labeled that call. I'd love to play it right now. That's the one where he said, you're either stupid or you're lying.
And then did you pay for a trip or offer to pay for a trip to Santo Domingo for Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia to visit his parents?
I didn't know who she was going with, but I paid for. You're talking about airline tickets?
Yes.
She called me up. She had an emergency. Something happened. She booked tickets for the wrong date. I had no idea who in the family she was going with, and she had no money. And I remember I was in Chicago. I was at a friend's wedding, and I took out my credit card, and I gave her the credit card number and let her book tickets. I thought she was going with her kids.
So is that a yes? You paid for
the trip
to
I
Santo
remember that
Domingo.
well.
So go
sure.
quicker if we could just
I'm sorry.
answer the question.
What's the objection?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
Did you offer to buy Katherine Magbanua and her mom a cruise?
Yes, Katie had mentioned to me that she always wanted to be able to take her mom on a cruise. So I offered, but she never took me up on it.
Did you call in prescriptions for Katherine Magbanua?
She was a patient of record at my office.
Did you pay for a meal service?
5'11". No. I'm 6'1". Thank you.
For Katherine Magbanua.
Yeah, I did.
Did you pay for car repairs for her?
Yeah, all this stuff was making me think she was broke. So yes, you're right.
Did you offer that she could use your Range Rover anytime?
I said she could borrow the car, sure.
Did she talk about getting a boat and you offered to help her get a boat?
I never offered to help her get a boat. I offered to help her look for a boat.
Did you pay for the breast augmentation?
No.
No part of the breast augmentation?
Not at all.
So when she's saying at the same time she's the day of the breast augmentation, can I just put it on the credit card? Can I just put it on your credit card? Is she referring to something else, some other expense?
I have no idea what she's referring to, but I did not pay for her boo job.
What about this birthday gift for Sigfredo Garcia?
You know what we should play next, guys, is Wendy's television appearance where she's talking about the book. And she's wearing a sort of handkerchief as a skirt.
What was the bonsai tree in the bag? What was that all about?
Oh, she had asked me, and it's on a wire. It's on 420, where she says, "Can you get me some bud from Bud?" My next door neighbor.
420, and the fact that he's joking about it's on 420, and that's so hilarious because that's International Weed Day, and that's when I got the bonsai trees. The jury are right there, Doctor.
Bud, and she asked me if I could get some marijuana from my next door neighbor for her. So that's what, when I said I have a bonsai tree for you, she asked me and I got her a little bit of marijuana from my next door neighbor for her.
And you said,
Okay.
I don't know what.
I'll guess your heights. Let's guess Jane's height first. We need to bring up her picture. Hang on. How do I even do that? I should play the video while we're...
What a married man with kids would want for his birthday, but you did your best. I did my best.
I was being completely, by the way, I was being completely sarcastic.
Yeah, I'd say
never
Jane
would get Sigfredo
is...
Garcia a present in my life.
And you thought you hit it out of the park with the weed and the gift card. Did you say
5.
Well, give me a little more context.
5.
The context
5,
is
5.
You don't know what a married man with kids would want for his
Do
birthday,
I get it, Jane?
but
Am
you
I
did
close? And now, who else is in chat? Okay, we'll do jury. We'll do courtroom chatter. Let's bring up her picture. Where is it? Jane, you got to tell me if I got it right. 5'5", that's my guess. And jury, you look like you might be tall. You got a long neck, so I'd say 5'8". 9. 8 or 9. 5'8.5".
best, and you think you hit it out of the park.
No, I was being completely sarcastic because she had asked me for that marijuana 2 weeks
An
earlier,
acapella doesn't have
and
a picture,
I gave it
so
to her,
I can't guess.
and then I was joking
I know the
around
picture's only of
when
the
I
face,
gave it to
but
her. I didn't want to.
there's a lot you
I
can
didn't
tell
want her
from
to
a
think that I was
face.
hooking up with her, so I started to joke around about it, and then I was like, maybe you can just tell him it was for me because I didn't want him to think that I'm hooking up with Katie, and that's why.
5'5" for Jane or 5'2". Well, it could be 5'2". I mean, that's pretty short. That's pretty short. I mean, Luis Rivera is 5'4", so maybe Jane is 5'4", the same height as Luis Rivera. Yeah, you, Jane. 5'4" is what we're going with. Is it true? Is that your height? Oh, Acapella is 5'9". So I don't think jury will be quite as tall as Acapella. So I'd say 5'8" for you, jury. And Laura also sounds tall. Let's bring up a picture. But is that her or her dog? That sounds terrible. That sounds really bad. It's really small. I can't really see. I hope it's your dog. I'm sorry. I literally can't see the picture. There's just this black thing in the thing. It is the dog! Fantastic! I'm saved. I'm saved. Okay, Acapella is a guy who's 6 foot. 5'4", 120. What do you think Lewis's weight is? Like, he's stocky, but he's short for a guy, right? Okay, so both Jury and Jane are the same height. And Acapella's almost my height.
I gave it to her.
Can we agree in general that it's important to maintain positive feelings between co-conspirators? If you're a co-conspirator with someone in a crime, you want to keep positive relationship with that person. Will you agree with that?
5'11"?
I'm not a co-conspirator with
Whoa!
Okay, I'm saying in general.
That's nice.
can you agree in general that co-conspirators in a crime
No, I said it,
want to
Jane. I'm
stay
6'1".
friendly with each other?
I'm not a co-conspirator.
Man, we really took a detour on this live tonight.
If a co-conspirator develops a motive behind another
with
one,
Adelson's in the
that
background.
could be bad, right?
What else can we guess?
Co-conspirator. Say it again.
Say, a husband and wife do a murder together. And then 10 years later, they've gotten away with it, but 10 years later, they fall out. That could be a problem. Somebody might start talking, right?
I was never part of a murder.
Were these gifts, these things that you provided to Katherine Magbanua and her mother and Sigfredo Garcia payment for the murder?
Okay, I never got Sigfredo a gift in my life. The guy absolutely hates me. He wants to kill me. He stalked me. He extorted me. Like, that was being completely sarcastic, and sometimes I make some bad jokes, but that's, even when I wrote he wanted to take me deep sea fishing, I knew he wanted to kill me. Like, you have that text too. I didn't think we were going deep sea fishing.
On April 6th of 2015, did you receive a text from Katherine Magbanua that reads, "Next time, don't be such a dick to someone who has done something for you"?
Yeah, Charlie's 6'2".
Yeah, she's protecting me, and she's mad at me over something.
Are these gifts what it took to secure her silence for so long?
No, absolutely not. I was never trying to get her silence. I was hoping she'd tell the truth.
I've got a record
for Katie's height. Was your dad's birthday in between the two trips that the killers took?
Yeah, my dad's birthday is July 5th.
And what birthday was that for him?
It was his 70th birthday party.
All right, so there's been a lot of talk about the texting between you and your mom about the birthday. And she texts you on March 4th of 2014 and says she can't talk now, but she'll call when she goes to the bathroom in Gainesville and has privacy. She tells you to erase that text after you read it. Why did she have you erase that text?
Okay, if you look at the records, I never erased the text.
But why did she ask you? If you know, you may not know.
Maybe she's afraid my dad's looking at her phone and would find out about the president. It made no sense to me. That's why I was like, I didn't erase anything.
How is you erasing the text going to prevent your dad from seeing it on your mom's phone?
Well, if my dad looked at my mom's phone, then he'd see the text and maybe know what she's planning for his birthday.
You weren't with
Oh, did you send it to me already? I'll have a look now.
Dad, she was with Dad, just to clarify.
Yeah, she was with my dad.
And the text that she asked you to erase, that particular text didn't say anything about a birthday or paella. Can we agree on that?
No, not, but I knew what it was about.
20 minutes later, she texts again and asks something about Dad's birthday. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I know we were trying to plan a surprise cruise. That was the original idea.
Okay, and the paella is mentioned elsewhere, not in this particular thread that we're talking about now.
Yeah,
was paella the big birthday gift?
Yeah.
Yeah, I paid for the catering for the whole party.
Okay.
I see what you mean.
Then 3 months later, on June 8th, just after midnight, you text her, quote, "still working on Dad's birthday present." Was that in reference to the paella guy?
What are these trophies for, Laura? I mean, judging from they're playing golf, right? This is golf. Is this golf? I think it's golf.
I was also getting as a present. I mean, it's been 10 years, so I don't know exactly what I got him 10 years ago.
Should I show these, birthday. Laura, or not?
And then at
what
1
I was thinking about.
I'm sorry, you weren't done?
No, or what I was thinking about getting him.
And then at 1 a.m., Mom texts you back, "I know you'll," and I think she was in Israel, so that may account for the time, but she texts you, quote, "I know you'll come through for me."
Yeah, Jane, the only bit I saw of the Robert Tellis trial was the cross-examination, which was pretty fucking good. We might go and take a look at that crazy story. Wasn't he disguising himself wearing a sombrero? On the surveillance camera, they just saw this mystery man wearing a sombrero or something.
Is that what she said?
That's what the text said, yeah.
Can we agree the timing of these texts is consistent with being sent the day after the killers got home from their failed June murder trip?
No, it's consistent with the few weeks before my dad's birthday and trying to figure out what we're going to get him.
Why didn't you go to Dan's funeral?
Dan's
Canada?
real short. He's shorter than Georgia.
I think there were some in Tallahassee and in Canada as well.
I know there was a
but did you go to either?
There was a
Height
memorial
is
service
hot.
here.
Did you go to that?
No, I didn't attend. I knew what had happened to him, and there's no way I could have shown up. I would have been too upset.
Mr. Dubin, your lawyer that was here, seems like a long time ago at jury selection, said, you know, people have different ways of grieving and that sort of thing. Were you
Keith,
grieving
how
for
you
the
doing?
death of Dan Markel?
I felt horrible about what happened, and I knew what happened.
When
And
did you?
I wasn't.
I'm sorry.
I wasn't.
Yeah, jury, we're covering Donna's trial, of course. I mean, I'm trying to get to Tallahassee to cover it there, in the moment. See the whole thing live in front of me. I mean, just imagining for me to be sitting in that gallery right there, looking at Donna, listening to Georgia, listening to Judge Everett, and General Isom, and just all of these people that have, in many ways, I've completely abandoned my life for the past 7 years to live with this, with these people. These people are now my family. Yeah, I'm trying to get to Tallahassee to watch it live, to see the places that are part of the story and everything like that. So we'll be doing a lot. If I can do that, if I can get there, we're going to be doing a lot of coverage. It should be, I mean, a whole new thing for us to do this. Usually when I'm doing this show, it's like, I start at 2 a.m. my time. And this is a real long show tonight. I don't know if that's a good idea. We're over 6 hours now. Fuck it up. But it's just me sitting here talking into a mic and watching videos. But to do something on location, in the moment, feeling the energy, I mean, it's just going to be a completely different show and a completely different experience for me. I mean, wow. Let's make that happen.
I wasn't close to him.
But even if I can't get there, of course, I'm covering the trial. Like, I've been waiting for this for a long time. At Charlie's trial, I didn't have a channel. So everything I've done has been, retrospective. But it's going to be so nice to do it live.
But either way, I mean, I felt horrible about what happened.
When did you find out exactly how he was killed? Meaning, like, shot twice in the head.
I found out, it would have been the next morning is how I found out he got shot in the head.
Do you agree that this was a first-degree murder?
Do I agree?
Planned, premeditated?
The people who killed him planned on killing him, yeah.
Do you think everyone involved should be convicted?
I think everyone involved should be convicted.
Even the person that hired the hit?
I think anybody who played a role in it, but I wasn't a part of it.
Do you regret that Dan Markel suffered for 14 hours before he died?
I feel horrible.
He was supposed to die quickly, instantly, right?
Are you asking me?
I am.
No, he wasn't supposed to die at all. This was horrible what happened.
Did it surprise you that the cops were able to identify the Prius?
Did it surprise me?
Yes.
I'm not a cop. I don't know how cops investigate.
Did it surprise you to learn that it's not a requirement of law to put the person at the scene of the crime to be guilty of a crime?
Listen, I'm not a police detective.
Was the police work in this case thorough?
I'm sure the police did the best they could.
Did you think that you...
What is your birthday, jury, so I don't forget? And I don't forget, you see. Where's Addie Zanone? Addie, if you're listening, I know your birthday's the 25th of April. I didn't write it down. It's just in my mind.
Done everything properly such that you could never be detected or caught for this?
I wasn't part of this murder at all. You have it wrong.
Katherine Magbanua said that you think you're untouchable. Is that true, Doctor?
That's not true at all.
Did your parents drop off money to you on the night of the murder?
I never saw my parents there. You could look at our cell phones and you'll find that out, that we never saw each other.
I did look at the cell phones, and what is on there is your mom texts you, quote, outside your house. And
No, I mean, look at the tower information.
I think you testified that that meant she was just...
Well, I would certainly, I don't know if I could get a one-on-one interview with her. She's going to be real busy. I don't think she does that during trial, but I'll certainly introduce myself. I mean, I need to make a special video. I found the perfect song to put on a montage of Georgia Cappleman. And when I produce it, I know that someone is going to send it to her. I know that she's already aware of my channel. For sure she's aware of my channel. You know, and the nice thing is, if anybody says, you know, that guy covers the case, lives in Portugal, has a dog called Soap, who's going to forget that? Not Georgia Cappleman, that's for sure. But, you know, she always does the press conference outside. I'll be there. I'll be there. I need to get a microphone with a little thing round it with my logo on. True Crime Metrix. Did you have any surprises in your strategy? Or whatever question might be good.
Just passing by on the roadway.
She was approaching the area, yeah, to see if I was home.
All right, and do you know what
Yeah, we should all go to Tallahassee food trucks. Or what else is there to do we're staying at the, what is it? The Hilton Doubletree, which is right next to the courthouse. So getting there early in the morning won't be a problem. I mean, I don't mind staying out there all night long to get a front row seat.
response was to her text?
Yeah, like 20 or 30 minutes later, I said 10 minutes.
I'm 10 minutes out, is what you said.
I think I said 10 minutes, but yeah, I'm not home.
Doesn't that indicate you're going to meet them at your house in 10 minutes?
No, I told her to let me know when you're going to be in the area.
Yeah, it's gone 4 in the morning for Eastern Standard.
Damp?
Maybe we should wrap it up.
I never gave her
people
any
are in stream.
damp. The money I gave her came out of my safe.
Was it damp?
Still
No,
quite a few.
I took it out of my safe. I put it on the dresser. She put it in her purse.
Why did Garcia and Rivera, or whoever did it, I guess I should say, why did...
Holly's got a height question, but he's a pilot, so there's a limit on that, right? Holly D is 5'10". 5'10". I'm going with 5'10". Oh, 9. 5'9". 5'10", 9.
Whoever did it need to kill someone to extort you?
You gotta ask them.
Well, why couldn't they just come put a gun to your head and say, give me all the money in your safe?
Thank God they didn't.
Thank God they didn't?
Thank God they didn't. I would have gotten killed.
If Garcia hated you, why would he drive to Tallahassee twice to kill someone you hated?
It sounds like he was part of the extortion, or Katie put him up to it.
You're a trooper,
blackmail
Tanya.
Or extortion
Tanya
usually
Hurley.
involved the extortionist having some kind of dirt on the victim?
I
know how this was done to me. I know.
Massachusetts.
I'm just telling you what happened to me. I'm not an expert in it.
If they had come in and threatened to kill you, would you have given them the money in your safe?
If someone came and put a gun to my head, and I would have opened up my safe and I would have given them the money.
I still don't get how killing Dan Markel advances
that's
the ball
cool.
for them to extort money
Jerry.
out of you. Do you?
Yeah, I have a theory. They could extort me for life, and I don't think they knew exactly how much I had in the safe. She knew I had a lot of money in the safe. But this way I could get extorted for life, and that's what happened. And I was stuck paying $3,000 a month.
But you could have gotten extorted for life just by the threat of
Mountain
death
time.
by Latin King, couldn't you, Doctor?
So that means
this was as real of a threat as you get. I mean, these guys aren't messing around.
Let's look at the
All
picture.
right, you
again.
didn't report this after Garcia was arrested, did you? Did not report this after Garcia's arrest?
No, not at all.
Okay, you did keep paying Katherine Magbanua after Garcia's arrest?
No, I never saw her again.
Did not report this after Magbanua's arrest? correct?
Correct.
Did not testify in either of their trials.
I'm going to go to the
correct?
maps.
Was never contacted to, but yes.
You were okay with the possibility of them getting away with killing Dan Markel.
I thought the truth was going to come out in 2019.
How? If the
I was
witness
never
who knows
contacted.
something doesn't come forward.
Katie knows what happens and knows I was extorted, and her trial was in 19, and I was expecting the truth to come out
I
then.
mean,
and instead I found out
okay,
that she
so-
was having this affair with him on me, and she lied, and all this money was going to her.
The hat screams Albuquerque. I don't know. Maybe Colorado, but you don't have to say. You don't have to say Denver or Albuquerque or Santa Fe. Maybe Santa Fe.
So if her defense had been, I was an innocent conduit to an extortion, you would have backed her up on that?
If she would have come in
testified?
and told the truth, and you, yeah, for sure, you would have heard the same story.
Where is your family located now? You don't have to be specific, but is your mom and dad, are they still in South Florida?
They still live in South Florida.
Okay, what about Wendy and the boys?
My parents live about 35 minutes from my sister, and I used to live about 45 minutes from them.
And are they okay, as far as you know, physically, today, as we sit here?
Yes.
Gemini, not a serious one. Not a long-term one.
And are you concerned that because you've told now on the Latin Kings that they're going to come kill your whole family?
I mean, I just told you that I knew that, was told then that Luis Rivera, the head of the Latin Kings, killed Dan Markel. So
No, you didn't see Rabbit here earlier. We were just playing an older video. We were commenting on my comment video, and Rabbit's messages were on there.
I do have some concern when I get out.
Right, but
for them
even
coming
after
me.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. I said I do have some concern with Latin Kings now that I've spoke and told what I know.
But what about, I mean, Rivera was already in custody at one point, as well as Garcia and Magbanua. My understanding is your continued fear was
This
due
is the
to
great
other
thing
Latin
about
Kings, potentially.
Live
Is that
streams,
accurate?
because as people on the
These are
East Coast go
highly
to bed,
connected
people on the West
Luis
Coast join the
Rivera,
stream.
the head of the Latin
Or
Kings,
in the mountain time.
in custody means
Central time.
absolutely nothing. If you think he can't send somebody from the outside, you're
Oh,
wrong.
listen to this. Listen to this. Luis Rivera, head of the Latin Kings, behind bars means absolutely nothing. If you think he can't send someone from the outside, you're wrong. You're wrong. You don't know what you're dealing with, okay? I've been threatened before.
All right. So my question to you is, did that happen? Because you told yesterday.
Was I killed yesterday when I was in jail? No.
But is that where you got your hat, Fury? And the poofy sleeves. It's very New Mexico to me. But am I wrong?
And nobody in your family has been killed so far.
You're talking about in the last 24 hours?
Right.
Not that I know.
Okay. But you're worried about that.
I think now that I've spoken, I do have a concern, yes.
Okay. But not too concerned to remain silent when it's your own butt on the line, right?
I'm here to tell the truth. And yes, do I have a concern now that I told you what happened? Absolutely.
Southern Indiana.
Mom tells you on that first wire call that the bump involves the two of us, referring to yourself and your mom, right?
Yes, that's what she said.
And would you agree, prior to your explanation, that looks pretty incriminating?
I think if you don't know what happened, you can assume the worst.
Seymour.
Isn't it true that you had to add the bit about confiding your extortion in your mom in order to put that toothpaste back in the tube?
No, that's what happened when I got the checks.
Otherwise, why would you bring your mom into this?
I didn't want to. When I first told her on the phone and asked her to write the checks, I told her, I said just it's a long story, I'd brush it off, and she didn't press anything, but I think she was out somewhere. It wasn't until when I picked up the checks that she started pressuring me and saying, this makes no sense, why are you doing this, you're not dating Katie, and that's when she found out.
But your mom is the most high-strung out of the whole group, right? And she's old, and she worries. right?
I don't think she's super high strung, but she does worry about her kids.
You don't?
No. You've never met her.
Well, you said she was, quote, notorious for making a big deal out of everything.
I mean, she overreacts, but she's a mom. I think a lot of moms overreact.
Okay. You could have told her, you know, Katie's down on her luck and I'm just going to be putting her on the payroll. I mean, you were making enough money, you could tell her to just write checks, couldn't you? Why'd you have to tell her it was an extortion from Latin King gang members?
Well, okay, at that time I didn't know anything about the Latin Kings. But when I told her what happened, I was thinking that, you know what, it actually would be good if someone knows what happened in case I get killed, they at least know what direction to start looking in. So until that point, nobody even knew. So I just, when she started questioning me, I just said, you know what, I'm going to tell you, but don't say a thing to Dad. Don't say it.
He's the guy that couldn't pronounce Magbanua and just said, I can't remember, Magbois. Yeah, no, he had great, well, not testimony, what do you call it? Just CI information. Very believable. What are my thoughts? What was the nature of his death?
A thing to Wendy, you got to promise me. I didn't want her to ever talk about this again, and that was the day that she found out. It was when I got the checks.
What she doesn't say on the wire is, it's happening again. I was approached by another extortionist today.
All right, so I had it right with Colorado. I mean, that was my first instinct. So it was just your hat that threw me off.
Does she say that?
No, she's talking very carefully.
And you say carefully, but isn't carefully the same thing as code?
No, they're two totally separate things. Do you know the difference?
You weren't really giving her money for a TV, were you?
Giving her money for a TV.
This TV's...
I saw just a little bit of Alec Baldwin trial, but I do remember liking Judge Mary. And the prosecutor. I think. Can't really remember.
I need you to bring cash tonight.
I wish she picked another option.
The judge was cool. That's so nice that you know her.
TV. But TV is code for absolutely nothing. There is no code in this case.
I'm going to speak with very strong conviction and hope that the jury believe what I'm saying. TV is code for absolutely nothing in this case. You're putting the case together with the whole TV thing. You're wrong. You're wrong.
Involving TV, and you keep circling and circling and circling TV, you're wrong.
Is it a coincidence that the repair...
I think it was Garcia that shot the gun.
...of the TV that you bought Wendy as a divorce gift...
But I can't remember. Did Nick Atteridge say something about that? I mean, not Colorado. Okay. So you have to go down. So you're in Wyoming? Or maybe it could be let's have a look. Let's go to the maps. Utah. Salt Lake. The hat could say Salt Lake, actually. Or Moab. Definitely Moab.
Because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman is your sister's alibi for the murder, and then your mom brings up TV, first call on the wire?
It's not an alibi for a murder. She had a broken TV. You got to ask Lincoln who threw the...
Is it a coincidence that the TV repair appointment was Wendy's alibi for the murder, and then your mom brings up TV, first call on the wire? Look at her face. She's great.
It was cheaper than hiring a hitman is your sister's alibi for the murder, and then your mom brings up TV, first call on the wire?
It's not an alibi for a murder. She had a broken TV. You got to ask...
Georgia is having so much fun with this, isn't she? Because she remembers dickhead guys like Charlie that she would have encountered, right, in college, and flashy guys that are uncaring assholes, you know, that say things to their girlfriends like, June, you're making me want to go and be with other girls, June. Just think about that. Think about how fucked up that statement is in every way. It's like, it's a threat, right? It's saying, if you don't do what I want, I'm going to go and cheat on you, and that will be your fault. Oh, 5-star, man. 5-star. You're either stupid. You're stupid, June. Stupid or you're lying.
Ask Lincoln who threw the remote at the TV.
Was it a coincidence? Is the TV thing a coincidence? That's what I hear you saying.
Oh, that the repairman was there that day?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Well, there's only so many places you can be in Mountain Time, jury. Let's go to the maps again. Okay. Now it's just process of elimination. I don't know. To me, you don't look like you're from Idaho. And Montana, I know virtually nothing about. I mean, I guess it could be Arizona, but you said down to Albuquerque. I mean, if you're from Arizona, surely that would be across. Not Utah, not Wyoming. Well, I guess it's got to be Montana. I mean, I just can't imagine you're from Idaho.
That is a coincidence for sure. There's a couple of coincidences in this case.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I said there's a couple of coincidences in this case.
Jesus Christ. Holly is 6'5". How do you fit in the plane? You got some leg holes in the cockpit? You don't need a landing gear with Harley flying. He just, he just does a Flintstones thing on the runway.
Case. I mean, she had people send her an email to go buy a bottle of Bullet Bourbon for their Stock the Bar party, and she was driving to a liquor store to buy a bottle of Bullet Bourbon on that day, at that time, and her friend sent the email, and you have the email and evidence. Like, is that a coincidence? Yeah, coincidences happen.
And that you might not be the right Katie talk. That doesn't seem to really fit with your theory of the case, does it? What was your explanation for that? Why you kept saying you might not be the right Katie? I mean, she's definitely the right Katie, right?
Absolutely. She knew it was. I was implying it was her. I was just trying to say, I'm not setting you up, but I need your help.
I think I've covered all Mountain Time states, haven't I? I mean, the only thing remaining would be Alberta, but you work in the legal system, so you're not Canadian. Okay, maybe I got it. Maybe does it spread? No, Kansas is central, Nebraska is central. Okay, we've done them all. Is Nevada Mountain Time? I guess part of it could be. Maybe the whole thing is. I don't know. Maybe we have said it, and you're just cagey.
On call B, you call your mom back, and you say, you probe her a little bit, and ultimately you say, you think someone's trying to blackmail you? That's crazy. Why does it sound like this is something that's new and unfathomable to you at that moment?
Well, because I wasn't even following what my mom was talking about on the first call, and on the second call, when she shocked me when she said that. And I'd been extorted before, and her saying to bring cash, everything just didn't sound right.
Could we play clip 4, please? This is from Dolce.
What, I'm sorry, from what?
Clip 4 from Dolce.
Okay.
This is a good point, Joey. Lincoln threw the remote, but he wasn't there. You better ask Lincoln who threw the remote at the TV, right? That's what he said. Now, from what he said, we can infer that he's been told that that's something that happened, right? Meaning that Wendy told him that, but these guys change the stories all the time. Wendy said, I think one of my kids threw something at it, so she didn't know. And she also said that she was going on murder day to get super glue to repair one of her children's toys. Now, I always thought perhaps that was meant to be You know, she mentioned it in the police interview, right? And, you know, I thought that it might be that her story would have potentially gone in. The toy that she was going to get super glue for on murder day was the toy that the child threw at the television. So, but you know, it never evolved into that. But maybe this is something that they do, right? Which is put a load of stuff out. It's like arranging tools on the table. You don't know what you're going to need, right? Just put out the broken toy. Mention the broken toy. So if I need to bring that up later as a you know, a reason for something, it's available and it's got credibility because I've put it out there before I've gone to use it to back something up. You know, this is something that they do. Tools on the table. I need to write that down because I'm coming up with these names. What did we say the other day for Charlie? Something he does. Selective intention for, what is that? I don't even know what I've written here. I've only written half the word. Selective, oh, for prevention. Selective invention for prevention. I can't even really remember what that means. SIP. Selective invention for prevention. And what did we just say? Tools on the table. That's something they do. Tools on the table. TTT. Triple T. So we've got SIP and TIT. Sip-a-tit with True Crime Metrix. Are you on Discord, Jury? If not, you should join Discord. Everybody should join Discord. Who's not on Discord right now?
Even if they had any evidence.
Let's do a poll.
First words out of your mouth on this clip. Even if they had any evidence. No. Strike. The quote is, if you say, if they had any evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. And I know you already testified about this, but does an innocent person say, if they had any evidence?
Right. Katie's saying it's the police, and I'm saying that we're innocent. They're not going to have any evidence to show we were part of something that we were part of. If we had any part of this, we'd be going to the airport right now. And I
Isn't
still say
it
the
true,
same
Doctor,
thing.
that they're not going to have any evidence because you were careful?
No, because we weren't a part of this.
You were smart.
No, we weren't a part of this.
You walled yourself off.
I
from
was
the
sure they're
killers.
not going to have evidence to show I did something I didn't do. So we're not running to the airport.
And you're untouchable, right?
No, we didn't do a murder. I wasn't part of a murder. There's no reason to run to the airport.
In the next clip, you're discussing what's going to happen if this person that did the bump goes to the police. And you're going through all these scenarios, you know, these possibilities.
Wait, if he goes to the police?
Yeah, the blackmailer goes to the police. They're going to say, where's the weapon? And he's not going to know. He's just going to have hearsay, basically. Someone told me they did it, and it's not going to be enough to
Yeah, well, I know that Austin is Central Time. I almost went to live in Austin once.
get the investigation anywhere. Why are you thinking through the possibility of the blackmailer going to the cops if the blackmailer doesn't have any dirt on you to take to the cops?
I wasn't thinking about the blackmailer. What I was trying to say
Discord's
is I don't know
great,
anything
Jane. You should come.
about Sigfredo. I don't know anything about this
It's
crime.
like just an
I was trying
organic
to tell her that
thing.
I'm
I mean,
harmless.
people-
I don't have
people
any
just
knowledge of what went
contribute
on.
and,
The last thing I wanted
all
is that
sorts of
now that
stuff
she's
goes
saying
on
it's
in
the
there.
police, is someone to come
And
and
it's
kill me and
like
think I'm some kind of loose
invitation
cannon.
only,
That's
so
why
it's
I'm
not
saying that.
public.
But that's not what you're saying. You're saying if this is a person that Luis Rivera
I mean,
ran his
anyone
mouth
can get
to,
in with the link.
and they go
but,
to the
you know,
police,
it's not like just
it's
open
going to be worth
online.
zero. because they're not going to know anything other than, hey, my brother told me
A
this.
psychologist,
I don't know
me?
if I was saying with someone who knows Luis Romero. I was trying to make a point that I don't know anything.
And then you suggest what they would have to do is get him to wear a
Yes,
wire and get the
I'm a
person to
badger
confess. And that's
psychologist.
probably what this could be, an effort to do, right?
Well, they're thinking that we were part of a
Study
murder.
badges,
This was
mentally.
the same thing I said before, is that this is their theory. So this is a police tactic, and it could be either a bad guy or the police, and this is how they're pursuing it.
Exactly. So as long as you keep your mouth shut, you can get away with murder, right?
No, not at all.
Isn't that
We
what
didn't-
you
we
told
didn't do a
Ryan
murder.
Fitzpatrick?
No, Ryan Fitzpatrick is someone who stole over $500,000 from me.
That's not my question, sir. Did you say that to
Yeah,
Ryan?
we don't give a shit about one fucking shady businessman stealing money off another shady businessman, okay? he stole all my hints and tips for insider trades, okay? So we don't get on anymore.
Ryan
No,
Fitzpatrick?
never at all.
Why do you go into so much detail about rental car examples? Let's start with, strike that. Can you agree that the Prius, you knew that the police were looking for a Prius at the time you met at the...
Yeah, Jane, we can share everything on Discord. It's good. Just here, I'll give you the link. It's in the description, but I'll make it real smooth. Smooth. Yeah, you just click that and you say accept invitation, and there's like different categories, and yeah, I mean, there's always stuff going on in there, and we do announcements in there, and people share ideas or requests or whatever.
this Dolce Vita restaurant?
I think it had been released at that time.
All right, and you heard the recording. You're arguing. Let's play the clip. This is going to be clip. I think let's play 7 and 8, please. Dolce.
Sometimes I really have to stop myself from saying things. It's public.
Let's say you just have my car, and then I go ahead and I get in the car, and then I go, and you're getting in the car, I go, yeah, she was in my car, and he got out, and she did this horrible crime. Okay, they come and they get the DNA in the car, they go, yep, he was in my car. He's had in the car for 2 minutes.
Discord's it's like a really fancy chat room, basically, but it's got all these bells and whistles, and it's just a community of all the people from the True Crime Metrix streams. Well, not all of them, but it's just yeah. So I mean, I'd never heard of it before this channel, and someone said to me, "Oh, you've got to have a Discord. All the channels have a Discord," and it is really good, actually. It's just a community, and people talk, and they talk about cases we cover, they talk about cases that we don't cover, and other things. I mean, it's just a nice, friendly, drama-free community, and you can send direct messages on there as well.
This guy, the AC, and they got out of the car. He had nothing to do with you guys. Outside of that, there's no evidence. Okay? If you have a car and you can link this person to renting that car that you okay. But
Has everybody heard people talk like Charlie in this, like in their real lives? Like people that just love to act like they know things. You know what I mean? Do I do that? I bet I do that all the fucking time. About the case, which I am pretty well versed in, to be honest. I mean, come on. It's all I do.
Driving that day, and
That's not all I do.
to a friend. What if you rented a car and I go, hey, can I borrow for the weekend? I'll bring it back on Tuesday. You go, yeah, sure. So you rented a car. You've been in that car. I drive it to fucking Orlando. I rob McDonald's in Orlando.
Okay, so you rented a car, I borrowed the car, I drive it to fucking Orlando, and I rob a McDonald's. What are you talking about? First of all, no one robs McDonald's. You rob a gas station, a liquor store, a bank, you know. When do you ever hear about a fucking armed robbery at McDonald's?
And I come back and I go,
I mean, I guess it happens, but...
okay, thanks. Yeah, if you rented it, but what if you were fucking out all weekend and you didn't even know I took your car? I did something and I brought it back.
Yes.
My point is,
Yes,
I don't
what?
have any knowledge of
Oh, yeah, I
and
remember
then
now the question.
pretending to or does. I don't want someone paying me to carry.
Sounds like you're saying even if they track
Yeah,
down
as far
the
as Wendy's concerned, you know, personally, I think that Wendy played two games with this. That not only did she want Donna and Charlie to take care of Dan Markel and take all the risk involved with that, but actually wanted them to go down for it. I mean, the best level of protection for her is for those two to go down and for her to have originally suggested them as potential suspects, right? That is better for her than none of them getting in trouble for it, as far as the cops are concerned. But also, on top of that, not only is it better for her, it is a big, big fuck you to mother and brother, for meddling the fuck out of her life. You've heard the calls where they're like, yeah. So I've done all I can with Wendy. I've come at her from my side. Now what you need to do is go around the back and come at her from your side and re-embellish what I've manipulated her to do. You've got to hit her from the other side. You know, this whole arrangement between Charlie and Donna meddling in fucking Wendy's life, trying to get her to do certain things, trying to get her to take that job, great opportunity, trying to get her to be with Dave. Oh, no one's going to want to date a woman in their 40s with 2 kids. This is a great opportunity, and he's rich. Blah. You know, trying to get her not to buy a house, trying to do blah, 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 blah. It must be a fucking headache. Plus, she blamed Donna for getting with Dan in the first place. Donna's going through J-Date trying to find a fucking suitable suitor for her daughter and saying, hey, look, he's Jewish, but don't worry because we're going to work our magic on him. And then all the fucking kosher stuff and going to temple and going to synagogue and smelling the incense and reading from the fucking Torah. None of that's going to matter after we do our job on him as Adelsons. We'll be living in Miami. We'll be jet ski, yacht, jet ski, yacht, sushi every day, pizza every day, shellfish every day. And it didn't work out like that. Wendy allowed her mother to influence her life to such a degree that she decided who she should marry and have children with, right? When she really wasn't interested. And all this, hello, Mr. Bear, hello, Mrs. Bear, when they had company over, that's just part of the act. There was never any love between Wendy and Dan, you know, from her side at least. Dan just got fooled. So yeah, because of that blame, Wendy's like, you know, if we take really what she said, she's like, Mom, you owe me to sort this out. Now you're going to take the risk, and I'm going to make sure that you go down for it. And eventually, hopefully, you'll work out that that was my intention all along, and then you'll know. You want to think of me as the fucking weakling of the pack that needs your fucking guidance? Look at you now. Look at you now, motherfucker. Spending the last few sad, pointless years of your pathetic, worthless, meaningless life behind bars, you shit fuck. You know, and the brother as well. I mean, you know. Wow, where did I start that one off? Wendy was pissed, and yeah, all the mistakes that were made, all the what do you mean you fucking, you know, like, oh, I don't want to go into that one right now because we've got a video coming up on that. But all of the mistakes that were made, the Dolce Vita, the wiretaps, blah blah blah, the code, all of it, you know, all of that gives Wendy, you know, she's just like, well, that's your own fucking fault. That's your fault. You were stupid enough to get caught. Pay the price. Fuck off. And by the way, I'm taking all your earthly assets for myself. For myself.
Prius. Even if there's DNA or fingerprints in the Prius.
Hey,
like,
good morning, Spacey Dove. Spacey Dev just woke up 4:30 a.m. and put on last night's live, and you're still on. Yeah, I know. We just can't walk away on this one. We just can't walk away. We're just doing random stuff. It's just a bit of a meeting, really. We're not really doing anything.
And link someone to the
But it's fun.
That's not going to be enough evidence to make any arrests in this case. Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. What I'm doing is I'm restating.
You've answered my question.
Can I give you an explanation?
On redirect, you'll have an opportunity.
Well,
my question was.
One moment.
My question
We're not
was,
just wildly arguing. Mr. Adelson, please answer the question.
Okay.
I can just ask you a yes or no question.
I love it when Judge Everett just gets a little bit uppity, right? We're not just wildly arguing. This is a court. Please answer the question.
Allow me to answer your question.
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah.
And I love how Georgia concedes that and gives way to him. That's the actual boss power move, right? If she'd have been insistent, it wouldn't have been as strong. It was actually stronger for her to give way and say, okay, knock yourself out. Go ahead. Give your long, phony bullshit answer.
Okay, sure.
Knock yourself out.
What I was saying to Katie is that the information she had just told me in the car about Sigfredo not being there when the crime was committed, she told me that Sigfredo was high on drugs at the hotel and that Luis had rented a car and that he's the one who killed Dan. And I'm restating to her that I don't have any knowledge of what went on, and that all I know is that Sigfredo wasn't even there when this happened. So that's what I'm restating to her.
What's
that Sigfredo can't be caught even if he's connected to the crime, to the car?
I know that Sigfredo wasn't the one who killed Dan.
Okay.
Oh,
Wouldn't it be
are you going to post it right now, Jerry?
good for you? Because you know now that
On
Sigfredo
TikTok.
is the extortionist, right? She just told you that in the car?
We'll put it up and we'll play it here.
Okay.
We'll
And
all
wouldn't it
watch
be
it
good
together.
for you if the police investigation into the Prius led to the arrest of the killers/extortionists?
If they arrested the people that killed Dan,
Yeah.
I know the extortionists stopped.
Oh, I think this is Georgia's best performance. I just love this this character that she's, portraying. This sort of like trying to get through to this moron, right? I know you didn't think it at the time, but we're looking back now, okay? Didn't you just tell this jury that Katie was the blackmailer? You just said that. You realized it in 2019.
As long as I kept my mouth shut, I'd be safe.
Right. So why are you trying to
Okay, no rush.
argue to her that like the car is not going to lead anywhere? They're not going to be able to do anything with the car.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I know that Sigfredo wasn't the one who killed him.
Did you say on this recording if they're a bad guy, there's two ways of dealing with it? Go ahead and contact the police. They'll contact him, the blackmailer, and arrange a setup. Take him down and he'll proffer 10 years and now tell us everything you know or else you're going to serve 10 years in prison. Next thing you know, this person is singing. He's calling out your name. My parents are going to have to tell the story of what happened. Singing about what? About the extortion?
No.
Yeah, so the Latin Kings extorted Charlie, right? So the Latin Kings it sent Katie to extort Charlie, and she was taking the money to them. Then, in 2016, the Latin Kings want more money, but it's a different Latin King, and the threat is if the Adelsons don't give them the money, then they're going to start singing. Singing about what?
I think you're reading it wrong. I know the audible is bad.
What would
Are those the words?
Yes, sir. What would the extortion?
Yeah, he's trying to He's trying to go, no, the recording, it's not reliable. The restaurant, it was very loud. There were plates banging. Okay? You're expert, Mr. McElbean. He wasn't good at his job. Do you have a transcript? Katie did the same thing. You guys didn't pull any records?
And now I'm referring to the one that contacted your mother.
The Latin King extortion.
The Latin
Both
King
Latin
extortion.
Kings, right?
The second extortion.
What would they have to sing about?
The second extortion would be singing and talking about the first extortion, where they learned their information from.
Who cares? That doesn't have anything to do with you.
Well, when they catch the first extortion, Katie's tied to them and I'm tied to Katie. They're going to come talk to us, and we're going to be in danger when we tell them what happened. So I was saying, if they catch the second.
He's not good at thinking on his feet, is he? He thinks he is, but he's really not, because he didn't have that prepared. And George has got this great job. Great job. She's got to maneuver around. She's got to identify the areas that he's prepared and the areas that he hasn't prepared. Find them and expose them and force him to think on his feet. I mean, she's like Sun Tzu, right? She's like Sun Tzu, but in a courtroom.
Second, they're going to turn in on the first, and that's the same thing I said yesterday.
You gave very precise instructions to Katherine Magbanua on what she was to say when she calls the phone number, right?
Yeah,
Did you do that?
Absolutely.
And then you say, quote, "You'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. And he knows who you are. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it." Aren't you telling her that if Garcia can't handle this problem and kill whoever's behind this, you will have someone else do it?
You're reading it totally wrong.
It's a yes or no question, sir.
No, you're wrong.
When Dan Markel's murder was taking too long to happen, didn't you tell Katherine Magbanua that if she couldn't get it done, you would find someone else to do it?
No, I've never said that either.
And then you say in the recording, I'm back to Dolce now, yeah, and guess what? When the effing police show up and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in his effing driveway, they're not going to come down too hard on me. So you knew you'd be believed if you went to the police, right?
I didn't know I'd be believed, but I fear for my life.
And then you say, so help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's going to be fucking Nazi shit. Because this will be done. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend, okay?
Living on Tallahassee time sounds like a blues song.
I swear to God. What is Nazi shit?
That's an expression that Katie would use to describe someone that's going crazy. I think the Nazis were absolutely crazy people. So I'm saying I'm going to get somebody to go crazy on the guy that's trying to extort my mom for money. I'll pay someone to go threaten him and to scare him.
What does go crazy mean? I mean, he's just taken one arbitrary phrase for another. No. Nazi shit was something that Katie would say to go crazy on someone. She would say that, so I was using her phrase back to her to say I'm going to get someone to go crazy on this guy. What does that mean? That means beat them with a fucking heavy chain, doesn't it? I mean, yeah, crazy. I mean, it's so clearly kill. But I've never heard anyone else say that. It's going to be fucking Nazi shit. I mean, what is he referring to? Indiscriminate killing. Crystal knocked, right? That's what he's referring to. No, just go crazy. Just wave your fists and go crazy.
I'm not talking about killing anybody.
Well, you say the word kill. Yes?
No. Oh, when you're putting the words in my mouth, well, we can
No,
do that
sir.
sentence.
Do you say the word kill?
I'm talking about if Sigfredo's coming after you, he's such a dangerous guy, you'd have to kill him to stop him. That's the only thing you could do. Not talking about killing the extorter. I'm talking second extortion.
Okay.
I'm saying that if Sigfredo's...
Or you could call the police. And he's just your regular musclehead gang street thug guy. I mean, he's acting like he's this, like, supernatural fucking Incredible Hulk or something. I mean, he's such a dangerous guy. The only way you could stop him is to kill him.
coming after you. The only thing that you could do is you'd have to kill him to stop it. I'm not talking about killing anybody. I'm talking about that's the only way that you could stop Sigfredo from coming after you is you would have to kill him. And that's exactly what I said there. You're wrong. That's exactly what I said.
All right, thank you. Nazis kill, right? Isn't that like their primary objective?
No, I think Nazis are insane, crazy people.
That exterminate, right?
That kill, yes, but they're crazy. That was an expression she would use, and that's when I used it to her, but basically saying I'm going to have someone go crazy on this guy. I could have used the word crazy. I thought it was interchangeable.
Isn't what you're doing here in this portion of the tape feeling her out to make sure Garcia doesn't have any bad feelings toward you?
When I said it, yeah, I thought he could have been behind the second extortion. I think I've said that before.
And you go into like how your relationships didn't overlap, you never disrespected him, and you mentioned that you don't think that I assume you mean these other people, associates that have contacted your mom would want to mess with his connections, right? You remember?
You're talking about the copycat extortion.
Jury, here's the link. Discord, join it. You know you wanna.
Right. And then you ask if he's too far removed, or can he still make a call? Are you referring to Garcia in that?
Yeah, exactly.
So can Garcia...
We really do have the moderators to be round-the-clock Metrix. This is the great thing about the United States being an audience, because, it's got 4 time zones. We just move across, right? Just move across. But Neverly Darling's over in what is it? Serbia. No. Yeah, Serbia. So she should have been here hours ago. But Ryden just went to bed, and now Spacey Dove's waking up. That's great.
Make a call to try to figure out who this is.
Okay, Garcia helped stop
Christina.
the second extortion. Someone's doing a
Good morning.
piggyback extortion on the first.
No, where are you? Chicago. Go to bed.
On the topic of conversation for Katherine Magbanua, don't you say, I look for things to do, I show you, that's the difference. You don't ask me for shit. You said all those things, right?
Absolutely, because that's proven it.
Where does my mama live in the States? My mama doesn't live in the States. She lives in England.
What I've been saying all along is that I didn't think she was part of this, so I was doing things to keep her happy from time to time. Ethan's birthday I brought up there. I gave her $300. I helped her out with the car when her car was broken. For sure.
And then you say, listen, you giving somebody money is not an admission of any kind of guilt. Would paying the money have made her look guilty?
That's what she was saying to me. Is she said it's the police, and you can't pay the police.
Oh, Laura, we've got so many non-tech savvy people in Discord. It's on phones, it's on computers. It's just a chat room. You just click the link. But maybe you went into someone else's Discord, because I've seen different Discords where it is just confusing. There's too much going on, right? But ours at True Crime Metrix, very simple and very fun and good. I mean, you can join it if you want. You don't have to, but it is. I know that everyone in there loves it. It's a good way to stay in touch.
They're going to think you were part of a murder, and they're going to arrest you.
But if it was an extortionist, it could have created a monster, right?
And if you don't pay the extortionist, you could get killed.
So when
or you
these
could keep getting
guys,
extorted.
What is the point to him continuing? If you don't pay the extortionist, you could get killed, or you could keep getting extorted. The extortion never went up, and Katie was always broke.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said if you don't pay the extortionist, you could get killed, or you could keep getting extorted.
But your main concern was that if we pay, this guy will think I'm an ATM machine, right? He'll keep coming back again and again and again. Don't you articulate that to Katherine Magbanua?
If it was an extorter, that was one of the concerns. The other concern was not paying him and getting killed.
But what you say is, well, I don't remember the quote exactly. The main concern.
Talking about falling asleep listening to Metrix. Amy and I, moderator Amy, sorry, Chief Operating Officer Amy. I was on the phone with her the other night, and we both fell asleep. The conversation was that interesting. No, I'm sure it was, actually, but it was late. We both fell asleep, and both our phones stayed on throughout the night. And in the morning, I was woken up by her daughter, her 8-year-old daughter, in Maryland. It was one of those things where you wake up and you're still asleep, and I was dreaming, and there was this child in the room. It was so weird, but funny.
Concern. What I'm most worried about is that they're going to keep coming back for more, right?
I don't remember using the word the main concern.
But what you don't say in here is like what you or your homies have been doing to me for 2 years.
Of course not. I don't want her to think I'm setting her up.
PBJ. That sounds good. Is it crunchy peanut butter or smooth? Baby doll. Because that's going to tell me all about you.
Why are you explaining extortion and how extortion works to Katherine Magbanua?
In there?
Yeah.
Because I know.
But she knows too, doesn't she?
He's totally lost
it
it
myself. I do that.
You also explain it to your mother.
Charlie likes to talk, right? Dan Rashbaum says that to every witness. You know he likes to talk a lot, right? And he repeats himself, right? So do you, Dan. You said that to the last witness and the witness before that.
How extortion works, and has known about it for 2 years too, right?
From what I told her, yeah. I'm reminding her.
Then you say, if someone's messing with you, they're messing with me. And if someone's messing with me, they're messing with you. It's one and the same, right?
Yes, I said that.
You're in this together, right?
We're both innocent.
Oh no, that'll come from England. Yeah, computer. And it's not a PC, it's a Mac.
You were very obviously relieved on the wire when you came to the conclusion that this was law enforcement. Would you agree with that?
Very relieved, yeah.
All right. And at that same time that on the wire you're expressing relief, or I should say...
We've still got over 100 people in chat, guys. This is a 7-hour and 12-minute stream so far. I don't know if that's good for business, but I don't know how the algorithm thinks about that. But it's just fun, and I'm awake. Maybe we'll get to Hawaii.
Shortly after all the relief expressed on the wire, we've got the arrest of Katherine Magbanua, right?
No.
No. Okay. Would you agree that it goes relief on the wire, then arrest of Katherine Magbanua?
Do you want to give me dates? Because Kathy was arrested 6 months later.
Okay.
The wire
Can we
was in
agree
April,
that you were very relieved on the wire, and that 6 months later, Katherine Magbanua was arrested?
She was arrested 6 months later, correct.
And 6 months later, after you were completely relieved on the wire, you begin to exhibit these extreme behavior changes that we've heard about. And And what is your explanation for that?
Because I thought I'd be falsely arrested.
Love it when Georgia just leaves a silence after his ridiculous answer, right? Turning pages, turning pages. Let your ridiculous answer go to the jury and let it sit with them before I ask my next damning question. The extortion never went up. He's real careful about not looking at Daniel Rashbaum. I don't think he does it once, and I believe he was told not to.
Encourage Katherine Magbanua to reconcile with Garcia. That's a yes or no.
Yes, for sure I did.
Was that a good decision for her or a good decision for you?
Neither.
Then why did you suggest it? Was it your idea that for Catherine and Sigfredo to reconcile? Did that come from you? Was that your idea? Yes. And was that a good idea for you or for her? Neither. Well, then, what? That makes no sense.
You've heard your lawyer say that you talk a lot. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And you talk a lot on the wire, right?
Yes, I do.
Whose child is this? What, the one that woke me up? Amy. Amy's child. Amy's daughter.
Do you agree you're not a direct person?
My direct person?
There's a lot of circular talking on the wire.
However you want to describe my mannerisms of talking, you're welcome to describe them.
I'll do that in closing. What I'm asking is...
Oh, beautiful. And he knew he'd been beat. He knew he took a jab there. He actually conceded. He almost... I hate to say it, but he almost... Like, if there was a speech bubble there, or a thought bubble for Charlie, it would be like, okay, fair play, that was good. There was almost this acknowledgement of, okay, I have to give you credit for that, because that was a real good comeback. Let's see it again, please. I'll do that. Do I talk circularly? Any way that you want to describe my mannerisms, you're welcome to do so. This shitty answer. And then she's like, I'll do that in closing. Oh, that's a, well, what could you call it?
Do you agree you're not a direct person?
My direct person?
There's a lot of circular talking on the wire.
However you want to describe my mannerisms of talking, you're welcome to describe them.
I'll do that in closing. What I'm asking is, do you agree that you are like that?
I think at times I'm direct, for sure.
Beautiful, Georgia.
Do you have a way of saying things without really saying it?
No, I think I'm pretty direct with things.
Do you think you can talk your way out of this?
No, I don't. I'm not part of a murder.
Who are they going to believe, right? An oral surgeon or a gangster?
That's extorting me in my driveway and coming and threatening me?
You're untouchable, right?
What was the Metrix recipe for good health, Spacey? And where did we come up with it? It was something like good food. No, was it? It was like good food, good love, good sleep, active day. Do that every day and you'll probably be all right. I think it was in the context of people being medicated. For what case was it? I'm trying to remember. I'm not sure.
No, I'm not part of this murder.
There was a lot of talk about
good food, good love, good sleep, active day.
Going to the police on the wire, which I think we've well established did not happen. But you've always gone to the police before, right?
I've had other things that I've gone to the police for, yeah.
You've gone to the police in reference to something to do with your child's mother? Yes or no?
Yes.
You've gone to the police when you were threatened to be blackmailed over something with a woman back in 2015? Remember that?
No, I didn't go to the police.
Did you send a letter from your lawyer indicating that describing her actions as an attempted shakedown and indicating that not only will Dr. Adelson never pay a settlement, he will undoubtedly prevail and seek attorney's fees against your client?
Right, that's a civil complaint.
Yeah, it's a civil complaint. It's a standard fucking, if I get that kind of response from any legal challenge, someone gets back to me and says, "Oh, yes, we will see you in court, and we will have an expert, and you will have to pay for that expert." It's like, okay, let's do it. I'm game if you are. What did I say? I had a good letter. I said, I can't remember the wording. It was something like, let me remind you that an order to pay court costs works both ways. And you know who I was challenging legally? A law firm. And the guy's name was Edward Judge. Edward Judge. He tried to scare me off. But sadly I could not be scared off. I went to the law library. Spent days going through case law. And in the end, I won.
And somebody was making an unfounded civil complaint and threatening filing a lawsuit, and an attorney handled the civil complaint. The police were never notified. But it was a civil suit.
It was somebody trying to shake you down for money.
It was a unfounded claim from a civil suit to me and another dentist that it was involving.
It was a claim that potentially had criminal implications as well, wasn't it, Doctor?
For me?
Yes.
No. There was never a police investigation with that.
In 2018, did you report an aggravated assault where a vehicle was driving aggressively and narrowly avoided striking you?
I had a reporter almost kill my 10-week-old puppy dog that I was walking.
Neville's from Serbia.
Because I was going for a walk in the morning and he was stalking outside my house.
In 2018, did you report an aggravated assault where a vehicle was driving aggressively and narrowly avoided striking you?
He was more almost hit my dog too, but yeah.
Do your nephews deserve to know the whole truth about who killed their father?
Yeah, now they do.
Do Danny's parents deserve to know what happened to their son?
Absolutely.
And you say you knew. You now say you knew a big piece of what happened, right?
Yes.
Do you feel bad about not volunteering that to Danny's parents?
I feel a sense of relief that now I was able to tell everybody what finally happened.
Yesterday. Almost 10 years later, right?
Yeah.
And that's because you didn't just know a big piece of it. You were a big piece of it, weren't you, Doctor?
I was extorted and I knew a lot, yeah.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Absolutely stunning. What a great cross-examination. Her best to date, I'd say. And it's quite the lineup. Okay, now we want to do Wendy Adelson, TV, interview.
Thank you, everyone. We have
Thank you so much. Well, human trafficking is a widespread issue going on right here in our back.
Okay, look at the handkerchief she's wearing as a skirt.
Backyard. We have with us this morning clinical professor at Florida State University's College of Law, Wendy Adelson, with a book, and hear more to discuss about human trafficking. And again, like we said,
She's nervous.
It's a widespread issue that it's hard to believe it is happening right here in the United States. Welcome, Wendy.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here with us. So
We got to continue reading from this book again, guys. Maybe I'll try and do a little bit of that today. But in this echo chamber that we're in, I guess we could just go to the park. Take the dogs to the park, take the book, and we'll live stream some chapters.
before we get into it and get into your book, how is it that these women get here to the United States, and why the United States?
Sure. Human trafficking is a problem that happens all over the world, and oftentimes people think it's just people who come from other countries. But actually victims of
In case you're wondering who put this up, you know who it is. You know who it is. It's the most famous creator of the case. I just don't know if I'm allowed to say the name. I don't know what the rules are. Some people get so upset, and I don't know why.
Trafficking are sometimes born in the U.S. Or have legal status in the U.S. So it's people coming in as well as people who are born here. And we're talking about sex trafficking as well as labor trafficking. So domestic servitude, agricultural industry, as well as the commercial sex industry, which seems to get the bulk of the press.
So you're saying maybe someone who's a housekeeper?
Sure.
And she...
What is she saying? She's got this weird thing, and you really notice it in her book. She's got this sexual fixation, right? And she's on this TV appearance to speak about her book, which confronts issues about, well, not limited to, but including immigrant victims of human trafficking. Often that can mean sexual slavery, etc. Right? Serious issues. And the anchor, the news lady, is trying to delve into some of those issues and talk about how shocking it is, the numbers and the amount of people that are being what is the word? Well, trafficked, I guess, is the word. And the tone, it's not a jovial interview, okay? It's not a cheery, happy, jokey sort of situation, but Wendy misreads that entirely. And more than misreads it, actually does this suggestive sort of, there's an undertone, there's something about it. Like she just said, oh, and some of that includes sexual prostitution, and that seems to get most of the press. Because everyone loves sex. It's strange. It is not the demeanor of a quote unquote clinical professor that's come on here to discuss serious issues. Let's just play it again. But in case you're wondering who put that owl in there, there's the name there. I just don't know if I can say it or not. Don't know if I can say it.
Being here with us. So before we get into it and get into your book, how is it that these women get here to the United States, and why the...
Marginalized. That was the first word I thought of, Christina, but I didn't have the confidence to commit. But thank you. You've confirmed that I was on the right track. Coming from you, that means a lot.
The United States.
Sure. Human trafficking is a problem that happens all over the world, and oftentimes people think it's just people who come from other countries, but actually victims of trafficking are sometimes born in the U.S. or have legal status in the US. So it's people coming in as well as people who are born here. And we're talking about sex trafficking as well as labor trafficking. So domestic servitude, agricultural industry, as well as the commercial sex industry, which seems to get the bulk of the press.
So you're saying maybe someone who's a housekeeper.
Sure.
And she could be being abused right there.
Very strange behavior. I mean, if I were just watching this without any context of knowing this person, I'd just say, okay, this is the person's first time on TV. They're nervous. They're speed talking because they don't want to look nervous, right? They're trying to mask their nerves and look confident, and fucking it up, and even more deeply exposing their lack of confidence in their act of trying to mask it, which is common. I mean, it happens all the time in lots of situations. But knowing this person, what was that weird speed nod at the end? Let's go back one more time. Just how fast is this? All she's doing is telling us that this is a pre-prepared script that I've practiced and am now performing. No credibility whatsoever.
So it's people coming in as well as people who are born here. And we're talking about sex trafficking as well as labor trafficking. So domestic servitude, agricultural industry, as well as the commercial sex industry, which seems to get the bulk of the press.
So you're saying maybe someone who's a housekeeper.
Sure.
And she could be being abused right there under the roof of the person that she's working for.
It's very, very possible.
Okay.
Right? So it's exploitative labor conditions, whether it happens through force, fraud, or coercion.
Okay. And I was reading some statistics. 17 to 25,000 women are brought into the United States every year and used as sex slaves. It seems, I mean, is that an accurate number?
It seems low to me. I would think it would be much more than that. I mean, 25,000? It's like 400 million people. Okay.
As far as I know,
there's 25,000 fucking trafficked victims in Dallas. You know what I mean?
It does
just Dallas.
We are seeing a large amount of cases, but it's the type of thing that's really hidden in plain sight. Mm-hmm. So people want statistics, and they want statistics for good reason, but it's very hard to know in truth how big the problem is.
Let's talk a little bit more about your book. You're an immigration lawyer, so you deal with women like this all the time.
Well, hang on. Now I've got to ask Jury. I'm catching up on comments. What were you thinking? Oh my God, that's exactly what I was thinking.
What do you want people to get from your book? What do you want them to understand?
Sure. I want them to see the human side, the human face behind this issue of human trafficking. I want them to understand that these are people who are vulnerable, and that's what leads them to be trafficked, and that they are people who are capable of great courage and great joy. There's a lot of humor built into the book. It's not it's not an altogether dark book. It really exposes the fact that these are human beings, these are individuals, and they come here seeking a better life, and they are duped into an experience that's far beyond what they would have imagined.
That's interesting that you said that the book has some humor to it, because it just seems like such a serious issue.
It is a very serious issue. I don't mean to make light of it, but I included the character of their attorney who tries to...
Yeah, Sharon Stone, Basic Instinct. I think if Wendy did that scene, the point where she moves her legs, what she would reveal down there is just like a lobster. A mean, ugly lobster with the big claws, that's what's down there. That's why they're always going on about lobsters. She's got a lobster up her dress.
Who tries to help them through the process of their criminal trials and their immigration legal experience, and really tries to help them move on. It's an experience that really breaks their spirits, and the book doesn't end.
So why are you smiling? It's an experience that really breaks their spirits. Oh, God. What the fuck? Why is she joyously smiling at that? How does she not realize how incongruent that is?
Right when they're discovered, right when their experience of trafficking ends, the book continues on to show them trying to live normal lives in the United States and trying to move forward.
Because for many of these women, even though they are free from these traffickers, they still live with this sense of fear, because
Absolutely.
one of the reasons, and I'm assuming here, and please correct me, is if they leave, if they run away from these men that are holding them, they can possibly hurt their families,
Absolutely.
kill their families.
Sure.
So they always live with this fear.
They aren't necessarily physical chains, but there's a large amount of psychological coercion that goes into convincing people that they will harm their families. There's a large amount of psychological coercion that goes into convincing.
Yes, Spacey Dove. When Wendy hands Dyson the phone, she's like, I didn't call any weird sex lines or anything like that. I love it when she's listing the reasons that Markel wouldn't be a target for any, criminal gang or something. She's like, oh, what is it? Because the things that she describes him as not being are all things that we could reasonably say that she is. And this is another thing. Oh, what have we got on our list so far? We've got selective invention for, what does that say? Prevention? Selective invention for prevention. Tools on the table. And what was the other one? Oh yeah, the thing where, how do we describe this nicely in a catchy way? When the Adelsons point out faults and flaws in another, which are their own. So that's a projecting thing. Flaw projection. Fault projection. Fault, flaw, projection. Complexion. We'll come up with something better later. Faults, projection. They all do it all the fucking time. But what other things? She's like, oh, he's not a sex addict. He's not an alcoholic. He's not a sex addict. And there's another one that she also is. I can't remember right now. Let's make a note to look it up later. Wendy labeling Dan what she is. That's enough for me to remember. Oh, that's so weird. Look at, oh no, you can't see this.
People that they will harm their families if they try to leave, and that keeps people in servitude.
Now, there's some laws in place to try and shut down human trafficking, but there's something that also we as citizens can do. You said that there are some places we may drive by and it could be going on behind those doors and we may not even know it.
Sure.
It's kind of like hidden places. What should we be keeping an eye out for?
That's a great question in terms of what are indicators of human trafficking that you might see. I mean, anytime you see a situation where you feel like someone is being
Oh, this is great. This is great. If you see a young girl showering outside, they might be being trafficked. Yeah, or they could just be having a water fight on a hot day. You live in Florida. Children play with hoses.
if they try to leave, and that keeps people in servitude.
Now, there's some laws in place to try and shut down human trafficking, but there's something that also we as citizens can do. You said that there are some places we may drive by and it could be going on behind those doors and we may not even know it.
Sure.
It's kind of like hidden places. What should we be keeping an eye out for?
That's a great question in terms of what are indicators of human trafficking that you might see. I mean, anytime you see a situation where you feel like someone is being victimized in some way, whether it's a child, whether it's an adult, there are hotlines. The Department of Children and Families has a hotline that you can call if you see something that looks...
I mean, that's the broadest fucking, you know, Anytime you, oh, there's so much to look out for. Anytime that you see someone that might be a victim, what? There's hotlines.
A little bit suspicious. If you see a young girl, maybe from the same or a different ethnic group, taking a shower outside, if you see a young person in the neighborhood that doesn't seem to be attending school, that seems to be in the home.
How
and
young
staying
are
there.
these? Are some of these women or girls?
I mean, they could be as young as 5, 6, 7. If
Oh
we're
my
talking about
gosh.
individuals serving as domestic servants in homes,
Wow.
people working in the agricultural industry. I mean, there are so many industries, especially in Florida. Florida is actually the 3rd worst state for human trafficking.
Wow. Well, Wendy, thank you so much for coming in and talking about this issue with us. And you.
So what's the first? Let's find that out now. What is the #1 state for human trafficking? Nevada. Okay. When is this from? Nevada, Georgia, Mississippi, Missouri, Louisiana, Florida. So Florida's 6 now. This is from 2019 to 2023. Nevada, yeah, well, that's an obvious one, I guess.
You can find Wendy's book.
Okay, next. Should we do a nice long wiretap? I saw one the other day for 25 minutes that we didn't have time to play. I think we have time now. Let's go to the wiretaps. Uh-huh. We got big plans for these guys for the website. Ah, there it is. So this is from April 29th, 2016.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
So, um, you know what? Just leave it. I wanted to go see you because I have a lot of shit to tell you.
All right.
But, I mean, like, you're all the way far west. And it's like, I don't know what time I'm going to get out. Or no,
Okay.
you're Pebble.
Pembroke Pines, yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's just that even though I'm like sending out, getting back, I might have to get the kids. Like, I don't know yet. Like, I could tell him, but he got home really late last night. Because it was so funny. Okay. But of course, remember I told you somebody passed away?
Yeah.
And apparently, obviously everybody knew this kid. And for some reason, this girl ended up with my friend's sister, which they don't know each other until they were at some bar. And then she calls. I forgot to tell you that she called me like 2 or 3 days ago, blowing up my phone out of the blue, right? Like, I haven't spoken to her in a long time, but it's because I knew she did that because remember I had been in a confrontation in the bar, and supposedly that was her roommate.
Right.
So she's a little gossiper, so I guess she wanted to know that she's met because when I didn't talk to this guy for a long time, but then I spoke to my friend, And he's like, yeah, I spoke to her. She was blowing up my phone in the morning. So I was like, who the fuck is this? And she's like, oh, how do you not know? Whatever. My phone changed. He doesn't save the number. You know what I mean?
Right.
So she's like, oh yeah, that was my ex-roommate, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, he told her, he's like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I really don't care for this. Like, I don't care who she was, but she just needed to be out of the freaking bar. Like, she obviously, like, was going to get her ass whooped already, you know?
Yeah.
So.
Who is she on the phone with?
What a coinky dinky, right?
What a coinky dinky.
Put a couple scenarios together. And.
Scenarios?
Yo, this, he got up so late because he's like, no, I don't want my sister sleeping. Her sister's older sister was like, oh, I let her stay over the house. This other girl said, like, I let her stay over my house. Like, you don't even fucking know if I'm a kind of pain. So it was just weird. And then the conversation that they had, she's like, oh, I didn't do it. I was like, what do you mean? What do you didn't do it? My friend was like, I just want to see the little girls, you know? Like, the way it's coming up, I don't know if, like, we're just being, like, cautious about everything. But I had to know the rest of the thing because they had gotten home really late. Like, I was knocked out, and I was, like, going in and out of my seat because I was getting nervous at the same time. He's like, oh, I'm going to show up to this place, so-and-so. And he's like, I'm going to go pick up my sister because I don't want my sister sleeping over whatever. Like, she's fell asleep in my house. Like, when I woke up, like, she was downstairs on the couch.
Right.
So I'm going to pick her up. But the thing is, he's making it play out, and it seems like everybody's, like, everybody's, like, off guard with him.
All of a sudden,
everybody's fucking, like, scared.
That's pretty ironic.
You know, so it's like, and then the thing was, how come you're not picking up the phone now? Blowing up the phone, this nigga had the guts to go on her phone and make a call from her phone. Nobody picked up. And then, I don't know the rest of the story, whatever it is, or if my name is really on anything, or if they're even talking about me. But whatever it is, whatever games is going on, I'm going to figure it out.
Oh, it is, Charlie. I'm going to figure it out. It is, Charlie.
And it's obviously you hear anything, because now it's like, remember I told you I was like, apparently that the message, the voicemail now is in Spanish. So he responded back in Spanish.
Yeah.
You know? Like, and I wasn't rude, like you said, or whatever. And he's like he said, like, some new shit, like, oh, like, like, where the fuck it is, where the fucking playing fucking games, I'll fucking fuck you up in your motherfucking ass, I'll fucking mess with my fucking family. It's gonna be a big fucking problem.
The accent, being from where it came from, there's not a lot of that. I mean,
it's the same accent. He said, I said it, and I was like the same voice. So now it's being detected. The thing is, like, I'm so cautious about everything else, you know?
Yeah, no, for sure.
That's one scenario. But, you know, you got.
Did she just say it's detectives? Let's go back a second.
The thing is, like, I'm so cautious about everything else, you know?
Came from. There's not a lot of that. I mean,
it's the same accent. That I said it, and I was like the same voice. So now it's being detected. The thing is, like, I'm so cautious about everything else.
See, so Katie worked it out pretty much. I mean, not that that did her any favors.
You know,
Yeah, no, for sure.
that's one scenario. But you know, you gotta figure out other things just in case.
Yeah, right, Jane Kreisman. Listen, Donna has just had. Oh, let's look up. Let's see if we can find some nice pictures of some Tallahassee jail breakfast. She's just had it shoved through her door.
It's one of two.
It can only be one of two, apparently. It's somebody that's desperate, not from the inside, because there's too much from the inside that the other person knows from the outside.
Right.
So they won't risk it. That's why I know for a fact it's not from the inside. It's somebody trying to be greedy. Probably, you know, hey, everybody knew who I've dated in the past and stuff. I've had a couple boyfriends, you know,
Yeah.
but some stick out.
It's somebody not from the first layer, but probably the second layer.
Yeah, and they just made a big mistake.
Fucking
Don't fucking
stupid.
worry. Don't worry. Regardless, whatever bullshit is happening, it will be taken care of. For the mere fact that I don't like anybody disrespecting your family.
bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck you fucking with
your
me.
family. After everything you
Is that
guys
you,
have been
Laura?
through. You know, you've told me stuff that's happened before.
Thank
so
you, Laura.
It's not like I'm oblivious to it.
No, it's out there. It's out there everywhere anyway.
I know, but I'm saying, like, you've mentioned stuff to me too. Obviously, like, I've never probed you on it because that's some personal shit. Like,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. That's like none of my business.
Well, I just want it to stop.
I'm hoping.
I'm hoping. God, her voice. Listen to that again. One sec.
No, it's out there. It's out there everywhere anyway.
I know, but I'm saying, like, you've mentioned stuff to me too. Obviously, like, I've never probed you on it because that's some personal shit. Like,
yeah.
I'm not gonna. That's like none of my business.
Well, I just want it to stop.
I'm hoping that I'm on the right lead. And
Listen to her. How annoying. How annoying that would be.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. That's like none of my business.
Well, I just want it to stop.
I'm hoping that I'm on the right lead. And either way, my friend said that either way, no matter what, if for some reason he is wrong or whatever, like, whatever way it is, it's gonna go down. Like, he takes full responsibility of whatever, just because for the mere fact of my name.
Yeah, but listen, there's not any. I mean,
Spacey, I'm going to go and check the archives and see if any of the thumbnails refresh my memory about which criminal we were covering. I remember it being something about medicine. I think it might have been Jen Soto, because she was, what do you call it? She was going on about her medications, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the Jen Soto interrogation. Oh, hey, jury. Thank you for the super chat. Nice one, jury. And you got to tell me where I can get a hat just like that. If it's not in Albuquerque, where?
Nothing of that sorts.
No, but I'm saying if somebody gets their ass whooped, somebody gets, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, if someone has to get their ass whooped, they have to get their ass whooped.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So
When you show face, and when you show face and everybody's a little stunned.
This whole thing about Katie being, you know, I'm sure that she's, you know, given her opinions about whatever dealings that Sigfredo's had going on for his whole criminal career, right? You think it's this case where Sigfredo is like he's doing crime, but you know he keeps her out of it? No, she likes playing the role, and it's a buzz for her. And she says these things like, "You show face, you got to show face," you know, make a statement. This is what, yeah. So how'd that work out?
Yeah, I don't think it's.
I'm a good reader of people, but some people are just really, really good at it, and that.
Charlie said the exact same thing to Donna. I think I'm a good judge of excellent judge of character. I'm a good reader of people. What people?
I guess that's one talent that they have. One of the many talents. Let me not be phony.
Well, I can't wait.
Oh, the Katie clip. That's our sound clip for buymeacoffee.com. Every time someone buys a coffee, it plays. But I can make it happen right now, free of charge. Of course, that's bad for business. My executive producer is going to kill me for this. You did what? You did what?
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck is fucking with me.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck is fucking with me. There was another good one at the beginning of this call where I think she was repeating what Sigfredo said to the guy on the wire, on the phone. Like, fuck you, man, fucking whatever fucking shit you got fucking going on, I'll fucking fuck you up and your motherfucking ass. Fuck with my family, fuck. Yeah, tough guy. Big tough guy. Big tough guy with a face full of fucks. Mouth full of fucks. Mm-hmm. Don't mess with him. He'll swear at you really loud.
Find out.
I know, me too. And I really feel bad if they're not even talking about me. Because this has become my issue now.
Yeah.
As a friend, I'm doing it because of the mere fact that I don't think any parent should be harassed.
We got more pictures of prison food coming up. See if we can find our favorite one.
I completely, understand where you're coming from, but sometimes you gotta step back and listen to what I gotta say too.
Okay.
Because there's always different scenarios to everything.
Yeah, no, it's not just always as it seems.
Exactly. So let me caution you, just fucking never know. There's fucking people that will try to fuck you over every fucking day.
Mm-hmm.
For all you know, it's a fucking patient.
Yeah.
in a dental office, these people are where you know?
Yeah, someone's filling fell out, and that person decided to grow a really long biker beard and approach Mama Adelson and say, "Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson, No, don't be scared. Don't be scared. Listen, my brother Taco, he's incarcerated. He's going through some tough times, and we want you to know that we helped your family out with this problem you guys had up north, and you got to help Taco out. Help Taco out like you've been. I was with Taco up in Broward. Do the right thing, man. Do the right thing. Take care of Taco like you've been taking care of Katie and Tudo, man. Do the right thing. This ain't going away. Yeah, that's a fucking patient, Katie, because his filling fell out. He took it really, really far. Where's our new picture of the food, of the prison grub? Right here. I think today is the day that we release our, what is it? I don't know who Taco is. T-shirt in the merch, or the all merch, mugs, curtains, taco curtains. Well, this one looks good. What have we got here? A special fried rice. It's not very big, is it? Like, I've had fucking appetizers that are more voluminous than that. What is that thing in the middle at the top? Is that a Twinkie? Is that what a Twinkie is? I've never had a Twinkie, but I always hear about them. They put the butter on the edge. Why? I bet it's fucking cold as well. Cold baked beans. Great. Oh, that's it for every day. I mean, actually, I think this one, as far as prison food goes, doesn't look that bad. Where's the grits? I want to see a grit.
No, it could be a lot of things.
Oh, look, Metrix might be about to fall asleep, so please help him stay awake with coffee. I might actually go and make a coffee in a minute. How long have we got to go until this stream is 12 hours long? We're 8 hours in, folks. Crazy. It's just fun, though. What else would I be doing if I wouldn't be doing this? I'm waiting for the people downstairs to get out of the kitchen. It's really weird when I do a stream for 8 hours and I spend time here with you guys talking about the case, and then you see people in the real world and you think to yourself, well, what is there to really say? That's why I became a recluse, I think. I was just like, okay, people in the real world, you don't want to talk about the Adelsons? You got nothing I want, sorry. Move on, just move on. Keep it moving.
Saying, you never know. That's why you gotta throw a couple things out there. You can't just be fixated on one thing. But people crack. So.
Yeah. Oh no, it's gonna come. Things always come out. I mean, somebody's gonna be fucking someone. They're gonna be running their mouth. That someone get mad at somebody, and then they'll start saying, "Hey, you know who this was?" And then.
Whatever it is, that's what I'm telling you. Just let me say things out of the blue. You know what I mean?
Out of the blue. Out of the blue.
Throw some stuff out there, because you can't be fixated on just one thing. Because then it seems like you know too much, which we don't know shit.
Unbelievable. The basics of their, what do you even call it? An operation? Is it an operation? Where's this new here it is. Check this one out.
I agree.
So if I say something, it doesn't mean necessarily I'm not a psychic. If I was a psychic, I would have fucking known who's harassing you or me or whoever the fuck it is. Because if you have a problem, that's the first thing. Because the next call is going to be the fucking problem.
So this is
it's too much.
This is a pasta dish on the bottom right. And we go what is this? Some beans. And we got green beans. and some kind of parfait and crumb cake. And some butter just wedged into where you keep your cutlery. Oh, God. That's not enough to not be hungry, is it? How are they gaining weight? How has Donna doubled in size eating this? Okay, it's all carbs. Well, not much of them. Is this a child's portion for child prisoners or what? Where's the steak? It's this and a big steak.
Yep. And that's like
cornbread. Thank you.
The next step.
So, but this is what I'm saying to you guys. Just listen to what I say.
Yeah.
Don't always.
Oh, what is it, Jane? I didn't do it for you. What did I want to? What did you need me to do for you?
Go against it. Don't take it to the heart. Don't make it seem like that's really what I mean.
Yeah. Charlie Adelson knocks on the prison door and says, excuse me, they screwed up my order. I ordered the pan-seared ahi with sesame tempura string beans, and this is not that.
Read between the lines and go with the flow.
Go with the flow, out of the blue. She does that, right? She's developed these little cartoonish, cute little things. Go with the flow, out of the blue, What is that? What am I getting from that? Is that like, what is that? She wants to show that she's, what, that she's got character, or she's entertaining, class clown. What is that? Out of the blue. Again, it's all stuff that she's never changed since she went through puberty and became high school, out of the blue. Oh, she's so cool and hip.
The sky is apparently blue, right? So some people might think it's a little green. Some people think it's white because of the clouds.
The sky is a little blue, right? But some people might think it's green. Some people think it's white because of the clouds. What on earth?
Just let me say it.
Say that again, Katie. What is this? This is Katie Magbanua's big philosophy on the agreement of existence.
Because the next car is going to be the fucking prize. It is. Because it's too much.
Yep. And that's like the next step.
Donna said she woke up with ants in her hair. In a letter to us, but on the stand, what she said was a variation of that about her injury or tendon in her arm, waking up feeling like ants were crawling on her. But in the letter, she said that there's ants in their food, there's ants in their hair, there's ants in the sheets, there's ants in the jail cell. So it was just strange how she used ants in both situations that she was describing, but the surrounding elements, the elements that were surrounding the ants, were different. And that's another one of those indicators. People latch on to something like ants and then use it in a variety of different lies, right? It's like when a man is dating multiple women and he calls them all by the same odious nickname, right? Hello, sunshine. And then he calls up the next girl. Oh, how's my sunshine?
So, but this is what I'm saying to you guys. Just listen to
So
what
he doesn't get confused and call them the wrong name. I called a girl the wrong name once, quite loudly, totally by accident. And she came into the room. She was in the other room, and I called her the wrong name. and it wasn't as bad as it sounds. There was cause for this. And she came in with this expression on her face as if to say, "What did you just call me?" And I managed to cover it up, I think, or at least she accepted that I tried. And we didn't talk about it because the girl that the name that I called her was Lisa. And when she came in and said, "What the fuck?" I said, "Do you want to go out for some pizza?" And we did. We went out for a meal based on me covering up the fact that it's terrible, terrible.
Yeah.
Don't always
So we are going straight to hell.
don't take it to the heart. Don't make it seem like that's really what I mean. Read between the lines.
Read between the line, out of the blue.
And go with the flow.
Go with the flow. Read between the line.
The sky is apparently blue, right? So some people might think it's a little green. Some people think it's white because of the clouds. Just let me say it. Got it?
Yep.
Yeah, you mean Glenn Thomas, jury? Yeah, yeah. I think he's just yeah, a little bit. I don't know. It's just no, he comes over and says stuff now and again. We just ignore him now.
I miss our old chats.
I know, me too.
I feel like we need to fire.
Yeah, I bet it's so much nicer talking about, jet skiing and which boat to buy and whether or not you're going to get a fucking go-kart, than talking about, oh, do you think it's the feds? Or if someone needs to get their ass kicked, they need to get their ass kicked. I think that's a drag.
Side chat, just sit by the fireplace and talk about politics. Eat bonbons all day.
One thing you never talk about to people is politics and religion.
Yeah.
You will never, ever.
Listen, the two things that I fucking can't stand? Religion and politics.
You'll always be my third favorite Jew.
Mm-hmm.
Should I have no motherfucking gas?
As long as T.I. doesn't convert.
Do you think he'll ever go for me?
I'm just saying, I don't want him to be Jewish. Then I got knocked down to number 4.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's going to be T.I., then Jesus, then Jesus is going to number 2.
Oh.
There's no way. There's no way.
I didn't even see this and stuff.
But if you had a choice.
I don't go to church every Sunday, but I.
Is this your first time here, jury? I know that. It's the first time you're in comments, but is this your first time you've been in a live?
I have my kids to pray. They have their little prayer at night,
But mom, if you had your choice, T.I. or Jesus, right now, put it out there.
Hey,
you can spend a night with Jesus or a night with T.I. Pick one now, quick.
It's a little scary to spend a night with Jesus. What is he gonna let me know, and what is he gonna show me? I don't want to know.
I think he'd be pretty disappointed in you, Katie. He'd probably, want to leave the room,
I'm just asking. You're trying to defend the fact that you'd rather spend the night with T.I.
I just don't want to go to hell for saying I want to go sleep with T.I. instead. I wear a bracelet that has all the freaking.
Yeah, I got the time, jury. I'll tell you the time right now. The time of the call is 8:45. But I don't know if that's PM or AM.
Something freaking. Yeah,
I gotta get you one with I gotta get you one of those little bracelets with T.I.'s picture on it.
You're such a dick, I swear to God.
You know I know you. Wouldn't it be awesome if they sold that? I swear to God I would
Oh
buy
yeah,
that
I
for
don't know
you.
what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. Of course I've seen you in chat all the time. What am I talking about? Fucking hell, I don't know. Sorry.
You're like, oh, which saint is that? That's Saint T.I.
Like a regular store, and then like you see a fucking bracelet that has T.I. all over it. Yo, I fucking jump like out of the like, I swear to God, if that shit like coincidence just happens too much, it's like, bro, I fucking jump off a cliff.
That's awesome. So I will.
It's because you're not in Discord. All the important people
is
are
that
in
number
Discord.
really tatted on your side?
Yes.
Do you know that's been the code to my garage for the last like 6 years?
Oh my God, why?
Oh, she's going to go on about her tattoo ideas now.
It was just when
So
I set
funny.
it up, it just looked like an easy number, like the configuration. So that's where you got that number from?
Yep, I was like, I will never forget your code. I was like, I'm gonna be able to go inside this house whatever I want.
That's really, you know, like, when I was a kid, we used to write numbers down on our hands so we don't forget.
Nope, now I get my tattooed.
Great. You don't have like any, no cell numbers, social security numbers like written anywhere on you?
Written, maybe some coordinates, which I really do want to get. I'm gonna get the coordinates of where I was born.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
That is cool, right? Isn't it like?
I'm going to get a tattoo of the coordinates where I was born. I don't have any tattoos. But if I did, it wouldn't be that. What do you need that for? Like, what use is that? Is that like an identity thing? You're going to identify with the coordinates of where you're born? Okay. Okay. I bet she saw a celebrity. Has anyone in chat right now got a tattoo of the coordinates where you were born? If you do, can you tell us what you were thinking? Like, you know, seriously, was it so the what? I mean, I can't think of any reason.
I think that's like a really good idea because I don't like. Yeah, I got like a freaking B, which like was a little stupid, but it's like a spur of the moment thing, and I wanted it. And it was cute, and it's like it looks good in my bag anyways.
We might be able to get Wendy's
No, but it meant something
time of
too,
birth.
like
Well, it's better than a mosquito.
But
fuck with the bee. A mosquito, no one cares. A mosquito, everyone just walks over and fucking
you know
claps.
what? A bee dies when they sting somebody. When a bee stings another something or another bee, whatever, they die.
Really?
It's just like that. I love to fucking sting people.
Did you know the human brain weighs 8 pounds?
What? Yeah.
Did you know that bees can smell fear?
That bees can smell fear?
You ever seen that scene in Jerry Maguire where the kid keeps going to Tom Cruise and it's like, did you know that bees can smell fear? Did you know that the human head weighs 8 pounds? Yeah, he starts doing all that shit to him. That's one of the things he says.
Do you know that your hand is supposed to be the same length as, your reach is supposed to be the same length as your
wingspan.
Your feet, right? Or your length of your legs?
Head, yeah. That means your height.
It makes no sense. That makes no sense to me because my reach, like, I don't know.
Your wingspan, I think.
I mean, you're a wingspan. Sorry, yeah, like not like forward, like yeah, wingspan.
Oh, where's your wingspan?
Sometimes you know the blondness does get to me. It sinks into my hair. But you also know that it is Friday. Yeah, that is so fucking weird. Isn't it kind of scary that your shit is
And what is
already
it about your waist? If you take the circumference of your waist at the hips, where you hold a belt, unless you're a skater, that's supposed to be, that's not your height. I think it's like the correct proportion is your belly button to the crown of your head. I can't remember. How do we even look that up? What would the search term for that be? I don't know. We're moving on.
fucking weird.
I gotta get a coffee.
My garage door code? My garage door code's been there for like 6 years. So. Well,
Do they have coffee in jail?
Very
Like shitty
significant
coffee.
number. I told you. How did you not know when I told you what I got? Like, I didn't even put two and
Oh,
two
I found a
together,
good one. I
you know,
found a
so
good
think
prison
about
breakfast here. Look at this.
I don't think I.
You've seen it. I've showed you.
Yeah. But I think I was just trying to read it. I wasn't focused on the numbers.
Of course, yeah, no, but it's Roman numerals. You're gonna know it. Okay, people.
No, it's Roman numerals. I can't read Roman numerals.
You can't read
Sloppy.
regular numbers.
I can read. They're numbers or Roman numerals?
No, both. You can't do either.
Oh. So I'm gonna put that stuff back in the.
Oh, by the way, my friend also said, like, I don't know, out of the blue too, he's like, you know what, we should just take a vacation this weekend.
Wait, you're breaking up. Say it again.
My friend was telling me, it's like, yeah, we should just take like a little thing to take out the trip this weekend, and I was like, okay.
Let me ask you this: do you want to? They called me again from the mornings. Do you want me to just?
I could deal with that, Udi. In the summer here, it's so fucking hot. When I was making coffee, I would just put some granules over some ice cubes and give it a minute. It wasn't that bad. Kind of got used to it.
Tell them negative, right?
Yeah. So
okay.
I'll get something because I'm gonna take pictures.
Yeah, do that.
I'm pissed off at his mom anyways, even though his mom has been calling me every fucking day.
All right.
Yes. 1 to 1.618. It's a good one, isn't it? The harmonic proportion of all things on a macro, micro. Yeah, very nice.
Yeah, I actually, I don't even think I called them back because they fucking pissed me off. They took a month to get back to me.
Yeah, no, screw that shit.
I'm just gonna tell them fuck it.
Yeah. I'll figure it out. I'll say it and
okay. Well,
Matthew K is
fun.
back. Welcome
I never
back,
got a
Matthew
chance to go
K.
home.
Okay, I got to write this down, Jerry. So I measure. You can measure your own height. Okay, measure height and where is it? The distance from your belly button to the top of your head. Belly button to top of head. Well, I think that's good. That's easy. Yeah, I assure you, I am sublimely proportioned. It's going to come up exact 1 to 1.618.
So forgive me.
Okay.
But I wrote a little poem.
You're so poetic now.
Well,
You know, you buy your girlfriend teddy bears, and get flowers.
First of all, she wanted a Louis.
Yeah, but you bought flowers. Trust me, I see everything. You think
Yeah.
I don't know? I know everything.
So Junam Chinder wanted a Louis, and he bought her flowers. Wow. Well, she got a Louis from somewhere. She's in court with a fucking $4,000 purse. What is the deal with that, huh? You know, I bet the zip still gets stuck.
I know places we go to. I know stuff.
Oh, fuck. I did buy flowers.
Yeah. You're fucked. Remember the last time that shit happened?
What, with flowers?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
I thought they gave her a pretty easy time, didn't they?
That was like the one and only time. The one and only time I buy flowers. That's why I don't buy flowers anymore.
Well, you just did.
Well, I was in big trouble. I had to buy flowers.
Oh, that was a makeup. I'm sorry, flowers.
That's it. I fucked up.
That's even worse. I said that's even worse.
I know, the only time. Yeah, look at the one time I bought you flowers. Okay.
Yeah, you like hello. That was exciting.
Yeah.
If you fuck up, like Charlie fucked up, and you bring the girl flowers, and she accepts it, the relationship isn't real. Okay? It's not worth anything.
Oh, God.
I thought it was really exciting. I think I'm a very exciting person.
That was exciting. Who knew the Lexus could drive so fast with a 1,200-pound ski on the back? I had a fucking jet ski on the back, and he had 2 kids in the back.
Yeah. Well, that was funny.
Looking back on it, that was funny.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. Anyway, come by, and you know when you come in, there's the laundry room to your left. In the laundry room, the top left. It'll be double bagged.
Okay. So my car won't leak, right?
Throw it in the trunk.
Of course.
Yeah, you'll be fine. All right, kiddo.
Shit on my face. But regardless,
Oh, this. Sorry.
So
Okay, this one isn't prison food.
Or something.
This one isn't prison food. It's the in-flight meal from a KLM flight. Tell you, man, the best food I ever had on a plane was on Turkish Airlines. It was great. I asked them for another one. Seriously.
Whatever something changes, let me know.
I will.
Okay.
You got it. I mean, if you think there's a chance you could go to the hospital, I could break out, but for like 10 minutes.
Yeah. No, exactly. Like maybe if I go swing by and then I'll go by the hospital or something if I have time.
Okay.
But, like I don't want to say stuff because it's Friday and I don't know how crazy it is. Because I actually have a lot of leave.
Okay, perfect. You got
it.
All right. Have a good day.
I need to rent out places.
All right. I want good tenants in there, by the way.
Helping it out.
What is an S500? Matthew K says, Chucky's such a dirtbag, wannabe type of guy who buys probably an S500 but changes the badge to an S600. Probably wants Gangster of Love tattooed across his back. Probably. But what is that S500? That's, what is that? It's a car. Right? I mean, what kind of car? What car has the classification S500, S600? I was going to say that looks good. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I imagine Delta and Pan Am. No, that doesn't exist anymore, does it? United. Delta and United. Oh, that's the end of the call? Let's do another one. That was a good one. A lot of information in that call. All right, I'm going to put one on, and then I'm going to make a coffee. Gotta be done, gotta be done, gotta be done. 15 minutes. So this is from May 30th, so quite late in the game.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from Sigfredo Garcia.
Oh, look, we've got
Main Jail.
we've got a Sigfredo Jailhouse call. I didn't listen to this one yet, but I want to make a coffee. Amy, morning. Hang on, I got to put another one on first because I need to go and make a coffee, and I want to hear this call. May 16th.
Thank you for calling Enterprise Rent-A-Car, the company that picks you up. For quality assurance, your call may be monitored or recorded. To help us serve you better, please listen to this entire message.
Presione 8 para recibir asistencia en español.
For hours and location information, press 1. To check rates, availability, or to book a reservation, press 2. To confirm, modify, or cancel an existing reservation, press 3. Quality assurance, your call may be monitored or recorded. If you would be willing to complete a one-question survey on our agent's performance, please remain on the line upon the conclusion of your call.
Thank you for calling Enterprise. This is Beverly speaking. May I have your name, please?
Your name again?
My name is Beverly.
Beverly? Is this the one that's next to the Family Dollar store?
I do apologize. I'm not at the branch location.
Oh, you're not?
Yes, ma'am. I'm working with them, though. I can make a reservation if that's what you needed.
Well, the thing was, I've rented there probably 3 times already. That's why I just wanted to make sure if it was the same one. But the last time I had a really bad situation on my last rental with them. So I spoke to the manager and I spoke to corporate and spoke to the manager again because they were making a mistake on the amount, on the total amount of like what the day was. They were having like a misunderstanding. So I just wanted to make sure if you can pull up my file, if there's any notes, because she told me she was going to give me a discount the next time that I reserved, yeah, so I don't know
You dialed the right number. It's just that when you heard the recording, you should have selected option 4, and that would take you right to the counter at the office.
Okay, so just, do I call back or can you transfer me?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on, please. Enterprise in North Miami, Sritzia.
Hi, is this the one next to the dollar store? Family Dollar?
Yes, it is.
It is? Okay. I don't know if this is, am I speaking to the manager? Hello?
This is one of them.
One of them? Okay.
Yes. How can I help you?
I don't know if you can look up my account. I rented with you guys a couple of times, but the last rental that I had a really bad situation on where I was going back and forth with corporate and the manager there. And she told me the next time that I rent that I was going to get like some type of discount. I just wanted to make sure if you guys notated that in your system before like I 641312. Ethan, sit down, please. You can do your homework. Hello?
Hi, what's your name?
It's Katherine Magbanua.
Okay, and you had the issue with which of the vehicles?
It was, I don't even remember which, I think it was a Suburban or a Navigator, one of those.
Okay, let me see.
I had an issue with the charge, like I had an extra charge on it. And then it shouldn't have been charged. It was a couple months ago, so I don't know, like the whole thing. The only thing was that it could have easily been.
So the extra charge because we were paying $5 in the tax and surcharge.
The what?
Right? You were paying $5 out of pocket in the tax and surcharge?
No, it was like almost like $180 extra charge. I wouldn't have complained about a $5 charge, trust me. With a phone call and the corporate and me like spending a lot back and forth, I wouldn't have dealt with a $5 charge.
It wasn't. It was like $5 in tax and surcharge, but because it was a lot of days, it came out to $236.81.
What are you trying to tell me?
What is this?
I didn't complain about
the part that you were disputing, the 236.
I'm not disputing it anymore. That was already taken care of.
No, I know, but I'm trying to see because she didn't put any notes on this.
Oh, okay, because she told me, because I told her, well, like, this is, like, I've worked with so many people and I referred so many people over there.
I'll take an egg, Tanya. What kind of egg? Boiled egg? Nice.
And she told me, don't worry, the next time you rent over here, we'll give you a discount. And I was like, well, I don't even know if I want to go back, but then as I'm looking at prices online, I remember.
Look, I think I just found the prison food that Donna Adelson was expecting when she went in and was shocked not to receive this. Let me bring it up.
That's why I'm just asking if you don't have anything notated, and she just told me that just to tell me, then like I'll just go with somebody else. As far as like something similar, like not as, I guess, like the Navigators are more expensive, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how much is that per day?
Are you currently, the $9.99 weekend special is for a small car, something like a Chevy Spark. If you wanted a large SUV, you could.
Oh, hang on. I gotta hear this call. Can I put it back to the beginning? You're gonna hate me for that, aren't you? You're all gonna hate me, and you're gonna leave. You're gonna press that thumb down button on the video. Okay, well, I'll listen to it myself later. But yeah, what do you think about this breakfast, guys? Donna Adelson. When your tray has a tablecloth, you know you're in first class.
A large SUV, it's a different price. What day are you looking to rent the car?
It was gonna be on May 27th.
Okay, I'm returning.
Returning Tuesday the 31st.
Okay, and you want a large SUV?
Yes, preferably, because I have 2 kids and I'm going to be traveling. I wanted something similar to the usually I get the Tahoe or the Suburban or the Navigator somewhere.
Navigator, yeah, I want a Lincoln Navigator. In fact, forget that. Give me the Bentley SUV, and I want those wheels that spin even when the car isn't moving.
Along that line. Doesn't have to be the extended one.
So this is, I assume, I missed the beginning of the call, but I guess this is Katie trying to hire a car to drive to her brother's because Sigfredo's just been arrested and she wants to get out of Dodge, but she doesn't want to go in her own car because the cops are going to follow her.
What would you call?
But just one thing, Katie. I mean, the cops are listening to this call, and now they're going to be looking for a Lincoln Navigator.
Is that a full-size crossover or a full-size SUV?
Which one, the Tahoe or the Suburban?
Either one.
Tahoe is.
Which one was less gas? Wastes less gas.
Do I speak Portugal? Yeah, I speak Portugal, and sometimes I speak Spain. Well, yeah, not really. A little bit. Not enough to get by. But beyond just the tourist shit.
Did I tell you you can play with that? Put it away. Both of you go upstairs, take a nap. For 30 minutes, take a nap. Katie, go upstairs and
You go upstairs for 30 minutes, take a nap. You go upstairs and take a nap, 30 minutes.
take a nap. Thank you. Okay, well, you just close your eyes for a little bit, Papi. I'll wake you up in 30 minutes.
We're not stopping for nobody, Amy. 12 hours.
Do you have that?
Record.
Go pee-pee first. Go pee-pee. Go pee-pee first, and then I'm gonna put your underwear on. Go pee-pee first. No, you're gonna take a nap. Go, Katie. Go pee-pee. Go. No, you're not gonna sleep there. You're gonna sleep upstairs with Katie. Come on, come here. Come here. Ethan, complain with me one more time, and I'm gonna take over your games for the whole week. You're gonna take a nap in the afternoon.
Barcelona.
No, leave him alone. You tell me what time. Yeah, I'm with you up at 4:15. Yeah. Okay, go, Kelly. Go, Ethan. Go. Go right there. You both. Bye, guys. Good night.
Are we gonna play it later?
Yes, I'll let you play later.
Oh, it'd be an honor. It'd be an honor, Udi, to get locked out at 12 hours. You're streaming too much.
Go lay down. Go.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up whoever the fuck is fucking with me.
Good morning. It's a nice surprise to wake up to a live stream.
Your feedback
Thank
is very
you.
important.
Finally, some coffees. You see, I'm not leaving until we reach our quota. My EP, she's got me on a tight leash, on a choke chain.
To us. Please rate the quality of service you just received from our agent. Using a scale where 4 means completely satisfied and 1 means completely dissatisfied. You may also use any number in between.
Okay, we're done here. Now I want to hear that call. I can't even remember why I was excited. What was it? It was the 15-minute call. Now we'll try and find it again. Thank you for the coffees, Amy. That's fantastic. I always like it when someone sends coffees while I'm actually drinking a coffee because, it's just, it's like, that's about as close to human contact as I'm comfortable with. Ooh, a 31-minute call. That'll take us up to the 9-hour mark and beyond. But right now, we've got to find that 15 minutes. I want my 15 minutes of fame. Another 31-minute call as well. Good, good, good. A lot of these calls are like 16 seconds, 10 seconds. Shit, where is it? 17, 22, 13, 41-minute call here, guys. Wow. I'm going to put that up on demand today. Hang on, I'm just looking for this one specific call in the thousands that we have. I don't know. Oh, there it is. Got it.
And para español, marque el 5. Did you know you can make changes to your account or even modify your services faster by using the Sprint Zone app on your device or at sprint.com? The Sprint Zone app is pre-installed on most Android devices, and for iPhones
This
it's
isn't
available
it.
for download.
I wouldn't have been excited about that. There must be another one. Sorry. This is where we need a co-host, or at least someone in the studio. Who wants to move to Portugal? God damn it. I'm just going to have to play another one. We'll try this one. What date is it? It is May 23rd.
Well, hello.
Hey,
How are you doing?
good. I'm working in an office down at Suki Dental. I don't know. You probably never heard of it. You want me to try to get you a job here?
If you can, that'd be great.
Let me see. Let me go talk to Simon.
You think they'll hire me?
I don't know.
They're such a big dude. What's up?
Not much. I'm just walking outside on the balcony out here. What up with you?
Nice. You have a balcony and everything?
Yeah. Oh, I didn't tell you that?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, friend, good to see you, buddy.
You fancy.
Oh yeah, real fancy dentist.
Yeah,
They
fancy.
pay really well down here.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, you don't get Easter Monday off in the courthouse, Amy?
So what's going on?
I don't think so at all. Oh, bro. I don't know if it's because I just have bro. I'm back to my other car now because it's something else was wrong and I just don't even want to bother anymore. Oh.
Yes, it was us that posted the Jeff interview. Coming up to 50,000 views.
Why is it? Is it because probably I used to? I think I beat it up when I was driving really far, like up north before.
Oh, you're back to your other car. You're driving.
Yeah, and in this one I have to get it aligned and everything. Oh fuck!
Okay,
I have to get gas.
So you're driving the Mazda and someone else is driving the Lexus.
Oh, Jerry, are you saying that was the call that was on? But what was it? It just sounded like she was calling Sprint. We'll come back to it. We heard this. Oh,
Yeah.
Like,
we
if you want
skipped
it,
through
it's
it.
yours. If not, we'll
That's what good friends are for.
Yep.
Okay, well, jury, you need to be my brain. Please be my brain and tell me what to do.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna
Oh,
fucking fuck up where the fuck you fucking with me.
who's that? Matthew K. bought 10 coffees for Beauty and the Beast, best content for these miserable human beings. Thanks so much, Matthew K. Good on you, man. So where are we? Where's my brain? Where's my jury brain? What about this one? We'll just forget the past. Forget the past. We're going fresh. May 26.
What happened?
Ah,
Fucking no.
shit.
I'm with his mom. I got a lawyer.
You're right. You're right, jury. I remember now. It was the Sigfredo jailhouse call. We'll play that right after this one.
I have no idea.
I know what happened.
What happened?
I've been reading up on everything. At that time, we were looking at the calendar, right? When we were looking at the calendar, that was the time that we had just moved in the new house, right? So Lola was still with you, but he moved out already. Remember when you guys were in North Bay Village?
Yeah, well, we were separated, but I mean, like the lawyer, I already spoke to the lawyer. He's like, don't say anything
Who is this? Is this another boyfriend of Katie's?
over the phone. Don't talk about anything over
Yeah,
the
of course.
phone. He's going to go see him right now and then find out what's going on. But yesterday when he had spoken to me, he's like, it looks like somebody's following me. And they went to his job already and literally shit it because he's going to be a manager on his job because he's doing so good. And he's like, why are you guys approaching me? Like, they would have arrested him right then and there. So why didn't they do so? So now I'm trying to get a good lawyer, which is going to cost thousands of dollars because he's being wrongfully accused.
Well, just use some of the proceeds you got for the murder. Oh no, you blew that on a load of fucking pointless shit.
But we don't know anything until we figure out everything. Me and his mom are looking everything online.
They're gonna make him into everything that I've read. They're gonna make him into an example. They're gonna brandish him. Everything is saying that he was the trigger guy. Everything he was saying here, I know he's not.
I know, that's the thing that's killing everybody. Do you not know everybody in Facebook knows? Everybody's calling my phone. Like, hello?
Deactivate your Facebook. We all deactivated our Facebook.
Okay, I'm gonna do that right now.
I deactivated mine. Samantha deactivated it because there's tags. We deactivated.
But where is she supposed to watch cat videos if she deactivates the Facebook?
Everything that we have, you know.
You know they're gonna call all of us. I know.
Correct. Yeah.
They knocked. They're not gonna. I haven't been in the house because I'm so scared.
So this came up earlier with jury. Jury, did you say that you believe that it was Lewis that was the trigger man because of the statements of Nick? Was it Nick? You know, the guy that was with Sigfredo in jail. And then this guy just said, I know he's not. He seemed to be basing that on some, personal knowledge, right? I mean, it's always made sense to me the way it was explained. I believe that it's verified that Lewis was the one driving at the time Professor Markel was shot, because on one of the bus cameras we can see the passenger has a white shirt on, and then later in the video at the ATM, Sigfredo is in the passenger seat with a white shirt. So that's enough for me to say Sigfredo was in the passenger seat. So if Lewis was the killer, he would be driving and jump out, leave the keys in the ignition, shoot Markel, and run back. I mean, he would have been on the correct side of the car, but it just seems like the driver would not be the shooter. Do you know what I mean? So that he's like foot on the gas, ready to go. I mean, you know, I've never had a problem with believing Sigfredo is the shooter, but now I'm starting to question that. So let's see what else is being said. Of course, if Lewis, when he, you know, gave all the information in the proffer and everything, if he'd have confessed to being the shooter himself, he probably wouldn't have been able to get that kind of deal that he got, right? If that was his story. So to get that deal, he had to say Sigfredo was the. So there's motive for him to lie about it if that's the case, but it still just seems like the driver, the passenger would be the shooter, whatever that is. I mean, you know, in a bank robbery, there's a guy waiting outside in the car, ready to go, right? In movies, at least.
I don't try and do this with my kids.
You want to take the kids to my house?
I'm here, like, I'm actually pretty close to you. I'm not gonna tell you where, but like.
No. We're gonna be out of town. We're going out of town.
Yeah, and it's Kaylee's birthday. We were leaving tomorrow. But there's like now, like his mom was just telling me, there's a reward, so somebody's pointing a finger on him.
Yeah, 125 grand.
That's why.
It's not Garcia. No, I think it's Garcia's already arrested. It's sounds just like a mutual friend, part of the friend circle. But he speaks a little bit more. What does Katie say? Those are some educated words. A little bit more well spoken.
125 grand to conviction.
And then hello, look at his record. It's the last time he's ever gotten a record was years ago.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. I know he's gonna get. He's gonna.
But it's on record, so you know. Oh, the last time that you ever did a serious violent crime was 3 years ago? Well, we're not going to look at you too hard for the murder then. You know, the last time that you beat someone to within an inch of their life was over 3 years ago.
Gonna get pinched no matter what because of him. And then cocaine. If he knew, like, come on, he's not stupid enough to have that. This is why cops plant things on you. That's just something so that they could say that first, because I've been hearing in the news and they say that. And
he's an addict. All reason goes out of the window with an addict.
And they're making it seem like he's a horrible person, and then they put that freaking thing, and then it's like I can't.
But are you sure? Are you sure he didn't have that? Are you sure? No, I won't stick you. I'm not on the phone.
No,
It's ridiculous, isn't it? We're going to arrest this guy for murder, but make sure you plant this bag of coke, this personal use, 0.5 gram of coke on him, you know, to get him in even more trouble for the murder.
I'm positive. Why would he have that? He would be stupid enough to do anything like that. Stupid enough. Why would he even carry that on him?
He said it in the wallet. He said he had it in his wallet.
Yeah, come on. They take his wallet. They take his thing. They're going to beat him up. He's being...
I don't think Sigfredo's going to talk ever. You know, I mean, I think he's committed to snitches get stitches, and he probably enforces that rule. So, you know, live by the code. I mean, if you're going to be living in jail for the rest of your fucking life, you better make the most of it.
He got...
All he's got to hang on to is that.
Beat up already in Treasure Island before. That's nothing new. They're going to beat him up because of his record. He's always going to have that, and this is why I tell him, it's not that I hate you going out, it's so that people stop you.
You're a magnet.
Yes, it's like you have to understand that. You're a father.
Yeah, that's the other thing that is very convincing, that it was with Sigfredo, the trajectory of the bullet. You know, he's considerably taller than than Lewis.
It's not me being a bitch to you. But now what? Now what? They're gonna come and interrogate me for hours probably. You know, and I got a lawyer for myself because like I'm scared.
You have to.
No, I already have one. Though whoever wants is gonna talk to him to find out, and then he's gonna call me, and I'm like, look, I know they're gonna.
I think she said Kaylee's birthday. Katie, this is Katie. It's her voice. I think she said Kaylee's birthday. It's her daughter's name's Kaylee.
Go because I'm the wife. They're gonna go to me.
These people are not going to get embarrassed. The police and the FBI, the police and the FBI are not going to get embarrassed. They're not going to.
Offering. I've got an idea for. You keep looking for a good thing to contribute. I think I found something just right for you because you're a data guy, right? You had that spreadsheet. You mentioned something about databases. Well, we're going to be building a big database, okay? And as soon as we get the new Metrix Beast supercomputer, it's on, motherfucker. And well, I'm still working on it, but there's going to be some data structures that we need to put together. And if you know about databases and stuff, I mean, I do. I think you said something that you do too, so we could talk about that. But especially with these calls, I've got a beautiful thing for these calls in my mind, right? We just need to take what's in my mind and we need to make it a reality. And to do that, it's going to be a team effort. But yeah, let's come back to this later.
Okay, this is the wrong one. He's all over the news. He's all over the news.
And it's because of that stupid reward. It's a reward I never knew. His mom just told me right now. Because of that.
Yeah, I read it. 25 for private shoppers and another 100 from a private person.
I don't even know what to do. I can't think. Like I didn't even take it. And it's because of that stupid reward. It's a reward I never knew. His mom just told me right now. Because of that.
Yeah, I read it. 25 for private shoppers and another 100 from a private person.
I don't even know what to do. I can't think. Like I didn't even take. I couldn't take the kids to school because they go and they take them.
Don't take them. No.
Let me just take off my Facebook because I can't even see this. Everybody's blowing up my phone that I've never even heard of.
Yeah.
What a situation to be in, huh? The walls are coming down, baby. You're not equipped to deal with this at all. You know, good criminals have contingencies, right? They look at they don't assume that their plan will work. There's a backup and a backup after that, right? You do your thinking beforehand so that if eventualities happen, you go, okay, here's our plan of action that's set or, outlined.
And just when he does so good, like he's doing so good, something bad has to happen to him.
It is Katie, Jerry, for sure.
Were you with him when he got arrested? No.
No. He went to go. No, somebody showed up in his job 2 days ago. And then I was working from home and somebody knocked on my door. And then I was calling his job. I was like, hey, but nobody picked up. His coworker picked up the phone. And I was like, there's somebody outside and I'm by myself. I'm really scared. They're banging on my door because they see my car. And then when I was like, should I call the cops? Should I see? Because they're not saying who they are, you know? And then he's like, somebody just pulled them out. And I was like, okay, but then he ended up calling me after. And he's like, whatever. And then I told him, I was like, try to get a lawyer because I'm going to have a lawyer if they approach me because I'm not saying anything or not talking anything. I know my rights. And then he told me, he's like, okay. And then I spoke to a lawyer and then nothing. After that, they didn't do anything. But then I always had a feeling that they're watching me. Like, he knows. He knows.
Yeah, they are.
And then he went to go get a couple things in the house because we're leaving. you know, to go for Kaylee's birthday. So then he calls me, he's like, I think I'm getting followed because I exited and they're still around there. So I'm like, oh my God, and then his phone is off. So I'm like, okay, I'm afraid because I know he got beat up before. Can you pick it up for me, Mom, please? Or I'll call back. And then now I'm trying to figure out, and then I've been talking to like, you know, one of his close friends, and then he gave me the number to a good lawyer. I was like, look, you're gonna have to represent me too, because the
Mr.
thing
Hand
is,
Grenade?
they're doing this just because of his record, and then, like, well, apparently now I know because of some stupid reward. But cocaine, like now they throw that so that they can say something bad, that he's a bad person.
Shit.
There is this real subculture of prison food. I think we can build a nice gallery.
Take care of the kids. Focus on the kids.
I know.
Make sure school's almost done anyways.
I know.
Let's focus on protecting the kids.
I know.
You know, we're not going to be that far away this weekend. You know, so if anything, just give me a call.
I'm just afraid, like, he's there all alone, and he's probably like, what the fuck is happening?
Well, he's committed enough sins in life that sooner or later it's going to catch up on you.
Not for something that he's, you know, for the rest of his life.
Well, you know, it's a fucked up situation. What are you going to do? Just get a good lawyer.
Okay.
And
let me deactivate this thing already.
Yeah, deactivate your Facebook, deactivate Instagram. Don't, you know, just deactivate all.
Stay away from everybody.
Stay away from everybody, because the last thing you want to do is that being, you know, the people finding out about the kids.
I know. Okay.
And we'll think this through.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna think this through.
All right. I didn't pick up because I was talking to the lawyer when you had called me.
No, that's fine.
All right.
We'll think this through. But that you have to make sure that the lawyer's good.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
All right. I'll find out once he speaks to him.
Okay. Be
That's
careful.
the only way.
No text, no call, no phone, no nothing, unless you know. And they're probably listening to this, but you know.
Of course they are. No, yeah. For sure.
So I'm okay with that. Okay. All right.
Right.
Thanks. Bye.
Okay, so back to the Jailhouse call from Sigfredo. Where was it? There it is. This is it.
And para español, marque el 5. Did you know you can make changes to your account or even modify your services faster by using the Sprint Zone app on your device or at sprint.com? The Sprint Zone app is pre-installed on most Android devices, and for iPhones it's available for download from the App Store. If you're calling about 78656413112, press 1 or enter the number you're calling about. If you don't have one, press pound now. Please wait while we access your account information.
What is that noise?
What would you like to do?
That's
To
Sigfredo
check your account
jerking
balance,
off.
press 1. To make a payment or for other payment options, press 2. To hear your minutes or data usage, 3. Sorry, I didn't get that. To hear your current account balance, press 1. To pay your bill or to hear about other payment options, press 2. To hear how many minutes you've used or your data usage, press 3. For help with your phone, like reporting it lost or damaged, or for trouble making calls, press 4. Or for help with something else, press 5. To buy or activate a device, press 1. For plan information and changes, press 2. Make changes to your account or phone, 3. Questions about your bill, 4. For anything else, including canceling service, press 5. Or to go back to the main menu, to check the status of a claim, press 1. To disconnect your Sprint service or see when your contract expires, to check the status of a claim, press 7. To disconnect your Sprint service or
This
see when your
is not
contract
the Sigfredo
expires,
call.
2. For international support, 3. To see if your phone qualifies for our buyback program, or to simply recycle your old phone, press 4. For all other questions, 5. Or to go back to the Sprint's free Sprint Zone application is your all-in-one place to manage your account, get device support, and more from your phone. To install Sprint Zone, text ZONE to 4483 or go to the iTunes Store and search Sprint Zone. Let me get someone to help you. By the way, your call may be monitored or recorded. Your account is eligible to add a new device such as a smartphone or tablet. Ask your care agent for more information after we resolve the reason for your call.
Hey, jury, I've totally got this wrong, haven't I? This is not a Jailhouse call. This is Sprint.
Thank you for calling Sprint. My name is Jane. How may I help you?
Your name is what?
My name is Jane.
Jane?
Yes, ma'am.
Jane? Okay. No, I don't know. Can you hear me well?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I needed to, how do I request for my phone records from a while back? I need the phone record as far as the text messaging and also for the phone calls.
What is she doing? She's trying to get the phone. The FBI are listening to her, trying to get her own phone records. Just call Pat Sanford. He's
so you
got
would like to
everything.
view the activities about your phone for phone records and text, okay? Ma'am, to view that, let me go ahead and pull up the phone number that you have. May I have your phone number first?
Okay.
So I can further assist you.
Okay, 786-564-1312.
1312. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And may I have your name, please?
It's Katherine Magbanua.
Magbanua.
Okay, thank you, Miss Magbanua. And may I have the PIN number on the account?
I don't have the PIN number. It's I have the security code, which is Roosevelt, like the president.
Roosevelt?
How do you spell it, ma'am?
Theodore or Franklin?
Roosevelt. Roosevelt.
Oh, Roosevelt.
Like Theodore Roosevelt, yeah.
Okay, thank you for verifying the account, Miss Magbanua. And upon checking on the account, you've been a valid customer since 2008. Yes. And about the records, okay, of calling and texting, okay, you can view the records for the calls online, but for the text, we don't have that option.
You don't have.
Great, Offren. Well, listen, I just need to kind of spend a bit of time taking all of the things out of my brain and putting them into some kind of, written format to be thinking about what it is, to be able to describe it, because my brain, it's a mess. It's all tangled up, and yeah. So we'll talk soon, okay?
That option for text messaging?
Yes, ma'am.
So what?
But if you want
messages?
Okay, if you want now, I'll go ahead and provide you the phone number of our technical support team. Let's see if they can provide you or view the text message, okay?
Because this is a text message that's like 2 years back that I need to obtain.
Is that for legal purposes, ma'am? May I know the reason? What is the reason, ma'am?
Yes, it's for legal purposes.
Yeah, fucking right. It's for legal purposes.
Just a moment, ma'am.
Okay. I'm a suspect in a murder.
They'll be able to tell me how much it is, right? Because I know it does cost to get that type of record.
Mm-hmm. Let me go ahead and check more details, ma'am, on how you can view
Which ones, jury? Not these ones. You get 1 olive. Hey, so 53%.
I'm gonna step out and input gas while I'm waiting for you because it's gonna take a while, right?
Let me check it, ma'am.
Yes, let me just step out because I have to put gas in my car. Oh, it's a little too far. What is it gonna reach? I'll probably just wait till this guy finishes.
Oh, this call sucks. Well, it's okay. It's pretty good, actually. Content-wise.
Okay. Ma'am, I don't have that information in my end for the viewing the text message, okay? But I will provide you the phone number, okay, that you need to call to view the text message. For about the call details, ma'am, you can also do it online.
How do I
okay,
do it?
in the
How do I do it online?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, give me the phone number first because I don't know listen and give me the thing for online.
Okay,
Please,
just a
it'd be
moment,
nice.
ma'am. For the phone number you need to call. Let me check my phone book here.
Let me move off because I'm going to find that reload.
Hello? Hello, Charles? Who is this? Charles? Yes. Hey, Charles, Mike here from Jet Smarter. How are you? Good. How are you doing? Excellent, excellent. My partner here, Matt, he sent me over a quick note just saying that you had a couple questions and wanted to get signed up for the price jump here. Yeah, I've been interested for a while. I wanted to make sure I could still get it. It's not June 1st yet. No, sir, it is not. 13,000 is still the running rate. Okay, and that includes the initial membership and the what do you call it, and the other stuff, and the annual. Yeah. So total out of pocket for the first year is going to be $13,175 with taxes and everything. So the next time that you'll pay us is the following year, $9,000. You'll be grandfathered in for life. Okay, that's awesome. How's the company doing? Company's doing great, man. I mean, I've been in the company for a couple of years now. I mean, we're growing so fast. It's absolutely crazy. It's honestly, it's really great to be part of something like this.
It's really great to be part of something
one other
like
thing
this.
Also is, do I still get like the?
Oh, it's really going well. It's absolutely crazy. It's really great to be part of something like this. Come on, give me the Wolf of Wall Street.
Flight credits for joining early? Yeah, so you'll get a $1,500 flight credit for signing up today. And then anyone that you send over to me as well, I'll also give you a $1,500 flight credit too. Okay. That's awesome. I will. Yeah, it's a great way to earn through us. Okay, let me. I'll give you my credit card. Okay, I'm gonna just push it to you through the app. So in the app messaging center, you're just gonna get a message from me, and then you should from after that message, I'm gonna send you a link. Just give me one sec. I just want to make sure that you get the first message. Say, hey, Charles. And then I'll send you the membership info right now. So I'm in the app right now.
I got messages.
You see one from Mike Flynn that says, "Hey Charles."
I do.
Okay. All right, great. So now I got a second one coming to you. And there's going to be a small link on the very bottom. Just go ahead and select that, open it up, and then it'll ask you to pay with your credit card.
Okay.
It's just the safest way to do it. I don't want you, giving your credit card info over the phone. So this is just the safest way to do it. And then once you've actually signed and
No, Jerry, it's great to be a part of
I need
this.
a picture of that credit card and a picture of your driver's license. So in the actual app messaging center, when you go to type, on the left-hand side, a camera will pop up. Just go ahead and use that as well. That is the safest way also to send everything over.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other messages from you.
You got any messages?
I only see one that says, "Hey Charles."
There should be a second one coming shortly.
Hey, look, it's Mexican night in the jail. Check this one out. Yummy.
Message or it still hasn't come through yet?
Okay. Okay, so I just hit I accept.
Yes. Just go ahead and select that box, accept the terms, and then on the bottom it'll say pay with your credit card.
Okay. Perfect. Can I call you back at this number if I have any problems?
Yeah, please. If you have any issues, if you want to ask me some questions about the service, just feel free to give me a call back here. My name is Mike, and welcome aboard, Charles.
Okay, that's awesome. And I get the $1,500 in-flight credit?
Yeah, as soon as I see you fill that out, I need your driver's license, credit card. As soon as I have those two things, you'll have that $1,500 flight credit actually added in there, and then you'll be able to start booking right away also.
Okay, quick question for you. A friend of mine, actually the way I found out about it is a friend of mine had taken me on Get Smarter back in, I think, January.
Okay.
And it used to be if I signed up and somebody referred me, which would be him because he paid for me to fly.
Right.
Does he get credit for referring me?
Yeah. What's his name?
Adam Hyman.
Give me one sec. How do you spell his last name?
Heiman.
Heimin. Okay, this sucks as well. We need a good call. We need a long call. Hey,
sure.
Michelle. What it is?
Yeah, 5 Adam Hymans here. Hold on.
Get out of here. It can't be 5.
I really like it when Charlie is on the phone with someone who actually knows their business. The go-kart guy, the banking guy, his accountant.
Hello?
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from
Fredo Garcia,
an inmate at Broward County, Maine Jail.
This call is subject to recording and monitoring, and your location information may be collected and used by corrections and law enforcement personnel.
To accept charges, press 1. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello?
What's up? Yeah.
Hey, we just cut the cake.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, and I'll let you guys enjoy the cake. I'll call you back later.
Huh?
Enjoy the cake, and I'll call
No,
you back later.
No, call me. You just speak to me right now.
Did you ever talk to this guy?
Huh? Yeah. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, is this it? This is it.
That other phone number that he gave me, the 428, the 2305.
Yeah, it doesn't work. It's like a disconnected number, right, or whatever.
Yeah, it says it's blocked. I haven't tried it, but I was thinking just in case of emergency to have another number, just in case on there. I thought about it. Wouldn't be a bad idea.
Okay. You don't memorize anybody else's number?
Hmm?
You don't memorize anybody else's number? Oh, I can give you the cell.
What's the 8282 something?
Hold on. Let me check on my phone. Hold on.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. Okay. 305 896 6827.
I think I have that number. It's in my paperwork. Yeah, does it work?
It's that and then the home, or do you want your sister's?
No, but I'm saying, can I call those numbers? I need to put them on the thing?
I think I need to put it. I have to figure out how to do it.
Yes, and they won't. If I call it, they say they're restricted. They won't let me call it.
But can't you just call? Like, can't you just call, like, whatever number you want? Or they have to have, like, money on the thing, right? On the card?
No, it has to. The number has to be it has to be. It can't be restricted. Like, I don't know. It just tells me.
No, I'm saying like you can call, but you can call. But it's like how is it gonna work if it's not? I think I have to add it on my thing. Like I can add other numbers on the phone that I have, because or else you have to set up a phone account. You get me?
I don't know. Yeah, but I have no idea. I have no access to anything in here. Nor do I have any clue.
Yeah, I think that's the only way it works.
I have no access to anything in here. Well, that's why they call it prison or jail. I have no access to anything in here. And they lock me in this room.
Yeah, like when you get a chance, just try to unlock at least.
Oh, here's an interesting question. Jury says, would you rather be cellmates with Charlie, Donna, Wendy, Boone, Koberger, Laurie? Well, I can't. Probably. It would either be Charlie or Donna. I'm just thinking it through. I think Charlie. Donna would just be fucking faking an ailment all the time. I really can't handle that. At least Charlie doesn't do that. You know. Oh, my arm. You know, whatever. But there's obviously a lot of downsides to Charlie too. But I think I could tolerate it more than Donna. Fuck Wendy. Fuck Boone. Fuck Psycho Eyes Koberger. And I don't really know anything about Laurie yet. We will cover it. We're just going to be late.
Just in case of emergency, I can always call it. Just in case.
The what?
In case of an emergency, I always have access to at least another number.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But they have to set up the thing first. The only I don't know any way to have the landline. See, a landline you can collect the call. You can accept and collect call. So I'll tell her to get a landline, because that's the only way. That way she can collect. She can accept and collect call.
You get the calls. Like, how do you get them?
You can call me because I set up the account. I gotta figure out if I can add other numbers, and then it'll just take it out of my money or whatever, so you can speak to whoever you want.
Yeah, I mean, just my mom or my sister.
Okay.
just in case, I'll be able to access somebody else.
Yeah, just in case. Yeah. Well, I always have my phone on, regardless.
Yeah. A month later, Katie gets the bill, and there's 500 calls to someone called Shrimp.
Alright, how are the Katie?
How they're good. She got a frozen cake, so she's happy. She misses you. She passed by a picture, and she kissed the picture.
You gave her a picture of me and she kissed it?
She saw it on the fridge, and she passed by it, and she kissed it. Yeah. Kids, they're weird in their senses. She's just I don't know. She passed by and she kissed me. She's like, I love you. And then she kept playing. I guess she was trying to talk to you through the picture. Yeah. And then Ethan was dancing. Earlier, singing like he always does. What are they doing now?
Well, I just came out of the cells and watched TV.
What do they have on?
The news, we watch Channel 7.
Oh, they let you watch the news, or it's whatever they put on, right?
Yeah, well, we changed the channel and shit here too. So they don't let us, so we change it anyway.
And how long do you get to watch TV?
No, they just let us out now, so we're supposed to be out till 10.
Oh, okay. And you already ate? What time is it?
I just ate dinner a little while ago. Macaroni and cheese and something. And they bought me the sub. That was good.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Macaroni and cheese. Yeah. And what's on the menu for tomorrow? Macaroni and cheese. For breakfast. Yeah. And the next day after that, we've got plastic scrambled eggs. Yeah. And then macaroni and cheese. And it's back to macaroni and cheese.
So how what was I gonna say? Then I'll just wait to put money, so at least you can get food.
Yeah, don't put anything on there, no.
Yeah, no, I know.
How did the attorney sound? He was out on his boat?
The what?
The attorney, how did he sound?
Good. I mean, you're gonna see him tomorrow, so.
Yeah, I'm seeing him in court.
Yeah.
If I were in a cell with Wendy Adelson, she wouldn't be walking out, She would not be walking out. She'd be coming out in a body bag.
What was I gonna say? Well, the kids miss you.
Yeah, I miss them too.
She's having fun.
Oh, hey, Offrin, do you know anything about mechanical keyboards?
You don't have to worry about anything.
Alright, that's good.
Yeah.
Jar smell like onions.
Ew.
Yeah.
Were you able to take a shower?
Nah, I was waiting for her to get in line to take a shower. Waiting now again.
And you weren't able to?
Nah, the line was too long. I don't like fighting to get in line. Everybody fights to get in line to
But wouldn't it just be a timely thing? Okay, this person goes to the shower. Does it take 3 hours to get a shower?
Yeah, niggas be in there taking fucking 30-minute showers playing with themselves.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So you take a shower with sandals on.
Yeah. So yeah. Your mom's actually calling me another line.
Yeah.
I'll talk to her later.
Yeah, let me know, how I can contact her. Let her know. Set up some kind of phone thing or set it up for her. I don't know. Just in case. And,
I know. You don't know.
I probably won't. So.
Yeah. Just wait till tomorrow. I mean, it's so difficult. I'll see if I can set it up online.
because it's like the machine when I was trying to set it up on my phone. It's like my name as long as it is already, and it's like I would say K, O N, K, N, and it's like, oh my God, it was just
Yeah, I know with my name.
throw my phone across the room.
Yeah, it asks for verification of my name, so that's like 6 times that I do it every time just to make a phone call.
Yeah.
Hey, that's the mac and cheese, isn't it? Mac and cheese. Maybe that's cream corn. Scoop of ice cream. Or is that, no, mashed potato. Oh, instant mash. What's that thing behind the mash? Cabbage?
Yeah, it's a pain in the ass.
Exactly.
Yeah, like the visitation was a pain in the ass too, but you can't hear.
Oh, it is? So how does that work?
It's right here, I'm looking at it. It's 2 electronic screens, there's 2 TV screens with a phone next to it, blocked in by metal thing. 2 little chairs in front of it.
No, but I'm saying, like, do you have to have a list of like...
No, I don't know, I didn't put anybody on the list.
Oh, okay, so it's like basically just anybody's fine?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. All right, well, hang in there. We'll see how it is tomorrow.
Yeah.
Will you be able to call back again?
Yeah, I'll call back if you want me to.
Yeah, of course. I have my phone on me the whole time. Okay? And then I'll let her know how. Let me try to see if she can get a landline so that it's easier, or how I can add another number that way you can contact. Do you want to write it down? Do you have a pen and paper to write it down just in case? Both numbers?
I have the 896, the 898 or something like that.
Hold on,
I got that.
Yeah, but then there's a cell. Like, she has a cell too. And then at least you can have your sister's cell phone too. You want that?
Yeah, I don't got nothing to write with right now. If anything, I'll get it back later from you.
Oh, okay. Like, yeah.
What's your sister's cell? What's your cell?
Your sister's?
Yeah.
Hold on, hon. Give me one. Can you hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Grab me, speaker. Hold on.
Todo enfermo ya. Apichado. Con la mujer.
Give me one.
I don't care. The nigga's telling me that I don't leave you alone, but stop calling you, saying you're crazy.
Okay, see if you'll remember this.
Yeah, go.
954
Mm-hmm.
856 7405.
856 7405. That's pretty easy.
Okay, 954.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have that one. Okay, tell me what the number is. So I want to know.
856 7405.
Yeah. I'm gonna try right now and figure out how to add it on the thing, or else she's gonna.
Oh, there's not much here really. I don't think there's going to be. We're going to do maybe one more short one, and then I think I'm going to go. What about this one? April 12th, pre-bump, a week before the bump. Oh.
Hi, thanks for calling your 24-hour Walgreens. Para continuar en español,
Oh, no,
oprima 9.
Not the Walgreens call. Fuck that. How about this one? May 5th.
Just call sales.
5-5.
I got you. That's all right. So, anyway, long story short, they're asking for $700,000 now, and Darren's insurance company is trying to settle for $300,000.
But it's not his fault.
Well, the nerve clearly shows it was the implant was not touching the nerve, but it may have he may have drilled into the canal, but not touched it with the nerve. The nerve is not damaged. Bottom line.
Right.
They're getting
the nerve is not damaged. I mean, his jaw is broken, but the nerve is fine.
Like they're trying to settle it for $300,000, and it was a dentist he worked for his husband.
Wow.
because she's unsuccessful, and she sees what the rich periodontist makes when he comes in her office, and they're suing him.
The rich periodontist. He refers to himself as the rich periodontist.
Unbelievable.
Is that fucking awesome?
Yeah, that's terrible.
Here you have a dentist who's staying after work, a periodontist doing it for you at like $500 and $500 or $600 an implant, gave him a great price, did his 2 implants, and now he's suing them. This wife had like a nothing practice. Isn't that like, so it's terrible. The question is, it's like, how much are they paying him to go away? $300,000 on his self-inflicted, you know, they basically sit down and figure out what they could lose at trial. And what could, you know, no one, and that's the problem is, ain't nobody knows. The insurance company they told Dan it's a 30% chance they win a trial. But it's up to other people, and there's stuff that's out of your control. It's not like the insurance company is, you know, admitting fault or doing anything wrong. They're just trying to make somebody go away that's absolutely injured themselves. Like, he had a great prognosis. Everything was healed. But he was pissed that they said it was doing so well, so he went back and had another surgery so he could go, I've had 2 surgeries. So now he can say, I've had multiple surgeries.
Right. That's quite a story.
Isn't that crazy? So he's like beside himself.
Sure.
And he'll get dropped, and then his insurance will go from $7,000 a year to $14,000-15,000 a year, like mine.
Yep.
So I'm paying. I used to pay $7 a year, now I'm paying $14. So that's 7 times at least the next 3 years. So between 3 to 5 years. So that cost me between $21,000 and $35,000. And I've got half the insurance that I had before.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I used to have a $1 million, $3 million policy. Now I got a $500,000, $1.5 million policy. So I'm only insured for $500,000 per incident.
Wow.
How many incidents do you need?
Kind of crazy.
Why don't you just do your job well, dick?
But that's the whole point of it. Is it's like risk reward, and you don't know the end result, so you can only play out what happens if the jury awards $1 million.
Right.
You know, what happens if this? What happens if they're faking it? What happens if that? What happens if they go to the board of dentistry? I mean, like there's so many different scenarios. They just kind of mitigate their losses, and they just move the file off their desk and onto the next one. And that's really what insurance is. I mean, the only problem is it stimulates other people making claims.
Right. Of course.
You know, you get a $300,000 payday. You know, that's more money than the people on the jury will see in a lifetime. I mean, if you make, you know, $35,000 a year, you'll never save $300,000 in your whole lifetime. So so you don't know what's going on in people's heads, what are their,
I know.
You know, the settlement versus going to trial versus what the cost of your insurance is going to be. And there's so many. Tell me what the end result is, and I'll tell you what the right move would. You know, it's like you say, Monday morning quarterback.
Sure.
That's
nobody can
what
do
it comes down to. If I knew how the game would end on Sunday, I'd tell you what calls they should have made on Monday when I wake up and read the paper. I'll tell you what would have been the best call.
Okay.
You'd be like, oh, you should have done this, you should have done that. Well, yeah, it's easy to be a hot shot on Monday morning.
Right.
Have the newspaper in front of you, and you go, yeah, the Dolphins, whatever, the Heat, they should have shot the ball or passed the ball or run the ball. Or until you read the paper on Monday, I can't tell you what it is. It's all about mitigating risk.
Right.
Risk management. I mean, that's the term. It's risk. There's even a term for it. It's risk management. Everything's a risk. You know, all you can do is try to manage it so you don't get, you know, it doesn't get out of control.
Some things are a risk, Charlie. Others are just fucking liabilities.
The truth is, Darren may win on all accounts, but if he loses, it costs him $1 million. If it costs his company $1 million.
Yeah.
But if he wins, it could be zero. So are you better off giving some guy $300,000 and saying,
Here, let Jen take this.
drop the case?
Yeah.
So I was talking to him for like an hour today. He's beside himself.
Oh.
So, but it's welcome to South Florida.
Yeah.
So anyway, so I'm just now I'm on the turnpike. I feel so bad for Darren.
Oh yeah.
I told him I've been through it.
Yeah.
So, but it's anyway.
All right, we're going up in the Icon, waiting for the elevator in the garage. So I'm gonna lose you again.
Dentistry can be very stressful.
I know.
And it's not even doing the work. It's the dealing with the nonsense.
Wait,
the patient.
Ben.
So, all right, hit me up later if you need to talk to me or whatever. I'll be around.
Yeah, if I have something new to share, I will. Okay.
All right, sounds good. Love you.
I love you, honey. Drive safely. Bye.
All right, what are we? 9 hours and 44 minutes. I think we've got to go. I think, how the hell, why are we on so long? What the hell? Hey, listen, thanks to all the commenters. Some people have been here the entire way through. Oh, that's funny. Some people went to bed and they got up and came back. Some people are on their way to work right now, listening in the car. Eyes on the road, motherfuckers. Yeah, well, we'll be back later this evening, maybe 9, maybe 8 Eastern. Yeah, many thanks to the commenters, the supporters, the super chatters, the super sticker givers, and the super coffee go-getters, and the bulletproof Metrix moderators. One and all. Conquer all. That's what we're doing at True Crime Metrix. Okay, guys, we are out. Where's our outro music? Gotta get on this outro. We need a better one, a real one that gives all the names of the supporters. I'll try and do it today, or maybe not today, but tomorrow, or maybe not tomorrow, but sometime this week. Laters, guys. True Crime Metrix out.